Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Technopathy Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. People get their quirks at the age of 4. This is simply nature since quirks started to appear over 200 years ago. While exceptions exist, mainly in the form of people who are born with their quirks, manifestations after the age of 4 are extremely rare. So, not surprisingly, when more than a month after Midoriya Izuku's 4th birthday, his quirk still showed no sign of manifestation, his mom was getting worried. Going to a specialist, some tests are done, including an X-ray of Izuku's feet. After a few minutes analyzing the results, Izuku and his mother find themselves face to face with a bald doctor with a mustache and weird glasses. You have nothing to worry about. The doctor, Tsubasa, Izuku thinks that's how he introduced himself, says after staring at the X-ray for a while. Are you sure, doctor? His mom asks. Every child at his kindergarten has already manifested their quirks, except for Izuku. You're a 4th generation, correct? Your quirk, I mean. Dr. Tsubasa asks. What is your and your husband's quirk? I am able to attract small objects towards me. The weight doesn't matter as long as it's less than 1 meter. Izuku's mom explains. My husband can breathe fire. For all rights, if a child has a quirk, it will manifest at age of 4. Dr. Tsubasa explains. With some exceptions in more complex quirks, he points to the X-ray of Izuku's feet. According to research done when quirks began to appear, this phenomenon was linked to the joints of the pinky of the foot. Parts of the body that are no longer used are called vestigial parts. Of course, like everything in the world, exceptions exist. But while I have met people with the extra joint who got quirks, I have never met someone without the joint who didn't get a quirk. He taps the X-ray a few times, showing that Izuku only has 1 joint in his pinky toes. So I can say with confidence that little Izuku is just a late bloomer. So, Izuku asks, does that mean that I will get a quirk? He looks at his mom. I can still be a hero. Dr. Tsubasa pulls out another folder and opens it, showing some images of Izuku's head. We have taken some brain scans of little Izuku. He shows them 2 images. The image on the left is a scan of my brain that I took a few months ago. The one on the left is of little Izuku. He shows points at a few spots. As you can see, your son's brain shows more electrical signals than mine. He is also much more active. Tell me if I am right. Little Izuku demonstrates above average intelligence for his age. He is very active and has difficulty falling asleep. While 4-year-olds usually sleep 10 to 13 hours a night, little Izuku rarely sleeps more than 8, and he never naps during the day. Although he sleeps little, he doesn't show signs of fatigue normally seen in insomniac children. Did I get anything wrong? No, this is exactly what happens. Mom replies. These patterns are always seen in people with mental quirks. His brain works differently, and he needs less sleep. The reason his quirk has not yet manifested completely is that mutations in the brain occur slowly. Dr. Tsubasa explains. The latest case that I can remember happened about 11 or 12 years ago. A child's quirk manifested at the age of 8. It was a mixture of mental and visual quirk, so there's really nothing to worry about. Mom asks again, and the doctor nods. That's so good to hear. For now, I recommend keeping an eye on your child. As his brain develops, he tends to sleep even less. Most people with mental quirks sleep at most between 4 to 6 hours a day. He will also probably have a big sweet tooth. Glucose is the main fuel of the brain, but having a more active brain, he will need more glucose than normal people. Of course, be careful about exaggerating. He adds, other than that, little Izuku might experience some migraines. This is perfectly normal, but if it happens too often, bring him back here, and I will prescribe something to help. I see. Thank you, doctor, Mom says, smiling. Thank you, doctor, Izuku says, bowing to the doctor. That night, Izuku goes to his room as soon as he gets home. He hears his mom and dad arguing about something. Their voices gradually get louder, but Izuku cannot understand what they are saying. The discussion lasts a few minutes until they fall silent, and Izuku hears footsteps heading toward his room. Izuku pretends to be sleeping as the door opens. His mom walks towards his bed. I love you, Izuku, she says and kisses his curls. Her voice sounds slightly strained. Everything will be okay. Then she leaves and closes the door slowly. The next day at the kindergarten, Izuku tells Kaken about what the doctor said. To his surprise, Kaken's reaction is anger. So it will still take years for your quirk to manifest, and it will be an useless mental quirk. Kaken snarls. We don't know what will it be yet. Izuku replies. Shut up. Mental quirks are useless. Kaken yells back. You'll just be an useless Deku. You're no better than a quirkless. Then he storms off. What they don't realize is that another kid heard Kaken yelling and that this would turn into a huge game of broken telephone. At the end of the day, one story was on everyone's lips. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless, and no matter how many times Izuku tries to deny it, no one believes him. Only a few weeks later, his dad moved to America for business. This is what his mom says when Izuku asks, but he knows that's not really the true story. That night, Izuku heard his mom crying. When he starts elementary school, the rumor comes along with him, and with that, no one wanted to be friends with Izuku for fear of contracting his quirklessness. The nickname Deku goes along with him, and soon the teasing develops into bullying, but no teacher does anything to help. Divided by Midoriya and Co. is many things. People say she is calm, soft-spoken, gentle, kind, determined, and many other things. She has a tendency to worry too much and overthink things. But if there is one thing she's not, it's stupid. Inko is a nurse, and because of this, she sees a part of society that most people do not. She is the head nurse of the hero ward. The number of times she has treated heroes who have shared stories with her about the worst of society cannot be counted. As head nurse, Inko is used to dealing with stubborn heroes hiding and downplaying their wounds. But one thing they all learn sooner or later is that Inko doesn't take any bullshit. She is so used to dealing with underground heroes that she can see from a distance when someone is hiding something from her. It was a huge disappointment when she realized that her husband was hiding something. A few days later, when Izuku's quirk showed no signs of manifesting, she took him to a quirk specialist. She was worried, not because she had any problem with her son not having a quirk. Nothing in this world could make her love her son less. What worried her was the discrimination she knew that quirkless people suffer. When she told Hisashi about what the doctor said, he could hardly hide his disgust. So he'll have a mental quirk, Hisashi had said. That's useless. No quirk is useless, Hisashi, Inko tried to say, but Hisashi was dead set on calling Izuku useless. They argued until Hisashi had had enough and left the house. After that, she went to Izuku's room. Despite her son's efforts, it was evident that he was pretending to sleep and that he heard them fighting. Inko felt guilty. None of this is her son's fault. There were many things she could say at that moment. The words "I'm sorry" were on the tip of her tongue. But that's not what Izuku needed to hear at this moment. "I love you, Izuku," she settled on saying as she planted a kiss on his curls. "Everything will be okay." The next day, Izuku returned home with a sad expression and tear marks on his face, but he would not say what had happened. Sometime later, Hisashi came home saying he needed to move to America because of his work. Inko almost started laughing right there. Since when does a car mechanic travel for work? And to America. Inko had enough and demanded the truth. With some pressure, Hisashi broke down and confessed that he had another family. That day, Inko gave him 1 hour to gather his things and never appear in front of her again. That night, she cried bitter tears. She loved Hisashi so much, and this is what she gets. Izuku asked her what had happened, and she said that Hisashi had to move urgently to America because of his work. Izuku obviously didn't buy the excuse, but this was the last time Hisashi was ever mentioned in the house. Time passed, and Izuku kept coming home sad. He became hesitant to go to daycare, whereas before, he loved to go. It was obvious that something was going on, but no matter how much she asked, Izuku would not tell. This continued for another year. After starting elementary school, Izuku began to come home injured. He would always make an excuse saying that he had fallen, or that he was playing and the other kids took it a bit too far. She didn't believe it for a single moment. But the last straw was when Izuku came home crying with a note from the teachers saying that he had been suspended for starting a fight with his classmates that ended up breaking 3 desks. Izuku clearly had a broken arm and was crudely immobilized. With a lot of coaxing from her, Izuku finally relented and told her about the bullying he was suffering at school. Now, one thing must be said about mothers. Never mess with a mother, especially a mother known for intimidating pro-heroes on a daily basis, and who has more than her share of favors owed to her. The next day, she called in one of these favors in the form of small bugs capable of turning off security cameras for a few minutes. With this in hand, she marched into Izuku's school, deactivating every single camera on her path, and practically burst into the principal's office. She sent the director her most intimidating look, the same one that made even Endeavor shut up while she was treating him after a raid. "I'm here to talk about my son," she says. "I talked to him yesterday, and he told me a few interesting things that been happening here. I mean, Midoriya is a troublemaker, Midoriya-san." The principal replies with a frown. "He's always picking fights with other students, being disruptive in class, and leaving a mess behind. Just yesterday 3 desks were broken because of him." "Is that so?" Inko asks. "Then you don't mind showing me the recordings I know you keep," she says in a sweet tone. After all, it's required by law for every classroom to have security cameras. "Well, you see, there was a small accident, and we lost the recordings." The principal makes an excuse. "Oh, really?" she asks. "Well, then time for plan B. Do you know what my quirk is, Mr. Principal?" "I'm not sure," the man replies. "Why?" "Oh, it's quite simple to be honest. My quirk allows me to pull small objects towards me. It doesn't matter the weight, as long as it's small, I can pull." She raises her hand towards the man, and he straightens with a pained expression. Internal organs are pretty small, don't you think? Are you threatening me? The man asks. Me. She laughs and tugs onto the man's heart. I'm just the sweet head nurse of Mustafu's hospital hero ward. Who would believe that I threatened you? I have cameras. He replies. No, you don't. She smiles frighteningly at him. I made sure to deactivate all the cameras, so there is no proof that I was even here today. She tugs once more and approaches him. So that's what will happen from now on. You will treat my son with respect, and you will not let the bullying continue because I assure you of one thing. If I have to come back here, I will leave here in a police van, and you will leave this room in a body bag. Are we clear? Crystal clear, Midoriya-san. The principal, now pale as a corpse, nods quickly. Good. She put her sweet nurse smile on her face. And I want this suspension off his record. Of course, it was all just a big misunderstanding. The principal says, Midoriya-kun can come back tomorrow, and we'll make sure to investigate this bullying case. Perfect. She turns to leave. Now I have to go. My shift starts in 1 hour. Have a nice day, principal. As she left, Inko smiles as she heard the principal sighing in relief. Divided by. Izuku doesn't know what his mom did, but whatever it was, it worked. His suspension was removed after only 1 day, and the kids who attacked him were suspended in his place. The teacher apologized for the misunderstanding, and since then, he has stepped in when he sees bullying going on. Not perfect. The students keep calling him Deku and other offensive names, but at least they have stopped hitting him. The main bully remains Kaken, who takes every possible opportunity to call Izuku useless and brag about how superior he is. But even he cannot attack Izuku without being punished by the teachers. He stopped trying after the 3rd detention. Although he doesn't like the insults, being treated fairly by the teachers is enough to make the school experience enjoyable. After all, Izuku has always enjoyed learning, and this is something he doubts will ever change. 4 years pass with no sign of Izuku's quirk manifesting. On his 9th birthday, his mom gets a day off from work to spend it with him. Izuku has no friends, and after admitting that Kaken was his main bully at school, his mom ended up distancing herself a bit from Mitsuki. They are still on good terms but no longer best friends like they used to be. Because of this, the celebration ends up being just Izuku and his mom eating a cake she baked. But that's more than enough for Izuku. Izu, dear, can you go fetch the plates? His mom asks. Okay, mom. Izuku replies and starts running for the kitchen. Don't run, dear, you'll fall. I'm fine, mom. Don't. Whoa, Izuku trips on something and falls face first to the floor. I'm okay, he says and hears his mom chuckling. When he looks back, he sees their Roomba moving around. Looks like they forgot to put it away. Again, Izuku reaches to pick it up but stops when he suddenly sees some white tendrils sticking out of his fingertips. The tendrils move to the Roomba and attach themselves to it. Concentrating, something similar to a screen appears in front of Izuku. What is that? Izuku mumbles. On the screen is a large square white arena. In the center of the arena is a still black sphere, and at the bottom is a white triangular ship. Izuku thinks for a moment, and as he concentrates on the ship, it begins to move. It takes him only a few seconds to understand exactly how to move the ship, and then he concentrates on the black sphere. The ship starts shooting white projectiles at the sphere, which explodes and disappears after being hit a few times. The interface darkens slightly, and the message "hacking complete" appears in underlined capital white letters. After this, the interface disappears, but Izuku still feels something. As he concentrates similarly to how he did with the ship, the Roomba starts to move. Izuku is startled, and the Roomba stops. He focuses again, and the Roomba moves again, vacuuming the floor. Izuku realizes that he is the one controlling the Roomba. This can only mean one thing. Izu, dear. His mom enters the kitchen. Are you okay? Izuku turns to his mom with his biggest smile, then points to the Roomba. Mom, look. He concentrates, and Roomba starts moving. I finally have my quirk. That's amazing, Izu, she says. What happened? I tripped on the Roomba and went to pick it up when those white things came out of my fingers. He concentrates on severing his connection to the Roomba, and it happens. Then he raises his hand, and once more, the tendrils come out. See, like this. The tendrils touch the Roomba and again the interface comes back. And then this interface appeared. But this time, it only asks if he wants to control the Roomba, and Izuku thinks yes. Then he's in control of the small robot again. I can't see anything, Izu, his mom says, but I can see you're controlling it. That's amazing. Does this mean I can be a hero now? Izuku asks. Oh dear, quirk or no quirk, I know you can be the best hero. His mom replies. Immediately, tears well up in his eyes, and Izuku jumps into a hug. His mom skillfully catches him and returns the hug, adding her own tears to the mix. After all, they wouldn't be Midoriya's without a lot of tears. Izuku wakes up in a weird place. It is all dark. Looking around, there are several corridors made up of 0 seconds and 1 second. He can't remember how he got here. Looking down, he realizes that his feet are not touching the floor. There doesn't even seem to be any floor here. Is this a dream? He tries to pinch his cheek, but besides the pain, nothing happens. Ouch, I guess not. It takes him a few minutes of practice to learn how to move in this strange place. Once he gets used to it, he begins to explore the area. Approaching the weird walls, he finds a door, but as he tries to open it, an interface appears in front of his face asking for a password. He tries some random passwords, but nothing works. Frustrated, he runs his hand over the interface, and it closes. Then he extends his hand toward the strange doorknob. White tendrils emerge from his arm and connect to the door, and then an interface with a ship appears, just like when he tried to control the Roomba. This time, the black sphere in the center of the screen has two small silver barriers floating around it. As expected, the barriers block the ship's shots, but there is enough space between the barriers to shoot. Destroying the sphere opens the door, and the message "Hacking complete" appears in the interface. Entering the door, he finds himself in a room with the same walls of 0 seconds and 1 second as the hallway. The place is full of cubes, and when he gets close to them, he sees little pictures. Curiously, he touches one of the cubes, and his interface opens again, playing a video of someone he doesn't know at a party. He tests another cube, and this time it's a video of a woman dancing ballet. Deciding that this is private, he closes the video and continues searching until he finds a video with All Might. Opening, the video shows a street with a lot of debris on the ground. "Run, Izuku." He hears his mom's voice in his head. The recording points to a pile of rubble, from which the rescue team pulls a lifeless child. Izuku's eyes widen because he recognizes this kid. It's him. But how? He asks, looking at his own hands. "Am I dead?" The camera moves again. The policemen are moving another body. "Mom," Izuku says. Tears gather in his eyes and fall down on the infinite void he's in. What happened? The camera shows a few policemen bringing a man in handcuffs, and suddenly it all starts coming back to Izuku. He was going with his mom to finally register his quirk. He even got to skip school today. But then, a villain attack happened, and they got trapped. "It's All Might," someone yelled. "Have no fear," All Might proudly says. "Because I am here." Izuku was excited. He had the chance to see All Might fighting in person. His mom wasn't so excited. She picks him up and starts running. But the villain was going in the same direction. Then, as the villain was just in front of them, Detroit, All Might charges his punch. "Wait, All Might," someone yells. There's some smash. All Might either doesn't hear or ignores the warning. The punch hits the villain, but the displaced wind hits Izuku and his mom, sending them flying. His mom tries to protect Izuku with her body. "Run, Izuku," his mom says to him. But before he could, a pile of rubble fell on them, burying Izuku and his mom. Izuku brings a hand to his face. He can't stop crying. "Did All Might kill my mom and me? It's a tragedy that this happened, but at least it was just a quirkless child." Izuku jumps as he hears All Might's voice and then looks back at the video. All Might is talking to a police officer, and despite his gentle words, he doesn't look the least saddened. He's still with his smile. If it wasn't now, it would happen soon anyway. The mother didn't deserve that, though. Izuku feels like his world was just shattered. The tears stop falling immediately, and Izuku just stares in shock. Just a quirkless child. So his death doesn't matter because he's quirkless? Is this what All Might thinks? Izuku stops paying attention and just focuses on his mom's body being carried away. The video ends a few seconds later, and the interface vanishes. It doesn't take long to put two and two together. Despite what his teachers say, Izuku is not dumb. Somehow, just before he died, Izuku uploaded his mind to some nearby device. Judging by the videos he found, it's someone's cell phone. Leaving the room through the same door he came in. This time, the hallway is different. Instead of the abstract walls of 0 seconds and 1 second, it is a long corridor resembling a hotel he once went to when his parents were still together. Above the door he has just left is a design similar to theater curtains. Izuku mentally notes this symbol as the video gallery. Each door in the corridor has a similar design. Some are open, and others require a password. Just like the Roomba, hacking passwords is immensely easy. In a few minutes, Izuku has access to the entire cell phone. But he stays away from the messages, respecting the person's privacy. Being stuck here, he can't even attend his mom's funeral. He's stuck on this cell phone for a few weeks, only using the internet to distract himself and keep himself busy. He finds out that his mom's funeral was a big event. He knows his mom was the beloved head nurse of the hero ward. Many heroes cry for her. He also learns that All Might couldn't be bothered to show up. All the admiration that Izuku once felt for All Might has evaporated in these weeks. Instead, he feels only anger, even more so as he does some research. All Might is the main culprit for the quirkless people suffering such discrimination today. He has never explicitly said it, but he constantly implies in interviews that the quirkless are less evolved and that they can't do anything. He constantly implies that a person is useless simply because they aren't able to change the color of their own hair. In the years after All Might appeared, the rate of hate crimes and discrimination against quirkless people rose astronomically. Izuku doesn't know what to do with this knowledge. One day, he senses other machines around, concentrating on them. Another interface appears in front of him, and Izuku jumps into the other machine, appearing in a much larger room. Looking around a bit, he realizes that he's in a cyber cafe. Well, I guess this place is better than a cell phone, Izuku mutters as he looks around. The security here is higher than on the cell phone, but he still doesn't have much trouble hacking. He soon gets access to the cameras, and for the first time in weeks, he can see for himself. After a while, he decides he'll stay here. As he explores his new home, he thinks about what he'll do now. Midoriya Izuku is legally dead. No one knows he is there. And frankly, Izuku doesn't know if he would like to come back. His mom, the only person who loved him, is dead. All Might is an idiot, and Izuku will make him pay one day. But for now, he has a quirk to learn how to use. Divided by. The Midoriya's funeral was much bigger than anyone would have expected. All the heroes who had once passed through Mustafu's hospital showed up to pay their respects. The fury they feel for All Might is enormous, even more so because they all heard how he talked about the child who died because of him, as if it didn't matter. All Might has the great respect and adoration of the masses, but the heroes, those who know what goes on under the covers and the manipulation of the HPSC, know the truth. All Might has more innocent victims under his name than most of the villains he has apprehended. All Might may be respected by the public, but every good hero out there despises him. At Midoriya and Ko's funeral, many heroes share their experiences with her, the gentle yet firm nurse who always made sure they were well enough to fight another day. On that day, all Mustafu mourns the death of a gentle soul and a child who departed too soon. The heroes present observe as a tall man with curly hair approaches, crying. "Oh, Inko," the man cries, "I'm so sorry. You were the best thing that ever happened to me, and I threw everything away." If the resemblance to the dead child wasn't indication enough, this man's words would confirm it. He's Inko's ex-husband and Midoriya Izuku's father. Yet, with all the tears he sheds for his dead wife, he doesn't even mention his son. "What about Izuku?" A blonde woman that was close asks. "Who?" The man replies, looking at her. The woman furiously punches him in the face. "Your son, you cheating son of a bitch." The woman screams at him. "The kid that you abandoned. And why?" "Because he didn't have a quirk. Because you couldn't keep your pants on. Don't you dare come here and cry for Inko-chan when you're the one who cheated on her and abandoned her." "Mitsuki," the man tries, but the woman punches him again. "Shut up," she screams again. "You either leave, or I'll make you leave. You don't get to come here and act like a regretful husband. You never deserved Inko. You never deserved Izuku. Go spit your lies to someone who gives a F." The screaming continues, but no one stops the woman. No one has the heart for it. And frankly, there isn't a single person there who doesn't think that man deserves it. He deserves worse. The funeral continues after the man runs away with his tail between his legs. That day, 2 coffins are buried, and life goes on. No one would imagine that the child they have just buried is actually still alive. Far away, unaware of anything happening, Izuku is beginning to explore his new quirk. A few months have passed since Izuku began using the cyber cafe as his base of operations. In that time, he has learned a lot about his quirk. Analyzing quirks has always been his passion, after all. But something else happened. Since he entered these computers, his processing capacity has increased hundreds of times compared to when he was human. His theory is that his processing power will increase or decrease depending on what kind of machine he installed himself in. Another thing Izuku discovered is that he's able to download knowledge from the internet directly into his mind. But he doesn't like to do that. He feels like he's cheating, so he only does this if he needs immediate access to some kind of knowledge. Other than that, he prefers to read and learn the old-fashioned way. Well, old-fashioned is used in a very loose way here. Even reading normally, he can process millions of words in a second and read several things simultaneously. After a few days of studying his quirk, he discovers a few things. His quirk is, at its base, an advanced form of technopathy. His tendrils can stretch up to 10 meters, and he can hack and manipulate any machine they touch long enough. He can launch his tendrils from any device that is currently hosting him. The tendrils are intangible and invisible to the naked eye. Once inside the machine, he can basically control it as he sees fit. Depending on what he tries to hack, he may need to hack several times until he has access to everything. How he sees the place he's in depends on his level of understanding. When he first entered the cell phone, he was simply viewing pure data. But once he understood how his quirk worked, he could shape the data, thus creating the corridors. He can manipulate the data to take almost any shape he desires. He was also able to simulate all of his senses with the data. The most difficult ones were smell and taste. He doesn't need to eat, but he can create yummy treats and eat them without any negative repercussions. So why wouldn't he take advantage? What the doctor had said about Izuku having a sweet tooth was completely on the spot. He also created a room for himself, identical to his old bedroom, except for all the All Might's merch, which was replaced by other heroes' merch. Izuku can enter anywhere he has some kind of gateway. The easiest way to access it is via internet, but he can hack machines without internet access if the device hosting him is close enough to them. When he was thinking about what to call his quirk, he remembered all the kids at school ridiculing him for his analysis of heroes and quirk. Stalker notes, they called the analysis. Feeling petty, Izuku decides to call his quirk cyber stalking. Unfortunately for Izuku, even the internet can only do so much to appease his boredom. The fact that he can go through almost the entire internet in a few minutes doesn't help much with that. In less than a month, he must have seen every post on every hero forum in existence and watched every video about heroes on the internet, and analyzed every hero with some kind of data released to the public. After this, he decides to start watching the heroes live. There are cameras all over the city, and by using them, Izuku can follow practically any hero in existence. When the camera he was hosting was destroyed during a fight, Izuku discovered that if the device hosting him is destroyed, he will be sent back to the last device he was in. Following and watching heroes closely also made him more and more disappointed in society. So many heroes act just as bad or even worse than the villains they arrest. Of course, not all heroes are bad. Izuku found several heroes he still adores and always follows on his patrols. Eraserhead, Present Mike, Ingenium, Midnight, Edshot, Best Genist, Maruko, Gang Orca, Fatgum, and Ruku, to name a few. There are others, but he sticks to this group. As for the villains in costume, Izuku has a great time compiling all the dirt he can find on them and sending them directly to the police. Some of them the police can handle without much trouble, but those who are at the top of the rankings and who think they are untouchable because of it, these Izuku releases to the public eye and lets the masses deal with them. It doesn't take long for Izuku to get a reputation. People start calling him the Hero Crusher, clearly comparing him to the Hero Killer Stain. Izuku isn't thrilled about being compared to a killer, but he brushes it aside. It's not like anyone could do anything against him. Soon after, he decides to hack the HPSC in search of information about a hero. Frankly, it is disappointing how easy it is for him to get into their servers. Their security is laughable. But as Izuku hacks them, he is even more disappointed by what he finds. The sheer corruption in this institution is absurd. So many crimes committed by heroes are covered up every day. He also finds all the secrets of All Might, that he was injured in a fight against a villain a few weeks ago. This explains why he has been so absent lately. And then, the worst part, he finds out about One for All Might's quirk that can be passed from person to person. And All Might was quirkless before he got the quirk. From that moment on, Izuku vows that he will destroy this hypocrite's career, no matter how long it takes. He knows that society is practically on All Might's back. As much as he wishes he could just release everything to the public, he can't do that yet. Society is not ready for this revolution, and innocent people will suffer if he is careless. For now, All Might may continue to sit on his throne of bones, but his time will come. First, he has other fish to fry. A huge flaming fish known as Endeavor. The ease of hacking the HPSC makes Izuku's job extremely easy. Even more so with them keeping all the evidence against their heroes locked up with them, probably for future blackmail. This is a project that Izuku takes his time with, and he cherishes every second of it. First, he gets the videos that show the great collateral damage that Endeavor is always causing. The fatality rates in his captures, even against a simple purse snatcher. The countless civilians and even sidekicks who died in his crossfire. Day after day, he releases the videos. And just when the Endeavor PR team starts to fight the damage, he releases the next one. It doesn't take long before Endeavor's credibility is completely undermined, and he starts to lose places in the hero rankings. The final nail in the coffin is when Izuku releases what Endeavor did to his family. The contracts that trapped Todoroki Rei in a quirk marriage. The videos of the training he did with both his older and younger son. How his eldest son's death was basically his fault. His neglect of his other children. Izuku is a little worried about the rest of the family, but they are taken in by another hero. And Izuku makes sure to check that this is a good hero in person. Powerloader is apparently a good hero, but Izuku will keep an eye out. The fall of Endeavor is the last straw for HPSC. Izuku's infamy reaches astronomical levels. The Hero Commission soon announces that the Hero Crusher is a rank of villain and offers great rewards for any information about him. Little do they know that Izuku possesses all the information necessary to destroy them if he wanted to. But he understands that now is not the time for this. The fall of the HPSC will cause a collapse in the whole society. Despite what the HPSC has declared, Izuku doesn't want to be a villain. He decides to turn his attention elsewhere. The hero killer Stain. Stain is difficult to locate, but Izuku finds some videos of him on the internet. His speech about how the hero society is corrupt, and so far, he agrees. There are too many fake heroes. But when Stain says that the only real hero is All Might, Izuku can't stand it and starts laughing. He decides to contact the villain himself. Divided by Akaguro Chisome, Stain has just plunged his sword into the chest of yet another fake hero. This cursed man used his fame to attract women and then abused them. Stain doesn't feel an ounce of pity for him and simply leaves him abandoned in the alley until he dies from the bleeding. He soon escapes from the place before anyone sees him. Once he is far enough away, he takes off his mask and continues walking. It has been a few months since he lost his nose, and he has gotten used to the sensation, but he still feels phantom pains in the area from time to time. Suddenly, a nearby phone booth starts ringing, and he feels watched, but looking around, there is nothing but a security camera in front of a closed restaurant. He ignores the phone booth and keeps walking, but the feeling doesn't go away, and every phone booth he passes starts ringing. Tired of this, he angrily enters the phone booth and answers, immediately hearing a robotic voice, probably altered by some device. "Hello, Stain, glad you finally decided to take my call. I was about to call you on your personal phone if you kept ignoring me." The voice greets him. "Who the hell you?" Stain asks. "Someone with information. Your crusade is a noble one, but you are misguided on your concept of true and fake heroes." The voice replies, "I'm not misguided. I know the difference between a good hero and a fake one." Stain growls. "And yet, you say the only true hero is All Might. You ignore underground heroes. And any hero that as much as have merch is a fake in your books." The voice chuckles. "Even though All Might is the biggest showman of all heroes, he's still a true hero in your books. What's your point?" Stain asks angrily. Stain gets a notification on his phone. When he looks, it's an email with many files attached. "This is everything I have on All Might. Read it, and when you're ready, call this number." Then he hangs the call. Stain frowns and looks over the files. They all have the HPSC seal. It's then that it dawns at him. This was the Hero Crusher. Their methods might differ, but they both are fighting to eliminate the fake heroes. He decides to read the files later. If half the reputation the Hero Crusher has is trustworthy, then these files are the real deal. He's not ready at all for what he's about to find. Divided by Izuku knows he's about to shatter Stain's entire perspective, and the man will need at least a few days to process what he'll learn. There's also the HPSC problem, but he can leave them for later. For now, he ignores them and moves on to his next target, UA. Izuku already knows everything about all the heroes registered under the HPSC, except for those who work at the UA. Nezu keeps all information about his employees under lock and key. Izuku needs to know if it's just a matter of security or if they have something to hide. With this in mind, he finds a gateway to UA's security system and begins hacking. At first, he feels disappointed. The first barrier is so easy to overcome. The security is only a little higher than that of HPSC. Too easy. He soon eats his words. After breaking the third barrier, Izuku could barely access basic information such as the school janitor's name and the supply cabinet's location. This is useless to him. He continues onward, getting information about the students' allergies. Apparently, they have someone who is allergic to water. Interesting but also useless. From then on, security is increased to a level that Izuku can describe as bullet hell. He feels like he is playing Touhou Project with the number of projectiles he has to dodge while trying to destroy the next core. Despite his efforts, a shot hits him, forcing him off the servers. Izuku keeps trying, this time leaving a backdoor so that he doesn't have to do it all over again in case he fails. On the fourth attempt, he finally manages to break the core, but he doesn't end up where he expected. Instead, he finds himself in a dark room with only a huge interface in front of his face showing an office chair with its back to the camera. It is a pleasure to finally be able to talk to the legendary Hero Crusher. "You've made quite a name for yourself, you know," a cheerful voice says from behind the chair. The chair slowly rotates until it faces the camera, revealing some kind of anthropomorphic rodent wearing a suit. Still, I did not expect a hacker of his caliber to fall into such a simple. The rodent, who Izuku knows it's Nezu, blinks as he looks at Izuku on his screen. Trap. A kid. A giant cursor arrow goes to Izuku and drags him to the center of the screen. "Hey, let me go." Izuku struggles, trying to free himself from the cursor. "Are you really the Hero Crusher?" The rat asks. "No, of course you are. I made sure you would be the only one who could get here. Still, I was expecting someone bigger. I'm not small." Izuku pouts and looks away. "I meant someone older." The rat tries again. "I'm already 10. That's double digits." Izuku replies, showing his two hands. The strange interaction between the two was the first step in creating a relationship that would make even the greatest of heroes, and the worst of villains, tremble with fear. Few things in this world can surprise Nezu. That is the advantage of possibly being the most intelligent creature in the world. Unfortunately, this also means that life can be very boring for him. One of the few entertainments he has is his weekly chess matches with his former personal student. However, things in these last few weeks have become incredibly interesting, all because of a new villain. The only thing this so-called villain has done is expose the corruption of several heroes that the HPSC was hiding. and they did a good job with that. But of course, the HPSC didn't like that, especially when it cost them their number 2 hero. Nezu knew that it was only a matter of time before the so-called Hero Crusher went after his files. After all, the files of the heroes who work for him are kept under lock and key. With this in mind, Nezu set a trap for them. He only wanted to talk, so the trap would take him to a chat room where they could speak peacefully without the risk of being traced. Now, as already stated, very few things in this world surprised Nezu. Discovering that the rank of villain known as Hero Crusher is actually a 10-year-old child is one of them. The fact that this child died and was buried a year ago is another. In short, this child managed to surprise Nezu twice in less than 10 minutes, something unprecedented for the Chimera. After the initial shock, Nezu has another pleasant discovery. This boy is brilliant and suspicious, but that is to be expected from someone with so much knowledge. No one discovers the things he has discovered about the heroes without being disappointed by them. Yet Nezu wants to have this boy as his student. A mind like this needs to be cultivated, but with someone so wary, he can't just offer himself as a mentor. But Nezu doesn't mind playing the long game. He just needs to play his cards right. "Will you let me go?" the kid asks him after they speak for a few minutes. "Well, I don't want to arrest you, and I doubt I could in the first place." The kid giggles, confirming that he also doesn't think Nezu can catch him. "But before you go, how about a game?" "What kind of game?" the kid asks, narrowing his eyes. "I'm quite particular to chess." Nezu replies, "I can even throw something in for you." "I'm listening." The kid replies, "You wanted the files on my employees, right? Well, I'll give you one for each victory against me." A risky gamble, but Nezu doesn't intend to lose. "Can I choose which one?" So he wants someone specific. "It's fine by me," Nezu replies, "but whether you win or lose, only one file per day. We can play more if you want, but only for fun. And if I lose, win not if, you have to answer a question." Nezu replies, "I won't force you to tell me anything. And you can pass a question if you don't want me to reply. But if you pass, I get to ask another question until you answer one." The kid pouts and taps his cheek a few times. Then he nods. "All right, I accept," the kid says. With this, Nezu sets up the interface for the chess game. The boy is clever but evidently an amateur. The first game is easily won by Nezu. "Checkmate," he announces. "Looks like." The kid replies, "What's your question?" "Your name." Nezu already knows the kid's name, but the kid doesn't know that, and he's sure that if he knew, he'd probably run. "No, pass," the kid replies. "Very well, in this case." Nezu thinks for a few moments. "Favorite color?" The kid blinks a few times like he wasn't expecting this question at all. "Red," he replies. "Is that really your question? I'm more interested in learning about you than anything else." Nezu shrugs. "I can ask other questions when you trust me enough to answer them. It still feels like I'm cheating." The kid replies, "If I had one, I'd get one of your files on a hero. Doesn't look like a fair exchange. You seem to have pretty solid morals for a villain." Nezu observes, "I'm not a villain." The kid replies, indignant, "Despite the HPSC labeling me as such. I don't want to destroy society or something like that. I just want the villains in costume to pay for their crimes, especially All Might." "All Might?" Nezu asks. "Why All Might?" "Sorry, sir. You'll need to win another game tomorrow to ask this." The kid replies. "And will you answer?" Nezu asks, and the kid just shrugs, which Nezu interprets as a no. "Well, I'd be happy if you visited again," he says and sends a token on the screen. "You can use this to access my personal PC without having to go through all this hassle again." "It was a hassle," the kid mutters, "but it was also fun. I never had so much difficulty hacking someone." "You're welcome to keep trying," Nezu replies. "Of course, if you do pass my firewall, I'll make sure to upgrade it so it never happens again. I'd be disappointed otherwise." The kid replies, "Thank you for the game, sir. I'll visit another time." Then the avatar on his screen disappears, leaving no traces that he was ever there. Not even Nezu can track him. There's no way this kid is just a really good hacker. There must be a quirk at play. But what exactly is it? Oh well, Nezu always loved a good puzzle. And this kid is the best puzzle he got in decades. Hurrying up would only spoil the fun. As Nezu cackles into his teacup, all the teachers at UA feel a chill run down their spines. Divided by, Izuku has to admit his conversation with Principal Nezu was fun. It was the first time he had ever played chess, and he knew he wouldn't win. But he was prepared to answer some questions. He didn't expect the question to be what his favorite color was, but he still answered honestly. He is sure that the rodent is up to something, but if it is problematic, Izuku can just disappear. He knows that in his current state, he is practically untouchable, except maybe for a computer virus. In fact, Izuku should probably start researching some way to protect himself in case someone discovers his virtual mind. His whole mind has been converted into computer code, which means that, like any program, he can be hacked if he's not careful. Well, that's a problem for later because now, he's getting a call on the number he gave Stain. so he activates the program to mask his voice and answers it. "Hello, Stain," it greets. "Is this really true?" Stain's voice is strained. "All Might is supposed to be the one true hero, and you're telling me he's just another fake? This is what the HPSC hides from the public." Izuku confirms. "One day, he might have been a true hero, but he fell down from grace. Then he needs to be called too." Stain growls. "You won't touch him, Akaguro Chisome." Izuku threatens. "All Might is mine. I just showed this to show you how you're misguided in your definition. You killed some good heroes, too, you know." "What do you mean?" Stain asks. "Red Light." Izuku names a hero that was killed 2 months ago. "You killed him after he used the money from his hero work to buy a huge plot of land. Well, the plot was to be used to build a charity center for homeless people. Your mission is noble, but your way of operating is based on ideals that are impossible to achieve. After all, you believe that heroes should not be paid for their deeds, but how can they even live if they are not paid? A person doesn't live on goodwill alone." Izuku continues. "If the person is a good hero, why should their motives matter? As long as they save lives and are not horrible humans, it's enough." "You're saying I should stop hunting fake heroes?" Stain asks. "Of course not. I'm not stopping anytime soon." Izuku replies. "I'm asking you to start looking at who are really fake heroes. For instance, Fat Gum. He has been known to visit all the food stalls he finds during his patrols. On paper, he is neglecting his patrol to eat. But is he really?" He chuckles. "Let's look at a few facts. Fat Gum Quirk works off his fat reserves. He's one of the most efficient heroes, and his patrol routes are among the safest ones. They weren't like that before he started patrolling them. And by visiting food stalls, he is helping the vendors. After all, what better marketing than having a famous hero eating at your stall?" "Then what should I do?" Stain asks. By now, he just sounds lost. "I'd suggest looking into underground heroes. They are the closest you'll find of the true heroes you talk to." Izuku replies. "And before calling another fake hero, make sure they are really fake." He pauses for a moment. "If in doubt, call this number again. I can help you. Our methods may be different, Stain, but we want the same thing." "You gave me a lot to think about." Stain sighs. "I think I'll take some time to reflect on it. But thank you. And if you encounter a fake hero that you can't handle using the system, point me in their direction. I'll take care of the problem." Then he hangs the call. Well, looks like Izuku did a good job. Only time can say what will happen to Stain now. "Favorite food?" Nezu asks after his third win. "Once it was Katsuden." Izuku replies. "But now, anything sweet. I'm particular to caramel, though. I quite like honey, to be honest." Nezu says. "I'm not sure if it's the blame lies in the bear in me or the mental quirk. Probably both, to be honest." Izuku shrugs. He extends his hand and concentrates. Then a caramel candy appears in his hand. "That's an interesting trick." Nezu comments. "Well, I can eat candy without risking a sugar crash or having diabetes." Izuku shrugs. "I'd be dumb not to take advantage of this. Now, why don't you ask something?" Nezu says. "I'd been learning a lot about you, but you still know nothing about me." Izuku thinks for a few seconds. Then the cup in Nezu's hand catches his attention. "What are you drinking?" he asks. "Oh, this." Nezu shows his cup to the camera. "It's sweet tea. Basically, black tea sweetened while still brewing. I like to sweeten it with honey and add a bit of lemon." "That actually sounds pretty good. Izuku should try making it. If you want, I can teach you how to make it." "Yes, please," Izuku replies. "It has been a while since I tried anything new." In his 15th match, Izuku finally managed to beat Nezu. To be honest, he has been training hard these past few days, but all the training has paid off. To his surprise, Nezu doesn't seem bothered by his defeat. He almost seems proud. "Well, a deal is a deal. I will give you the files of one of the teachers. Who do you want?" Nezu asks. "Power Loader." Izuku asks, making Nezu raise an eyebrow. "I need to know if the kids are safe with him. They were already abused by a hero. I won't let it happen again. I can assure you that Power Loader is treating the Todorokis well." Nezu replies, and Izuku feels the files getting to the email he uses. "But you can see for yourself." "Thank you, sir." Izuku nods, then start looking over the files, which appear in front of him in the form of paper sheets. Excavation Hero, Power Loader. Quirk, Iron Claws. Birthday, September 17. Blood type, A. Height, 155 centimeters. He has pretty good stats, especially his power and intelligence. But that is not what Izuku is looking for. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Casualty reports, collateral damage, civilian comments, psychological evaluation. As every hero should, Power Loader regularly sees a therapist. He has no buried crime reports or any kind of illegal deal. His licenses, both hero and support, are up to date, and all safety courses are up to date. Overall, everything seems to be fine. This is enough for the moment for Izuku to accept that the Todorokis are safe. "Okay," Izuku says, looking at Nezu. "He seems safe, but make sure he treats them well. They deserve it. Every kid deserves a good family." Nezu replies, "You too, and I'd still have, if it were not for a bastard with too much power and too little sense." Izuku grumbles, "But that's beside the point. If you ever want to talk, I'm here for you." Nezu says, "Maybe one day." Izuku replies, "But not today." He can't say he trusts Nezu enough yet. He does like the Chimera. It feels like he's his first friend since Kaken. But Kaken betrayed him. Will Nezu betray Izuku as well? The worst part of being technically a computer program is that Izuku rarely has anything to occupy his time. Practically everything he tries to do, he only needs a few seconds. He was already considered quite intelligent even before his quirk manifested. But in his current state, modesty aside, he is a genius. And being a genius is a complete bore. The best part of his week is his chess matches with Nezu. But the Chimera is busy, so he can't play with Izuku all the time. Heck, just the time he manages to take to teach and play with Izuku is a lot considering he's not only a hero but also the principal of the biggest hero school in Japan. Before, he would be hacking hero agencies or the HPSC to get more information on the heroes. But even for that, there's only so much he can do. Heck, Izuku already has information on every single hero, Limelight, Twilight, and Underground, in Japan except for the UA employees. And Izuku is going a bit slower on his hero crusher shenanigans as for Nezu's suggestion. As much as he wants to purge Japan from the villains in costume, he doesn't want society to crash, so he's going a bit slower with his whole exposing heroes' crimes thing. He's more than willing to play the long game, anyway. But well, this means that he has a lot of free time at the moment, and he's about to go crazy if he doesn't find something to do soon. The idea came when Izuku was listening to one of Present Mike's podcasts, where the hero recounted a few of his funniest encounters during patrols. Like, really, listeners, I swear the guy's quirk was shooting popcorn from his fingers. And I'm not talking about those hard popcorn kernels. No, popped, soft popcorn. Why did he think this was a strong enough weapon to use against a pro hero? I have no idea, but my jacket smelled like butter for weeks. The situation was hilarious, and it gave Izuku an idea. He's already practically a stalker. He can easily start following heroes more often. It's not like he's going to get in their way. But first, with a mischievous grin, Izuku dials the number for the nearest movie theater from the Put Your Hands Up radio station. Divided by. Today was a very productive day for Yamada Hazashi. But to be fair, he always considers the days he works at his radio station productive. What can he say? He loves his program. His favorite part is when he can answer his listeners' calls, especially the little listeners. It is no secret to anyone who knows him that Hazashi wishes to have children of his own one day. Through adoption, of course. Sleeping with a woman is something that does not even cross his mind. The truth is that he only has eyes for one person, although he is too cowardly to dream of telling them how he feels. But that's not the point. The point is that he loves his radio station, but unfortunately, he can't stay there forever. It's time to go home to his empty apartment. That's the worst part of his day, but there's not much he can do. At least he and Nimuri managed to convince Shoto to go drink with them this weekend, so he has something to look forward to. It's important to always look at the positive side. He's about to pack his things when someone calls him. Hey, boss. His young intern, a second year in Hero Class B who just got his provisional license, says from the door of his Ash's office. Come on, little listener. How many times do I have to say? Quit with the boss. Azashi whines. I'll stop calling you boss when you stop calling me little listener. The boy replies with a smirk. Touché. Azashi replies. That's not happening anytime soon. So, what is it? Well, we just got a delivery. The boy replies, scratching his head. That no one here ordered. It came with a note addressed to you. All right, let me see. Azashi replies. His intern takes a step back and opens the door all the way. Then he enters with a giant bag of popcorn. Like, the thing is almost his size, and it's filled to the brim. Azashi blinks a few times at the bag, then looks back to his intern. Security checked, it's just popcorn. The boy replies, what a weird gift. Azashi replies as he picks up the note with the intern. Hey, Present Mike, I love your program. I hope you like my gift. It looked like you really like popcorn. MIDOS. Well, he has no idea who this Midos is, but there's no way he's about to waste a gift from one of his listeners. Assemble the entire staff on the 4th floor. Azashi says, grinning. We're having a surprise movie night. Sure thing, boss. His intern salutes and then leaves. Hazashi reads the note one more time, but there's absolutely no hint of who this Midori could be. But well, Hazashi will make sure to thank them in his next program. He can probably get some more funny patrol stories with his friends to tell later. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Divided by. Eraserhead looks warily around from his vantage position at the top of a building. He doesn't know how, but he's sure he's being observed. It's been going on since he left home for his patrol, but he hasn't caught even a shadow from his stalker. He doesn't feel any ill intention, but you can never be too careful in this profession. Eraserhead is an underground hero. and you don't survive as one without a healthy dose of paranoia. He knows he's not going crazy either because other heroes also mentioned the same feeling. Most of them came to become victims of Hero Crusher not long after. But Shoto is not worried about that. First of all, he has nothing to hide, and secondly, even if he did, an underground hero does not depend on public opinion. Besides, his numbers speak for him. The Hero Crusher has no reason to target him. His patrol has been pretty uneventful, which is honestly a rarity and usually would make him grateful. But today, he's on edge. "Hey, Eraser," an unknown voice says in his comms. "There's a drug dealing happening 2 streets down." "Who the hell are you, kid?" Eraserhead asks, but he's already moving in the direction he was guided. It could be a trap, but his gut says it's not. This frequency is private, and it's outrageously easy to hack. You should be more careful. If I were a villain, it would be dangerous. The kid replies, "And I'm not a kid." Your reaction says the opposite. Eraserhead says, "Would a kid be hacking hero comms to tip underground heroes in the location of criminals?" The kid shoots back, "I'd argue that only a kid would be dumb enough to do this." Eraserhead replies, "Found it, and right on time. Looks like something went wrong. They are about to start fighting." The kid says, "Be careful. The guy with the mohawk has an aiming quirk and a gun. Graybeard can leech energy via skin contact. Don't let him touch you. Both quirks you can erase, so you must be fine. There's a guy with an elephant mutation at the alley entrance, though. Be careful." Nodding, Eraserhead jumps down from the roof, falling on the man with the mohawk and already aiming Erasure at the second one. In less than a second, he has both men tied. There wasn't supposed to be any heroes in this area. "Who are you?" Mohawk guy asks. Shoto is about to reply when a song starts playing on his comms. "We're my haters. We're my haters. I don't got 'em. I'm not famous, no." "Are you serious?" Shoto asks with an unimpressed expression. "It don't matter what my name is. I don't got one. I'm not famous, no. And I don't hate it, no." As the song continues, Eraserhead hears the kid excitedly singing along. "Is that necessary?" Eraserhead asks once he hands over the criminals to the police and returns to his patrol route. "You can't say it's not a great song." The kid replies, "I can't listen to music on patrol, kid. Distractions are an invitation to a trip to the hospital or cemetery." Eraserhead argues, "This is why you're one of the best heroes." The kid replies, "Don't worry, Eraser. I'm keeping my eyes open. There's not a single purse snatcher in a radius of 3 miles. It makes me wonder where all the criminals went. Do I even want to know how you're doing this?" Eraserhead asks, "Same way I'm talking to you right now." The kid proudly explains, "A tip to whoever is in charge of the security. Changing the letter O for the number 0 doesn't make password a good password." Eraserhead sighs and pinches the bridge of his nose. "I'll pretend I didn't hear this. Go home, kid." "And who is to say I'm not home?" The kid replies, "I don't need to be on the streets to watch a bunch of security cameras. I am deleting the footage from the camera that caught you fighting those guys. By the way, you're welcome." Saying that, the kid disconnects from the comms. Problem child. Eraserhead sighs as he walks. Then he gets a ping on his phone, despite being sure his phone is completely mute. Checking it, he finds a video attachment. It's 15 seconds of footage of Eraserhead fighting a group of villains. He remembers this fight. It happened about 2 weeks ago. Then he gets a message. "You never know where there might be cameras. I deleted everything I found, but be careful. Keep up the good work, Eraserhead." Eraserhead, "Can I at least get a name, kid?" Well, I think I'll go by Midos, but you can call me Midos." Eraserhead, "All right. Stay safe, kid. Midos. Always, Eraser. Say hello to the cats for me." Did he mean the strays Eraserhead usually feeds? Or does he somehow know about his cats? Well, whoever this kid is, Eraserhead has the distinct impression that he's not someone he'll ever want as an enemy. He interacts with Nezu more than enough to know how powerful information really is. Shaking his head, Eraserhead goes back to his route. He still has 2 hours of patrol left before he can go back home to his cats. Divided by. Eraserhead is so cool. Izuku can't believe he got to talk to one of his favorite heroes. And Izuku helped him. That's the first time he interacts with a hero during patrol, and it went well. Maybe he could do it more. He was just planning to follow and watch heroes, but they could use a man in the chair, right? It's not like he could get in their way. And any information is always good to have, regardless of how it came to be. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. Maybe next time he talks to Eraserhead, Izuku could ask a few questions about his quirk too. That would be so amazing. Izuku has so many questions about Erasure, but until he wins against Nezu in another chess match, he won't have many chances to look into it. He should train some more to be ready for tomorrow's match. However, his plans are interrupted by a message. The only ones that Izuku gave one of his numbers are Nezu, Stain, and now Eraserhead. And Nezu never texts. Checking the message, he finds a text from Stain. "Stain, I need your help. I found my next target, but I want to confirm with you first." Well, it's better than him just going after the hero, guns blazing. Hopefully, it's not another innocent hero. Hero Crusher. Alright, who is it? Stain. What do you know about present Mike? Well, Sid. Oh, God, damn it, Stain. Izuku reads and rereads the message a few times. Of all the heroes he could have set his eyes on, why did it have to be present Mike? Hero Crusher. Why Mike? Stain. He's a showman. I looked into him. Present Mike barely makes any hero work. He focuses almost all his time on his other 2 jobs. I guess it's admirable that he works 3 jobs. But that's beside the point. Of course, that's the problem. Izuku sighs as he goes over everything he knows about present Mike, which is actually not that much. For such a public figure, he has surprisingly little about his person known. The only reason Izuku knows his civilian identity is because he has watched all of UAS Sports Festival videos from the last 20 years. Hero Crusher. Have you really looked into him? You're missing the point. Stain. What am I missing? He barely does any hero work. How he isn't a fake hero. Hero Crusher. Did you ever see his quirk? The man is practically a walking nuke. It would be dumb to have him catching purse snatchers. That's not the kind of hero he is. He's a heavy hitter and is always one of the first ones to be called for dangerous villains. And he's always the first one to respond when it happens. Stain. Still, shouldn't he do more? His quirk not being suited for it isn't an excuse. Hero Crusher. He does more, but you're looking at it the wrong way. Stain. What do you mean? Hero Crusher. We have hundreds, maybe thousands of heroes on the streets every day, catching petty criminals and low-level villains. Yes, he could do the same. But then he would be just one more hero. Instead, he chooses to do another kind of hero job. Link sent, link sent, link sent, link sent. Hear those, and I think you'll understand. Meanwhile, if you want a true fake hero, link sent. This one has been ripping off small businesses. He charges very high prices in exchange for protection. And for those who refuse to pay, he sends his sidekicks to disguise themselves as villains and destroy their business. This is a truly fake hero. Stain. I'll look into it, and I'll see those links you sent me. Thank you, Hero Crusher. Izuku sighs in relief as he reads the message. Crisis averted, for the time being. I hope it is enough to convince him that present Mike is a true hero. But well, that's something for future Izuku. For now, he has something else in mind. Izuku can't exactly enact his revenge at this moment. But that doesn't mean he can't be petty. And Izuku has been living on the internet for months. If there's one thing he learned, it is how to be petty. Divided by. The day started like any other for Yagi Toshinori. Well, like any other day of his new life, at least. Since his battle with All For One a few months ago, Toshinori has never been the same. His friendship with Mirai is all but ruined, and he can only be All Might for a few hours in the day. With each passing day, he can feel his body thinning. The only thing that keeps him going is One For All. Still, he is weakening. But it doesn't matter. He is All Might, Japan's #1 hero. He won't let anything stop him. Now that All For One is finally dead, it's no time to stop. The world needs him. That doesn't mean it's not hard to adapt to his new life without a lung and stomach, though. His new scar hurts like hell. His diet is so limited that one could say that it boils down to liquid foods. Still, he'd like to say his life is the same except for those details, but that's not true. For the last few days, weird things have been happening to him. Now, All Might has never been the most tech-savvy person in the world. Pretty much the opposite, to be honest. Mirai used to tease him about him being an old man who could barely use a phone. Rude. True, but rude. Still, despite not using it much, he knows how to use an email. Which begs the question, why suddenly he started receiving so many weird ads on his email? It's like every other hour, he gets an ad mail. It started quite simply, to be honest, with an ad from what used to be his favorite fast food, which he, unfortunately, can't eat anymore, so he unsubscribed from it. But the next day, he got ads from 3 other fast foods that he's sure he had never subscribed to before. And to make things even weirder, he also got an ad about cigarettes. Toshinori never smoked in his life, and he's certainly not going to start now. But this was yesterday. Today things got worse. When he checked his email, he found himself getting emails from 12 different pornographic sites. What the heck? He never subscribed to any of those. But before he could question anything further, his doorbell rings. Toshinori sighs and goes to check. He can see what this is about later. At his door, he finds a delivery man with several boxes. Package for Yagi Toshinori. Toshinori raises an eyebrow as he signs it. He didn't order anything. Have a good day. Toshinori sighs at the many boxes and looks around, making sure the delivery man left. And there's no one looking. He quickly buffs up and gets all the boxes inside. Okay, what the hell is that? He mutters, grabbing a box cutter to open them. Toshinori's eyes immediately widen as he opens the first one. Inside is a box of condoms. On a better look, he realizes they are all S size. There's also a note in the box. Do the world a favor. Use them. And on the other side of the note, I don't think your right hand can get pregnant, but better be safe. Toshinori has a coughing fit that ends up with him spilling blood all over his shirt. Now, Toshinori is no stranger to hate mail, even as the symbol of peace. He knows there are people who don't like All Might, though he hasn't received one in a long time. But these boxes are not addressed to All Might. They are addressed to Yagi Toshinori, All Might's quirkless secretary. This is something that never happened before. What could he have done for someone to send him hate mail? And how did that person even found out where he lives? His private information is very well guarded, just like everyone who works at the Might Tower. Toshinori decides to check the other boxes, and to his dismay, they aren't any better. They are all filled with very pointed, and not subtle in the least, jabs at him. From jokes about his age with things like Viagra, retirement homes flyers, and even a box of adult diapers, though the most mortifying ones were a box with a giant All Might-themed dildo. He's sure it's not official merch. He would never have approved of this. With a note, a big dick for a bigger dick. And even worse, a sex doll with All Might's face. Oh God, I can't believe this exists. With a note, hey, now you can go F yourself. Literally. Again, Toshinori can't understand why he's getting those. Could this person know who he really is? No, that's impossible. Before he could think any more of it, his phone rings, and he notices it's the PR chief of the Might Tower. Yagi speaking. Toshinori answers. Yagi-san, we don't know how it happened, but someone hacked into All Might's official accounts on social media. As PR chief says, there's suddenly a series of very inappropriate posts about All Might looking for, and I quote, a suitable dom partner for my sub-heart, and describing in disturbing details his preferences. Toshinori gets very red at the thought. How did that even happen? He asks. We don't know, sir. There have been no safety breaches that we know of, and no traces of the hacker. Either we're dealing with someone inside, or a ghost. A ding from his laptop calls Toshinori's attention. This is the sound of a new email. What should we do, sir? Toshinori walks to his laptop and opens the new email while thinking of a new course of action. But as soon as he opens the mail, his eyes widen. Toshinori pales and starts coughing blood. Yagi-san, are you okay? I'll call you later, Toshinori says. Urgent matters have just come up. I trust you to handle this problem. Understood, sir. The PR chief replies, then hangs the call. Toshinori rubs his face as he looks at the new email. There's a short recording included in the email, one that he recognizes as it happened just a few minutes ago. The recording shows Toshinori changing into his All Might form and getting the boxes inside. From the angle, it seems to have been recorded from a security camera. But why was a security camera even pointed at his house? Then, the email was short, but the message was clear. You should be careful of where you change forms, All Might. You never know who could be watching. There's no sender. The email address that sent the message seems to be totally random. But it doesn't matter. Someone knows his secret, and he has to find out who it is. I don't want to call him, but there's no choice. Toshinori mutters. I hope he agrees to help me. Then he gets his phone and calls a number he hasn't used in many years. A few moments later, an upbeat voice answers the call. Hello, am I a mouse, a dog, a bear? I'm Principal Nezu. The creature, which Toshinori has no idea what it really is, answers. During the time he was a student at UA, Nezu was a teacher there. He became the principal a few years later. Sensei, I need your help, Toshinori says. It's an emergency. Divided by. Nezu was having his daily chess match with Izuku when he got a call from Yagi. It's been so many years since the man even talked to him, and now he's here asking for help to locate a person who discovered his secret. Nezu doesn't even need to think to know who it is. The culprit is at the moment sitting above the virtual chess table, excitedly eating a virtual cake slice as he waits for Nezu to make his move. Nezu tells Yagi he'll look into it, but he has no intention of turning Izuku in. Even if he did, there's no real way to arrest him. What are they going to do? Throw a cell phone inside a cell in Tartarus? Like that would work. The boy is technically dead. After hanging the call, he looks at Izuku, who finally gave Nezu his name a few days ago. Nezu likes to think this means they're making progress, and raises an eyebrow as he makes his move. I'm assuming it was you, he says. Check. I just wish he had cameras inside his house. I'd love to see his reactions. Izuku says, giggling. I don't intend to spread the secret, but a little scare and a few pranks are no problem. Nezu moves his knight. Checkmate. Damn it, how did I miss that? Izuku mumbles, going over the plays to see where he went wrong. So, are you comfortable enough to explain why you hate the symbol of peace so much? Nezu asks, is this your question of the day? Izuku throws back, dropping the cake plate, which disappears in the air. Sure, Nezu replies. Nezu waits patiently for Izuku to decide whether or not he wants to respond to this question. A few moments later, he sighs, and a teacup appears in his hand. Fine, Izuku says. Long story short, he's the reason I'm like this, he says, his voice dripping with venom as he sips on the tea. He's one of the biggest culprits for everything I suffered for being a late bloomer, and he's a freaking hypocrite. He grips the teacup tighter, and that's not even the worst part. He's not even that good of a hero. The only reason he's the #1 hero is because the HPSC hides all the damage he causes. Best Genius should be the #1 hero, but his quirk is not flashy enough for those corrupts. But the reason I really hate him, it's because of him that mom as he grips the teacup so tightly it breaks in his hand. Tea and glass shards spill all over him, but he doesn't seem to notice or even mind. Mom is. He starts sniffling, and a second later, he disappears. Midos left the server. Nezu observes the message for a few moments and sighs. He hopes he didn't push the kid too far. Still, what the kid said is another piece of the puzzle. According to the reports he has read, Izuku and his mother died in a collateral damage accident caused by a villain. But according to Izuku, All Might is to blame, and Nezu doubts that it is simply a matter of Izuku blaming All Might for failing to save his mother. Looks like he'll need to look deeper into it. Nezu looks at the last line on his screen for a few more moments. Midos left the server. This boy needs therapy. But how do you get therapy for a legally dead kid who lives inside a computer? There are a lot of misconceptions about Nezu. A very common one is that he doesn't have emotions. That's completely wrong. Nezu has emotions. He just feels things in a different way from human beings. The many years he spent being abused and experimented on by human beings made him very apathetic to humans on a personal level. But if he didn't actually care about them, he wouldn't have become a hero, much less the principal of a hero school. There are also a few human beings who actually manage to carve a place in his heart, and over those, Nezu is fiercely protective. All of them are part of his staff at UA, and in particular, he has the ones he sees like his own children. Over the years as a teacher and later as principal of the school, Nezu met some brilliant minds. But the ones who really impressed him were those who demonstrated great intelligence and a flame that could not be extinguished despite society's efforts. The last ones that impressed him on this level were a boy with a dream of becoming a hero but a quirk that doesn't work against robots, and another who was forced to remain silent because of his quirk despite his desire to be heard. Nezu helped them achieve their dream, and now they are his most trusted teachers. This happened 10 years ago. And for the first time since then, Nezu met a kid filled with potential that he wants to help nurture. The problem, the kid is legally dead, and his body is already buried. Their last talk was 5 days ago, and since then, the kid has yet to show up again or even send a message. Their last talk didn't go very well, which makes Nezu even more worried. Izuku needs help, and Nezu wants to help him. He feels a connection to the boy he hasn't ever felt before. It's similar to how he feels towards Shoto-kun and Hisashi-kun, but not quite the same. If he really tried, Nezu is sure he could find the kid, but this feels like a boundary he shouldn't overstep. The only way Izuku will trust Nezu enough to let him help is if the Chimera proves that he's willing to respect his wishes and boundaries. And whenever he's back, Nezu will be waiting with a new tea for the kid to try. Divided by. It's not that Izuku is avoiding Nezu. He's not. It's just that their last talk didn't end very well. It wasn't Izuku's intention to have such a breakdown in front of the principal, much less to run away like that. But when he started talking about what happened to his mom, something inside him broke again. He didn't even get to say goodbye to her. While she had a funeral that became part of the news all over Japan, Izuku was trapped inside a cell phone and couldn't attend. Izuku wanted to go back and say sorry to Nezu the next day, but he was too embarrassed to talk to the Chimera, so he postponed their usual game. One day became 2, then 3, then 6, and now it's been a whole week. He's sure Nezu didn't miss him very much. Why would he? But Izuku misses their games. He misses learning from the Chimera, learning new types of teas to try, or answering meaningless questions about himself after losing another game. Izuku stares at the back door he has to Nezu's personal computer for a few minutes, and before he can chicken out again, he enters. Midos joined the server. As soon as the message is sent, Nezu's face pops in an interface in front of Izuku. The Chimera is looking intently at him. "Hi, Nezu-san." Izuku waves shyly. "I'm sorry for vanishing like that." Nezu sighs in relief and nods at Izuku. "I'm glad you're okay," he says. "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, I am now," Izuku replies. "I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't ready to talk yet." "It's okay. I'm sorry for pushing you to talk, Izuku," Nezu says. "You don't need to tell me anything you're not ready to." "No, I think I'm ready now," Izuku replies. "I want to tell you, though I'd like to hear what you already know first." "What I already know?" Nezu asks with a hint of surprise in his voice. "I'm not an idiot, Nezu-san. My brain has at least the same computing power as a computer," Izuku replies, smiling. "You already knew my name before I even told you, didn't you?" "Yes, you're right," Nezu admits. "Midoriya Izuku, son of Midoriya & Co. Quirkless. Date of death, July 16th, one day after his 9th birthday. Cause of death, the collateral damage caused by a villain attack. He summarizes, "This is all the information I have, though I can say for sure that 3 of these statements are wrong. 1. You're alive. 2. You're not quirkless. And 3. It wasn't the villain who killed you. Am I right?" Izuku smiles and nods. "I was never quirkless. Mental quirks usually take longer to develop." Izuku explains, "I got mine on my 9th birthday. It's a very powerful form of technopathy. I call it cyber stalking, but I never got to register it. Mom and I were going to register my quirk when we ended up in the middle of a villain attack." He grits his teeth and clenches his fists before continuing. "But it wasn't the villain who caused our deaths. The one who carelessly threw a super-powered punch that blew my mom and me and caused a building to fall on us was All Might. And to make things worse, the bastard said." Izuku plays the video from the incident for Nezu to see. "It's a tragedy that this happened, but at least it was just a quirkless child." All Might's voice sounds very clear on Nezu's screen. "If it wasn't now, it would happen soon anyway. The mother didn't deserve that, though. So, this is why I hate All Might." Izuku says, "But I'm not an idiot. As much as I want to destroy the bastard, doing so would collapse society. The HPSC might call me a villain, but my dream has always been to become a hero. Even if I can't anymore, I still don't want to cause unnecessary suffering." Nezu stays silent for a few seconds, but Izuku can see part of his fur bristling and hear a faint growl. Then he takes a sip of his tea and looks back at Izuku. "First of all, I'm sorry this happened to you." Nezu replies, "All Might is wrong on what he did and what he said." He smiles at Izuku. "And second, do you still want to be a hero?" "I can't." Izuku says, "I'm legally dead." Nezu-san, "My body is buried next to my mom's in the Mustafu cemetery. No one would believe I'm alive and inside a computer. And even if you could, I'm a rank of villain wanted by the HPSC. There's always a way, Izuku-kun." Nezu replies, "I'll ask again. Do you want to be a hero? Don't think about the obstacles, just about what you want." "Yes, it's always been my dream." Izuku nods, feeling tears gathering in his eyes. "I want to be a hero. I want to save lives. I want to give people hope. Then I'll make sure you can become one." Nezu says, "You said you call your quirk cyber stalking. I want you to stop. You're not a stalker, Izuku. You're a guardian. Cyber guardian." Izuku says slowly, "That's a nice name. I like it. And I have one more offer for you." Nezu adds, "I don't know where you stay, but would you like to live here?" "Here?" Izuku's eyes widen. "Here? At UA?" "Exactly." Nezu grins. "We could easily say you are an AI I created. I can teach you how to manage all of my security systems. What do you say? Living in my dream school's system. Helping my favorite teachers." Izuku grins. "Do you even have to ask?" "Of course, I accept." Nezu grins and extends a paw touching his camera. "Then it'll be an honor working with you, Izuku. Or should I say, Midoriya Izuku Disk Operating System. When we are at work, you can call me Midos." Izuku replies, "But when we are alone, I'd like you to keep calling me Izuku." He extends his arm and gives the camera a fist bump. "Of course, Izuku." Nezu says, "Now, how about we start?" "Yes, Nezu-sensei." Izuku replies, grinning. Divided by. Hisashi is walking back home from his radio when he hears a sound coming from an alleyway. He's tired and wants to get home to sleep soon, but he's a hero. It's his duty to make sure everything is all right. As he walks slowly into the alley, he hears the sound again. It's coming from near the trash cans. It sounds like meowing. Looking deeper, he finds a closed cardboard box. The meowing is coming from inside it. Opening it, he finds a little gray kitten meowing loudly. The kitten is alone, and there doesn't seem to be a mama cat nearby. Did someone abandon this baby here? "Hey, little guy," Hisashi says, slowly reaching for the kitten. "What are you doing here?" The moment he touches the kitten, he starts hearing words in his mind. "Mama, mama, hungry, cold, mama, where, scared, surprised." Zashi takes his hand away, and the words stop. "Did you do this?" Zashi asks and touches the kitten again. "Mama, help, scary, mama," he hears again. A quirked animal. Zashi looks around to make sure there's no mama cat close, but it seems that this little guy has been abandoned. Poor guy. Zashi gently pets the kitten's head. "You're shivering. It's a pretty cold day, especially for such a tiny kitten. Come here." He puts the kitten inside his jacket to help warm them. "It's okay, now, little guy." The kitten stops crying and curls inside Hisashi's jacket. "Warm, safe, mama." Hisashi hears. "Hungry. I can give you food, little guy." Hisashi says, "Let's get you home." Shouta is the one who fosters a new cat every month. That's actually another thing he likes about his crush best friend. Hisashi isn't one to bring strays home, but something about this little kitten is screaming at him to bring him home. And he's not talking about the voice in his head. Hisashi is walking out of the alley when he hears someone dropping down behind him. Present Mike. A cold voice sends shivers down his spine. Hazashi slowly turns around and finds himself face to face with an image that would cause nightmares to even the best pro heroes. The hero killer, Stain, is right in front of him with his katana in hand. Hero killer Stain, Hazashi says, trying to think of a plan. He can't use his quirk at the moment. Doing so will hurt the kitten. Don't move. He points the katana at him. I have a question, and you'll answer me. I'm listening. Hazashi replies with a forced smile. What is a hero for you? Stain asks. Why are you a hero? That's not what Hazashi was expecting. The hero killer doesn't question the heroes he decided to kill. He just attacks. Even a villain? Stain asks. It's not my job to decide whether or not someone deserves to be saved. Hazashi replies. If I can save someone, I'll do it. That's why I have my radio. To give the chance for other people to be heard. To show them I can hear them. That's what you say. Stain says. I've found many heroes like you. The majority were all talk. He takes a step forward. Before Hazashi could reply, a meow echoes through the alleyway, and a tiny kitten pops out of Hazashi's jacket. Hey, little guy. It's okay. Hazashi says. Stay hidden. I'll keep you safe. Hazashi then hears a chuckle, which quickly becomes full laughter. Looking up again, he sees Stain sheathing his katana while he laughs. So many people would just ignore an abandoned kitten. Stain says. This one was abandoned this morning. The owner didn't want a quirked animal. I fed him earlier. He grins at Hazashi. Looks like the hero crusher was right. You are indeed a true hero. Looks like I won't have to call you this time, Present Mike. He turns away. Keep up the good work. Then he walks away. Hazashi looks back at the tiny kitten in his jacket. Hungry, hungry. Did a kitten just save him from the hero killer? Hungry, hungry. Okay, little guy. Let's get you some food. Hazashi says, giving a last glance towards where he just saw Stain walk. He shakes his head and starts walking away with the kitten. I know. I'll call you Mr. Muffins. Hazashi smiles as he walks back home with Mr. Muffins. Being one of the teachers at the UA is a job with many benefits. The hours are reasonable. The salary is great. Teachers can manage their classes as they wish, and in the specific case of Shoto, he has a free hand to expel those with no potential and will only end up dying early in their hero career. The big problem, which almost outweighs the benefits, is that UA employees are always subject to Nezu's whims. For instance, today, Nezu decided to call a meeting at 6 a.m. on a Sunday and gave everyone a last-minute warning. And Shoto has just come off a 12-hour patrol. There is no way of knowing what this is about because Nezu's meetings can be about anything, from a salary adjustment to a security breach, and none of them will know what it's about until the rat shows up. And, as expected at that point, at exactly 6 a.m., the vent opens and the rat comes down, falling on the top of the table in the middle of everyone. I'm glad to see everyone came. Nezu says. What is this about, Nezu? Shoto asks. This was last minute, even for you. Yeah, Hazashi agrees. I don't mind too much since I didn't have anything scheduled for today. But you usually give us at least 2 days' notice. Well, Nezu pours himself a cup of tea. Shoto already gave up on figuring out where he pulls it from. I called you today because I want to introduce you to our newest staff addition. Did you hire someone new? Nimori asks. The last one was 13 last year. We are not in need of any new teachers. Vlad points. Nor any other position, now that I think about it. You're right, Nezu says. But I realize that a few of you are a bit overworked. This new addition will assume the security chief position, so Ryo-kun can focus completely on his duties as counselor. He looks at the hunting dog hero. By the way, Ryo-kun, I'd like to speak to you in private after this. Understood. Ryo replies. With this out of the way, I'd like to introduce your new coworker. Nezu says. Hello. A young, very young, sounding voice calls, and all the lights turn off. Then a projector activates, transmitting an image on the board. I'm Midos, but you can call me Midos. I'm the new security bot of UA. The image transmitted is a little boy with green hair, eyes, and a freckled face. Everyone in the room recognizes his face, despite it being more than a year since they saw this face. Nezu, Vlad says, did you make an AI based on the dead son of Midoriya and Co? Isn't this a bit distasteful? Ectoplasm completes. Well, I didn't see much of a problem. Snipe chimes in. Y'all can see it as paying homage to the kid. I heard he wanted to become a hero. A few others chime in with their opinion, but Shoto and Hazashi both stay silent. You two have been really quiet. Nimori says. Shoto, I understand, but usually you'd have something to say, Zashi. I'm just thinking. Hazashi says. Did you say your name is Midos? Yup, the kid replies. And I'm a big fan, Present Mike. Did you like my gift? Have you been playing music during his patrol as well, Problem Child? Shoto asks. Nope, you're the only one until now. The kid says, grinning. How long has he been active? Ectoplasm asks. A bit over a year, Mido replies. But Eraserhead and Nezu are the only ones I've ever really contacted. I sent gifts to a few of my favorite heroes, though. Wait, Powerloader raises a hand. Are you the one who sent me that detailed analysis of all the support gear I ever created and how to make better allies? And the blueprints for my new prosthetics? Ectoplasm adds. The reports about people with blood quirks in bad situations? Vlad King says. Yup, Mido says with a grin. I also sent a project of a grenade that Midnight Sin could fill with her quirk, and a new product to help Hound Dog Sen normalize his adrenaline levels so he doesn't growl so often while talking. Oh, and Recovery Girl Sen. Did you get the updated medicine books? I made sure to compile all important information you could use yourself or to train others. Well, no one here can say he's not efficient. Snipe says. I'm glad to know we all agree. Nezu says. Mido's is our new staff member, and I hope you'll all treat him well. Mido's nods and bows to them. I'm happy to work with all of you. Please take care of me. God, I can't believe I want to hug a computer program. Nimuri says. I don't know how freaking Nezu managed to make such a cute AI. Shouta just narrows his eyes at the rat. Nezu can't fool him. Shouta can smell a logical ruse from miles away. Shortly after, Nezu adjourns the meeting and dismisses everyone except Hound Dog. Shouta gets up and leaves. Izashi is right behind him. Security bought my ass. Shouta says. There's no way he's an AI. You think so too? Hazashi says. Yeah, there's something weird here. He's too expressive. Not even an island has such an advanced AI. Nezu might be a genius, but there's no way an AI he created would be that human. Something most people forget is that Hazashi, despite the dumb act he puts on most of the time, was Nezu's personal student. The blonde is probably the smartest human Shouta ever met, and he knows his sensei almost better than he knows himself. There's more to that story, Shouta says, and I'll find out what it is. Well, count me in, Hazashi says, grinning, knowing Nezu sensei. This is exactly what he wants us to do. Where do you suggest we start? The kid might be a good start, Shouta says. There might be something more about Midoriya Izuku that we hadn't noticed. All right, Hazashi says. I'll get his files. We can go over it later. Can you come to my apartment later? I don't want to leave Mr. Muffins alone any longer than necessary. He's still a baby. Sure, Shouta says with a chuckle. Mr. Muffins. And you have the nerve to tease me about my naming skills. Excuse me. At least I never named my cat Bastard. Hazashi throws back. Bastard is a completely logical name. Shouta replies. You met the little demon. Yeah. Hazashi waves him off. Anyway, I will have all the files by tonight. Then we can start looking. Sounds like a plan. Shouta says. See you tonight, Zashi. See you, Shu. Hazashi says with a grin. Divided by. Did everyone leave? Midos. Nezu asks. Yup. Izuku replies. Hall's empty. Vent's empty. No eyes on us. Nezu nods and sits at his desk. This weekend he asked to install more cameras in his office so Izuku would have many more angles of view. Most of them are disguised as random things, like a book on his shelves or a plant pot in the corner of the room. Okay, what did you need me for? Ryo-kun asks. Well, Ryo-kun, you are a guidance counselor. Nezu says. I have someone who needs your services. And who would that be? Ryo-kun asks. They. Izuku says. Ryo-kun blinks a few times at Nezu's screen where Izuku's image is being transmitted. I would ask if you're joking, but I know that while you joke about many things, my job isn't one of them. Ryo-kun replies. So instead, I'll ask. How in the world did you manage to traumatize a computer program? It's a long story, Izuku says. But to summarize, me being an AI created by Nezu is just a cover story. You see, Izuku, here is a very special case. Nezu says. The Chimera can see as the cogs turn in his employee's head until he seems to come to a conclusion. You're not based on Midoriya Izuku. You are Midoriya Izuku, he says. But I saw you being buried. And I was. Izuku says. My body is still 6 feet under. But my mind, well, quirks are weird things. I thought you were quirkless. Ryo-kun replies. I was never quirkless. Izuku says and snaps his fingers. The screen shows a copy of his ID. On the quirk field are the letters N, Y, M, which means not yet manifested. This is what is put on the IDs of people who are sure to manifest a quirk in the future. Young Izuku is the latest bloomer in history, beating Shouta's previous record by an entire year. Nezu says. And his quirk is Technopathy. Izuku says. Ryo's eyes widen at it, and he nods. I think I have the picture, he says. All right, we can start as soon as you're ready. I'd like to have a session first to assess your current mental state. Thank you, Ryo-kun. Nezu says. Don't worry, Ryo-kun replies. This is exactly why I became a guidance counselor. He looks at Izuku. And, Izuku-kun, it'll be a pleasure working with you. I say the same, Hound Dog-san. Izuku replies, smiling. You can call me Ryo, or Inui if my given name is too informal for you. Ryo-kun says. Maybe one day. Izuku mutters. But for now, I guess I can settle on a Nui-senpai. It's a start. Ryo-kun chuckles. By the way, Ryo-kun, Nezu says, I'd like you to keep this a secret. We'd like to see how long it'll take for my staff to notice Izuku isn't an AI. I'm sure we won't be able to fool Shoto-kun and Hisashi-kun for long, but the others aren't nearly as observant. Understood, Ryo-kun says with a sigh. My lips are sealed. Great, I knew I could count on you, Nezu says. Divided by, Hisashi isn't freaking out. He's not. It's just Shoto who's coming over to try to look into Midoriya Izuku and see if they can learn what really is the deal with Nezu's new AI. No big deal. They used to do it all the time when they were students. It doesn't matter that most of the time they see each other at UA or on their drinking nights on Friday, and Nimari is always with them. It doesn't matter that the last time they were actually alone was over 5 years ago. He's not panicking. He's not. Hisashi practically jumps out of his skin when he feels something rubbing his legs. Looking down, he sees Mr. Muffins looking at him. Oh, sorry, baby. Didn't see you here, he says, pulling the cat in his arms. Mama, okay? The cat asks. I'm fine, baby, Zashi says, kissing the cat's head. It's just my friend who's coming to visit. He grabs a cup of water to try to calm himself, but the thought makes him feel very warm. Papa, the cat asks. Zashi does a spit take. What? He asks. Friend, Papa, Mr. Muffins asks again. What? No. He's just a friend. I don't like him or anything. He says. Papa, Papa's coming. The cat says. He's not your papa. Hisashi says. He's just my friend. He could be an uncle instead. No, Papa. The cat replies with an indignant meow. Before Hisashi could say anything else, he hears the bell, which means Shoto has arrived. He's here. Behave, little guy, Hisashi says, putting the cat down. Mr. Muffins gives him a meow as Hisashi goes to the door. Opening it, he finds Shoto there, dressed in casual clothes, a pair of jeans and a black hoodie, and, of course, his capture weapon because he never leaves home without it. Hisashi finds himself involuntarily blushing at the sight. Why did his best friend have to be so attractive? Hey, Zashi, Shoto says. Is there anything in my face? He asks. Shoo, Hisashi squeaks, looking away in an attempt to hide his blush. Come in. He steps inside. Would you like a coffee? Please, Shoto says. Hisashi nods and goes to the kitchen. He quickly prepares a cherry cheesecake flavored coffee. In appearance, it looks like a bitter black coffee, but it couldn't be farther from reality, especially with the amount of sugar Hisashi puts in. It's funny how many people think that Shoto actually drinks black coffee. Like how someone with a mental quirk would drink something that bitter. With the drink ready, he enters the living room and finds Shoto sitting on the couch, holding Mr. Muffins. Shouldn't your papa be Zashi? Shoto says to the cat. Oh, Zashi is mama, he asks, giving Hisashi an amused smirk. Hisashi is just glad that his friend doesn't seem to get the implications of being called papa by a cat who already calls Hisashi mama. Okay, I said to behave. Hisashi lightly scolds the cat. You haven't been annoying Shoto, right? The cat gives him an indignant meow as Hisashi gives Shoto his drink and pulls the little guy away. Mama, no, Papa, Mr. Muffins says indignantly. Come on, now Mama and Papa have to work on something important. Hisashi says, I promise I'll give you some treats later, if you behave. The cat immediately goes quiet and looks at Hisashi. Okay, Mama, I behave, he says as Hisashi puts him in his room and closes the door. As he returns to the living room, he finds Shoto looking at him with an amused expression. Mama and Papa have to work, he asks. Hisashi blushes and looks away. He sits down at the desk where he puts the folder with all the files about Izuku. So, interestingly enough, the neglect with quirkless people also applies to dead ones. Hisashi says, no one even bat an eye when I asked for these files. Effing quirkists, Shoto grumbles. At least it makes our job easier this time. Silver lining, I guess. Hisashi replies, I have everything. From school files to medical files. And even one from when his mom tried to start a case against his school. No one did anything about it, and a few days later, she dropped the charge saying that, and I quote, I already took care of the problem. I can only imagine what she did to take care of the problem. Shoto replies, Inko was terrifying when she wanted to be. Yeah, I remember. Hisashi nods. She was the only one who could force you to stay in the hospital. Shoto opens the folder and starts looking over the files. The two work in comfortable silence, with Shoto reviewing the school files while Hisashi looks at the medical ones. Well, the kid was a genius, Shoto says. His schoolwork was much more advanced than anyone his age. Oh, boy, Hisashi says, handing him a medical file. And he wasn't quirkless. He was a late bloomer. Shoto reads over the medical file and sees a diagnostic from when Midoriya was 4 years old. Mental quirk, Shoto says. Those usually take a long time to manifest. Yours only manifested at age 8, right? Shoto nods. The little listener was 9 when the accident happened. I still don't believe it, by the way. The villain didn't have a strength quirk, nor anything that could cause that much collateral damage. Shoto says, it's obvious that the one who caused the kid's death wasn't the villain. So, the little listener had a mental quirk, Hisashi says, but he died before it fully manifested. No, I think it had already manifested, Shoto says, pointing to another file. Their house is here, and they were caught in the villain attack here. Shoto points at a map. So, following the path, they were going to register the little listener's quirk. Hisashi concludes, but what could the quirk be? I don't think anyone besides his mom knew. This is suspicious. Shoto says, Mido said he has been active for a little over a year. He taps the files. Midoriya Izuku died a bit over a year ago. Not even Nezu would see a dead kid and instantly think of making an AI with his face. And a few months later, Nezu found a new chess partner. Hisashi says, he told me once during our monthly tea meeting. And now, suddenly, there's this Midos, who made contact with both of us in the past. Shoto says, he hacked into my comms during my patrol a few weeks ago. The only thing he did with me was leave a giant bowl of popcorn. Hisashi says, but you're right, something isn't adding. Well, I think we can agree on two things. Shoto says, Midos is the one who has been playing chess with Nezu, and the rat didn't create him. I actually have a theory, Hisashi says, but it's very out of this world. And without knowing what quirk the little listener had, it's impossible to be sure. And yet, it's the only logical explanation. Shoto sighs, let's keep an eye on Midos. We can see for ourselves if he's actually an AI. But I really doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it as well. Hisashi sighs, Nezu won't tell us anything unless we figure it out. So I guess we are on our own. Well, we have time. Shoto says, Nezu wouldn't do anything that puts a kid in danger. At least we can trust him with this. Yeah, Hisashi replies, I bet he's already expecting us to be looking into it. That's really something the rat would do. Shoto nods. Well, I'm not one to back away from a challenge, Hisashi says, and Shoto nods. They go back to reading the files in comfortable silence. A few minutes later, Shoto breaks the silence again. So, why did you call your female cat Mr. Muffins? Shoto asks. Female? Hisashi asks in confusion. Shoto looks at him like he's an idiot. For such a smart person, you can be really dumb sometimes, he says before going back to his files. UA is huge, and Izuku is loving every second of exploration. Ever since Nezu gave him full access to UA's mainframe, Izuku has been jumping from camera to explore every corner of the place. Of course, while he's doing this, he's also mapping out all the territory and looking for possible vulnerabilities. As the security bot, Izuku intends to do his job very well. Yesterday he went through each of the training grounds. His favorite, without a doubt, is the USJ. Putting aside the clear joke about Universal Studios Japan, the place really looks like an amusement park. Tomorrow the Hero Class 2B will have training there, and Izuku will certainly watch. Today, however, Izuku is exploring the support labs. Several support classes are in progress, and Izuku has a great time seeing the students' inventions. Well, the number of explosions the students cause is worrying, but the teachers don't seem concerned, so this must be normal. Switching to the next camera, Izuku finds the last lab empty. If he is not mistaken, Nezu says that this is one of the reserve labs, only used when one of the other labs is unavailable, either because of maintenance or some accident caused by the students. Apparently, this happens relatively often. This lab is exactly like all the others. Izuku is about to jump to the next camera when he notices movement in the back of the room. It seems that the lab is not as empty as Izuku thought. Moving the camera, Izuku finds a child sitting at one of the tables, tinkering with some gadget. Isn't that Todoroki Shoto? Well, the Todorokis were adopted by Power Loader, so it makes sense that Shoto would be here. The boy seems to have taken a liking to engineering. Looking around, Izuku notices that the screen in front of the boy is on, and there is also a webcam in front of him. Perfect. Divided by. Shoto never thought that one day he would be free from his father's influence. Endeavor always seemed a completely untouchable figure, a titan. The only way he could find to not give him what he wanted was his rebellion and refusing to use his left side. However, Endeavor was not untouchable. Apparently, the only thing needed to bring the man down was an internet hacker with no fear of the HPSC. Shoto has no idea who the Hero Crusher is. The HPSC has declared him a rank of villain, but to Shoto, he is nothing less than a hero. The hacker freed Shoto and his family, and now they live with Higari-san. Power Loader isn't a particularly high-ranked or popular hero. Most support heroes stay in the background, usually overshadowed by heroes with flashier quirks. Power Loader is much better known for his support gear. Since he started living with the hero, Shoto has taken an interest in this side of heroics. Support gear has, in recent months, become Shoto's new passion. He still intends to become a hero. This has always been his dream, even before the Endeavor training began. But now, he also has plans to get a support license. That is if he can understand how this thing in his hand works. What are you doing? A voice asks, trying to fix this. Shoto says, oh, and what is it? Some kind of jamming device. Shoto explains, theoretically, it should work by making all cameras in its range run a loop of the last 2 minutes. Suddenly, Shoto realizes someone just talked to him, someone who clearly wasn't there a minute ago, and he didn't hear the door opening. Raising his head, Shoto looks around, but there's no one. What the heck? Shoto says, scratching his head. Am I hearing voices now? Did my father manage to drive me insane? I'm sure you're hearing just fine. The voice says again, over here. The screen. Shoto turns to the computer screen on the desk he's using and sees the image of a boy. The boy looks about the same age as Shoto, maybe a little younger, with green hair, eyes, and freckles. Though Shoto is sure he doesn't have any chat apps open, nor has he got any calls. Who are you? Shoto asks, raising an eyebrow. What? Majima-senpai hasn't talked about me. The boy asks. Then he jumps out of the small video call window, floating on the screen. I'm Midos, but you can call me Midos, he says, doing a very exaggerated bow. It's nice to meet you, Todoroki-kun. Shoto winces at the name. Oh, would you rather I call you Shoto? Yes, please, Shoto replies. And well, knowing your name doesn't help me know who you are. I'm new here, Mido says. Basically, I have full control of UAS security. Security bot. Shoto asks, narrowing his eyes. There's no way you're just a bot. Hey, Nezu is very good at what he does. Midos replies with a shrug. I don't buy it. Shoto says, but fine, let's go with this explanation for now. Why are you here? I was exploring the school when I saw you on the camera. The points behind Shoto, where a camera is. I was curious about you. He looks at the device Shoto is working on and extends a hand for a few seconds. Oh, I get it. 2 wires are touching, and they shouldn't be. Shoto blinks at the boy and looks back to the device in his hands. Grabbing the screwdriver, he opens it again and checks all the wires. Just like the boy said, there are 2 wires touching. How did you do that? Shoto asks. This definitely isn't something an AI should be able to do. He's sure this computer doesn't have anything that could have been used to scan the device. Midos just winks at him and giggles. It's a secret, he says, bringing a finger to his mouth. It was nice to meet you, Shoto. I'll see you around. Then he jumps back into the video call window, which closes right after. Shoto blinks at the screen a few times, then goes back to the device. This boy isn't an AI. I'm sure of it, he mutters as he closes the jamming device again. Opening the camera feed in the computer, Shoto activates the device and watches in awe as it works. The camera starts looping the last 2 minutes of the video. Shoto smiles and looks at the computer. Human or not, he hopes he gets to talk to Midos again. Divided by, Shoto can't shake the feeling that someone is watching him. Usually, he would think it's just Nezu as always, but today is different. And if it's not the rat, there is only one other possible culprit. Are you following me, problem child? Shoto asks aloud. A moment later, his phone rings. Don't be silly, senpai. Mido's voice replies. I'm following everyone. It's just that it's your turn now. Then he hangs the call. Shoto just sighs and starts walking again. Honestly, such a problem child. Xiaowu, looking back, Shoto sees Hisashi approaching with that adorable annoying smile he always has. What is it, Zashi? Shoto asks. There you go, Zashi says, giving him a coffee cup. Mr. Muffins insisted that I bring something for you. Shoto raises an eyebrow and takes the offered cup. Taking a sip, he feels the sweet taste of his favorite beverage. Keep an eye on your cat. Otherwise, I might end up kidnapping her. Shoto says. I don't think she would mind. Zashi laughs. She loves her papa. How did I end up co-parenting a fur baby? Shoto grumbles in the cup. Not that he really minds. Mr. Muffins is adorable, and he was only half joking about kidnapping her if Zashi isn't careful. And how are things going, mama? He asks with a smirk. Zashi looks away, a slight blush on his cheeks. Cute. Mr. Muffins is surprisingly well behaved, both for a cat and a baby. Zashi says. I took her to the vet yesterday, and, fortunately, her health is great. She's just a little underweight. He looks around for a second, then leans closer to Shoto. What about the other project? Not here, Shoto says, discreetly pointing to the pocket in his utility belt where he keeps his phone. A second later, his phone rings again. Shoto answers it, giving a heavy sigh. Don't worry, Eraser-senpai. If you want some privacy, you can just ask, and I'll give you. The problem child says. Mike-senpai, I'll be watching your English classes today. Then he hangs the call again. Problem child. Shoto mouths. We can meet after classes. Same as last time. You got it, Shu. It's a date, Zashi says, giving Shoto finger guns. Then he starts walking away. Suddenly Zashi freezes and bolts away. What was that? Shoto asks. Then his mind catches what Zashi just said. A date. He blushes deeply. Don't be stupid, Shoto. It was just a figure of speech. Shoto starts going to his class when he gets a ping on his phone. Midos. Whipped. Cat lover. Shut up, problem child. Did you change my name? MIDOS. I have no idea what you're talking about. Cat lover. Cat lover changed MIDOS. S name to problem child. Problem child. Okay, I guess I deserved it. Oh, Mike Senpai is about to start his class. Gotta go, Eraser Senpai. Problem child is offline. Shouta sighs and pockets his phone back before going to his homeroom class. There's a lot to cover with them today. Divided by. A ping on his screen tells Nezu that Izuku is here. A moment later, a window opens with the kid's image. Did you get to see everything? Nezu asks. Well, I haven't looked at the business classes yet. This school is huge. Izuku replies, extending his hand. A cup of tea materializes. But everything so far is amazing. I got to watch Present Mike's class. He is as amazing a teacher as he is a radio host. That's very high praise. Nezu chuckles. Yeah, but it's the truth. Izuku smiles and sips his tea. On another note, I would never have guessed that Eraserhead and Present Mike are a couple. Oh, but they aren't a couple. Nezu says. They aren't a couple. Izuku replies, raising an eyebrow. I just found the two of them in the corridors talking like a married couple about co-parenting their fur baby. How aren't they a couple? Oh, they obviously like each other, Nezu says. But they are oblivious to the fact that the other feels the same. Nimori-chan has been trying to play matchmaker for years. They were both your personal students, right? Izuku asks. Azashi was my student for the 3 years he spent at UA. Nezu replies. I trained Shoto while he was in Gen Ed, but we didn't continue after he transferred to Heroics. Though it was because what I had to teach him was different from the skills he wanted to get for his line of work. So I mostly tutored Shoto in analysis and left his training to an old friend of mine. Well, for such smart people they are very dumb about their feelings. Izuku says. I mean, Eraserhead, I get it. But I always thought Present Mike was people smart, you know. Oh, but he is. Nezu chuckles. Except when it concerns Shoto's feelings towards him. This won't do, Izuku says. They obviously like each other. I need to find a way to make them confess. Honestly, Nimori-chan has tried everything she could. Nezu replies. It's like they get blind when it comes to love. Well, there is one thing I'm sure she didn't try. Izuku smiles. And for that, I'll need to get some help. Talk to you later, Nezu-sensei. Saying that Izuku disconnects. Nezu wonders what he's going to try and who he is talking about to get help. Well, he's sure it's going to be interesting. Divided by. Majima Higari is a curious man, especially when it comes to technology. It was this curiosity that led him to become one of Japan's top support engineers. When his attention is caught by something, Higari will do anything to understand how it works. And well, the thing that grabs his attention this time is Mido's, an artificial intelligence so advanced that, frankly, Higari is sure that not even the greatest geniuses of Island could replicate it. Higari has never seen anything like him. Mido's acts exactly like a human, and more specifically, like a kid. Shoto is convinced that he is not really an AI. Higari is determined to get to the bottom of this, and for that, he's doing something that could potentially cost him his job. But Higari was never one to be afraid of taking risks. So, in the dead of night, at a time he knows even Nezu is asleep, Higari enters UAS server room. According to Chimera's sleep patterns, Higari has 2 hours before he wakes up, since Higari already has access to this room normally. He doesn't have to worry about setting off alarms or the like. Plugging his laptop into the server, Higari goes to work, and it's not very hard to find what he's looking for. Mido's source code is buried in the deepest parts of the server, under lots of firewalls and security measures. It would be practically impossible to hack it, but the good thing about being one of Nezu's employees is that he doesn't need to. So Higari opens it and starts reading. What the hell? Higari mutters as he sees the lines. All of Mido's code is written in pure binary, something that ends up taking some time to decipher. But thanks to some programs that Higari has, he is able to decipher it. Wow, he's even more advanced than I thought. Higari had seen Mido's eating candy before, but he assumed it was just to mimic a child's behavior. But no, Mido's actually has a sense of taste programmed into his code. And he also possesses the sense of touch and smell. Usually, a machine would have sight and hearing at most. There are a few that can identify smells, but Higari had never heard of one with a sense of taste. And he seems to love sweets. Just like someone with a mental quirk, Higari's eyes widen, and he looks over the code again until he finds a part he feels that he shouldn't see. Mido's memory. There is so much information saved there. It doesn't matter how much the boy is able to process at once. An AI who has just been active for about a year shouldn't have that much in his memory. Could Shoto be right? Higari mutters. Shoto is very fond of conspiracy theories, and most of his theories are completely crazy. The boy obviously knows that and mostly comes up with them to mess with people. But he was completely serious about his suspicion that Mido's isn't really an AI. Gulping, Higari copies part of the memory and starts decoding it. But just as the program is about to finish the process, the window closes. Sorry, Magi-senpai. This is private. Mido's voice comes from the laptop speaker. Mido's. Higari gasps. You're awake. I don't sleep. Mido's replies. A video call window appears. Sometimes I shut down for maintenance, but I remain semi-conscious even in this state. Anyway, you figured it out, didn't you? Shoto was right. Higari says. You're human. I believe the correct answer would be I was human. Mido's replies. Quirks are weird like this. Mine even more. So you really are Midoriya Izuku? Higari asks. The one and only. Mido's, or Midoriya, replies. You know, that was very rude. Not even Nezu tried to look at my source code. And let me tell you, having someone poking around inside you is very, very unpleasant. Higari keeps silent. And I'm only 10, you know. Midoriya adds. This could actually qualify you as a pedo. Higari is getting very worried about where he's going with this. But, since neither I nor Nezu ever said you weren't allowed to do this, I can forgive you. Higari sighs in relief, but this relief is short-lived. The boy grins at him, and his grin is scarily similar to Nezu's. On one condition. What is it? Higari asks nervously. I want you to build me a body. Midoriya says. I don't have too many requests, but make sure it has arms. Oh, and sensors too, for touch and temperature. And at this moment, Higari gulps. The hero cannot help but feel that he has just made a pact with the devil himself. Some people, Aizawa in particular, like to say that Izuku thrives on chaos. Well, they are absolutely correct. And it's not even Nezu's fault. Well, the Chimera never did anything to curb Izuku's chaotic tendencies. But the truth is that Izuku and chaos have always gone hand in hand. It's not Izuku's fault. Everyone knows that mischief is the only possible outcome when a child is left bored for too long. And it's not like he's bothering anyone. Izuku's pranks are harmless. Like now, Izuku observes from the camera as Shoto tinkers with a cat robot. Looking over the archives, he finds out that a support student built it a few years ago in an attempt to make a spy robot. The cat has cameras in the eyes and microphones in the ears. It also has a speaker in its neck, but it is said to make only meowing sounds. All in all, it's a great robot, but it kinda fails at the objective because it's so obviously a robot. While, in certain situations, Izuku is sure it would fool some less observant villains. But when villains are alerted that someone is spying on them, they stop calling and go into hiding. Besides, the fly model is much better for this kind of job, despite being so expensive to build. But that's beside the point. It's obvious Shoto isn't fixing the cat for its original purpose but just because he wants to see if he can. Izuku can already feel that the robot is operating, so he gets a mischievous smirk and hops into the robot just as Shoto is about to turn it on. Meow. Izuku activates the speaker. Huh, it works, Shoto says with a small smile. Now, where did I put the remote control? Shoto looks around and finds the remote on top of a table. He moves to grab it, but Izuku is faster, using the surprisingly mobile robot to reach it first and catch it in his mouth. Meow. Izuku activates the speaker again, tilting the robot's head. Shoto instantly narrows his eyes at the robot. You weren't supposed to move on your own, he says. Sit. Izuku sits down. High five. He extends a hand, and Izuku extends a paw, touching his hand. Speak. Meow. Spin. Izuku spins around. Well, aren't you well trained? Shoto says, scratching behind Izuku's mechanical ear. How he wishes he could actually feel it. Almost like there's an actual person controlling the robot. Right, Midos. Izuku laughs, extending a paw toward Shoto's notebook. A white tendril shoots through it, linking him to the notebook, though he knows by now he's the only one who can see it. Once he's connected, Izuku opens the call app. Damn, you're good, he says with a laugh. The robot is supposed to be fully manual. Shoto replies with a shrug. It wasn't hard to figure out. Makes sense, Izuku says. Still, it's been a long time since I've last been inside a physical body. He makes a show of licking his paw, despite the robot not having a tongue. Interesting phrasing. Shoto says, it makes it sound like you used to have a body. But aren't you an AI? He raises an eyebrow. Wouldn't you want to know, Peppermint? Izuku replies with a laugh. I will find out your secrets one day. Shoto replies with narrowed eyes. Then he gives the cat a smirk. So, are you Meowdos now? Izuku bursts into laughter. God, that's actually a great name. I'm definitely using it. Izuku replies. Wish I could keep the robot. Why don't you? Shoto asks. I heard Higari-san is building you a body, but it'll take a while. Maybe, but the cat doesn't have proper speakers. Izuku replies. I can't use it to speak. Also, it would be better if it had some kind of projector, you know. Like, if it could project a hologram when I need to speak seriously with someone. Why are you looking at the cat like this? Hold on, I have an idea. Shoto jumps up and runs inside a room Izuku knows to store a bunch of pieces and components the students can use. Izuku would follow him, but there's no cameras in that room. A blind spot. Izuku will suggest to Nezu to install some cameras there later. About 5 minutes later, Shoto comes back with a cardboard box filled with things. Alright, I'll have to shut down the cat, but I think I can add a proper speaker to it. Shoto says with sparkling eyes. And a few other things. I should have it ready by the end of the day. Izuku blinks a few times. Then he smiles. Thank you, Shoto. You're the best, he says as Shoto starts working. Are you planning to go into support? Shoto stays silent for a few seconds as his hands deftly move through the cat robot. I don't know, he confesses. This is something my father would have never allowed me to even think of doing. But it's amazing. But at the same time, I still want to be a hero. A real hero. Not some poor excuse of a hero like Endeavor was. So, you want to be like Powerloader? Izuku asks. He's a hero, but he also has a license to build support gear. Shoto pauses again. I guess. He nods. Higari-sen is a very cool hero. He's been taking care of me and my siblings for a while now, and he never pushed us to do anything we didn't want to. He treats us like people. He looks at the screen and smiles. He even let us have junk food sometimes. I prefer sweets. Izuku replies, summoning a chocolate. But to each their own. Well, I like ice cream. Shoto giggles. Really? Izuku asks with his eyes sparkling. What is your favorite flavor? I love vanilla. Oh, once my body is ready, we should go grab an ice cream together. I know a great place. I hope it's still in business. Well, Shoto smirks at him. I accept. If you tell me your name. Your actual name. You won't let this go, will you? Izuku asks, pouting. Not a chance. Shoto replies. Fine. Izuku sighs. But you can't tell anyone. Higari-san found out a few days ago. But the other teachers, besides Nezu and Hound Dog, don't know. We are trying to see how long it'll take for them to suspect. So, you admit you're not an AI. Shoto says with a grin. My lips are sealed. I'm pretty good at keeping secrets. You shouldn't have to be. Izuku mumbles in a sad tone before perking up again. Fine. My name is Midoriya Izuku. You can call me Izuku when we are alone, but call me Midos if there are people around. Todoroki Shoto. Shoto replies. Though I hope to be Majima Shoto soon. You can call me Shoto. Nice to meet you, Izuku. Nice to meet you, Shoto. Izuku replies with a smile. For real this time. The two stay in amicable silence for a few seconds until Shoto breaks it. So, are you Nezu's secret love child? Divided by. Nezu admits that he is doing this mainly to help Izuku. Seeing Shoto-kun and Hisashi-kun feeling so obviously pining for each other is actually quite amusing for the Chimera. However, he also loves to see the plans that Izuku comes up with. This one, in particular, includes enlisting the help of a certain fur baby that Hisashi-kun has recently adopted. Well, there she is, Hisashi says as he puts Mr. Muffins on the table. Please, no world domination, okay baby? He plants a kiss on the cat's head. Yeah, I love you too. Be good for Nezu Jai. Mama will come get you later. Nezu watches in amusement as Hisashi has to practically drag himself out of the room. It's interesting how attached he is to this kitten after so little time. Well, Nezu will make sure to give the kitten back to him completely unharmed. So, you're Mr. Muffins. Nezu says. I have to say, while I really wanted to help Izuku with his plan, I'm actually very interested in how smart you are. He extends a paw. Hello, am I a mouse, a dog, a bear? I am the principal, Nezu. The kitten sniffs his paw and headbutts it. No mouse, no dog. The kitten says. Bear, interesting. Nezu chuckles. The kitten has the vocabulary of an infant, but she seems to be quite smart. I am part bear. You are correct. I'm also partially many other animals, but there's no rat or dog in me. How did you know? No smell. The kitten replies. So I don't smell like a dog or a mouse. I'm assuming she doesn't know what a bear is. So she must have guessed it because it was one of the options I gave. Mr. Muffins appears to be much more emotionally smart than book smart. Very different from myself, but still very smart. So, why don't you tell me about yourself? Nezu asks, do you like your mama? Mama, amazing. Saved me. Feed me. Love me. Mr. Muffins says. Gave me name. Mr. Muffins. She proudly announces. I see. And is there anyone else you like? Nezu asks next. Papa. Papa likes Mama. Mama likes Papa. The kitten replies. Papa smells funny. Like black water. But Papa gives scritches. Lots of scritches. Love scritches. I see. Nezu looks up as he sees the vent entrance opening. Good thing he made them automatic and gave them remote access. Izuku drops down inside the room, using the robot cat Shoto altered for him. Hi, Nezu-sensei. Oh, you must be Mr. Muffins. Izuku says. Nice to meet you. The kitten eyes the robot cat warily for a few seconds. Kitten, she asks. Not the same. Nezu replies. Well, he's still young, so he's like a kitten, but from a different species. He also likes your mama and papa. In a different way, though. I'm actually trying to get them together. Izuku says. They obviously like each other. Yeah, Mama likes Papa. They should be mates. Mr. Muffins replies. And Nezu relays it to Izuku. So, wanna help me with that? Izuku asks. They are being silly, but they just need a little help. Yeah, I help. Mr. Muffins replies. Great. Izuku chirps. So, here's the plan. As Izuku explains his plan, Nezu can't help the proud smile on his face. He'll be sure to watch how things unfold through the cameras. Divided by. Hisashi tries to hide his anxiety, but he's sure that he's not doing a good job. But what can he do? He has left his fur baby with his boss. When Nezu asked to talk to Mr. Muffins, Hisashi knew he had no way to deny it. Well, he could, but no one ever stopped Nezu. He would probably break into Hisashi's apartment while he was gone to talk to the kitten. No, better to bring Mr. Muffins here and pray for the best. Doesn't mean he's not nervous. What if Nezu corrupts his sweet baby? As the day went on, Hisashi was almost starting to relax. Then at lunchtime, he heard a few students talking. I wonder who brought a kitten, one of his students said. It's so cute, but why was it alone? Little listener, did you say you saw a kitten? Hisashi asks. Yeah, a tiny gray kitten. The student replies. It was walking near the janitor Mike-sensei. Hisashi didn't spare a glance as he started running. Why is his baby alone? Where's Nezu? He promised he would keep an eye on her. Did she somehow manage to lose him? Is she that smart? Hisashi gets to the janitor's closet and finds a few paw steps going inside. He doesn't even think, instantly opening the door and rushing in. As soon as he enters, he bumps into another person who is already inside the small closet. Wait, Zashi. He hears Shoto's voice. Don't let the door closes, and they hear it click. Close? Well, looks like we are trapped. Shoto, what are you doing here? Hisashi asks. Due to the small size of the closet, they don't have much space to move, which means they are practically hugging each other. The thought makes Hisashi blush, and he's very thankful that the closet is dark. I heard from a few students about a gray problem kitten walking alone, and I came to check. Shoto explains. As soon as I entered, the door closed and locked. He sighs. At least I found the troublemaker. A furball in Shoto's arms lets out a little meow. Oh, and what were you doing here, little lady? Hisashi asks, putting a hand on the kitten's head. Helping. Mr. Muffins replies. Weird kitten and bear thing. Asked me help. Weird kitten and bear thing. Hisashi asks, tilting his head. Bear thing is obviously Nezu. Shoto says. And I heard Mido's is using a robot cat to move around the school. So he must be the weird kitten. Oh, Hisashi sighs. We've been set up, haven't we? That's right. A voice calls from above. They look up and see a speaker. Why are there speakers in the janitor's closet? I'm tired of seeing you two hopelessly dancing around each other. And I've just been here for a few days. So, you two are stuck there until you work it out. Good luck, and I'm counting on you, Mr. Muffins. Do we have something to work out? Hisashi asks. I don't get it. Me neither, Zashi. Shoto replies. Suddenly, Mr. Muffins lets out a sound that sounds a lot like a huff and puts a paw on Shoto and Hisashi's faces. Mama, Papa, stop being silly, the kitten says. Hisashi wants to ask what she means. But God, the only thing in his head at the moment is how close Shoto's face is and, God, he's so gorgeous. What do I do? It should be illegal for eye bags to look so good on someone. What if he expects something? Damn loud blonde, why did you have to be so pretty? Wait, what? These weren't Hisashi's thoughts. Suddenly, Hisashi's eyes widen, and he looks at Mr. Muffins, whose eyes are glowing slightly as she holds a paw on their faces. Could this mean? Shoto, can you hear me? Hisashi asks. I can. He hears Shoto's thoughts. Mr. Muffins can link our minds. What do I do? Shoto will learn I have a crush on him. Why did I think that? You have a crush on me? Shoto asks with wide eyes. Abort. Zashi. I'm horrible with words. But, he closes his mouth and eyes. I have a crush on you as well. Shoto thinks. Ever since our first year at UA. Hisashi blinks a few times at the confession. Oh, I have had a crush on you ever since you kicked my ass at the sports festival during our first year at UA. He can't help but burst into laughter. This means we've been pining for each for over 10 years. And it took a scheming bot kid and a psychic kitten for us to confess. Zashi, Shoto says hesitantly. Want to go on a date with me? Yes. Hisashi almost activates his quirk in his excitement. Yes, I want to. Finally, Mido's voice echoes through the speakers again. And they hear a click indicating that the closet is unlocked. Now, have fun. And don't forget to invite me to the wedding. Hisashi and Shoto look at each other before hurrying out of the closet, Hisashi holding Mr. Muffins tightly in his arms. Well, Shoto mutters, I think after that, we can say without any doubt there's no way the problem child isn't human. Hisashi snorts, and the two start walking toward the teacher's lounge. For sure, I don't think even Nezu can deny it now. He replies, Mama, Papa, together. Mr. Muffins asks, Yes, you scheming imp. Hisashi replies, Mama and Papa are together now. Finally. They hear a female voice and look up. Nimuri is in front of the teacher's lounge, looking at them with the biggest grin they ever saw on the woman's face. Oh, no, Shoto says. Oh, yes, Nimuri replies. Finally, all that pining was already way past painful and into torture field. You better tell me everything. Shouta sighs heavily at their friend's antics. But Hizashi can't help the smile on his face. He never thought he would be able to find it in himself to confess, much less that his crush could be reciprocal. Looks like Nimari was right about all the times she called him and Shouta dumbasses. Well, at least he's now a dumbass with a boyfriend. He can certainly get behind that. Shouta isn't nervous about his date with Zashi. He definitely isn't. Shouta is a logical man, not a teenager with a crush. He's not nervous. So what if he's been fantasizing about this scenario for years? So what if he's been thinking for years about what would be the perfect first date for him and Zashi? So what if he has a whole day planned with activities he's sure Zashi will like? So what if this imaginary scenario has finally become real? And this might be his only chance to make the day perfect and maybe get a chance for a second date. There's nothing to be worried about. And Shouta definitely didn't spend the last 5 hours that he could have been catching up on his sleep, embroidering a cockatoo on his nightshirt. Shouta is sure anyone who knows him would think it was a joke if someone said that one of Eraserhead's favorite hobbies is embroidery. And well, even Shouta isn't sure how he got into the habit. Shouta still remembers when he received his first embroidery kit from Zashi on his 17th birthday. It hadn't been that long since they lost Oboro, and Shouta was still struggling with his emotions. Zashi gave him an embroidery kit saying it was like stabbing things instead of people. It's the best way for you to get those pesky emotions I know you hate off your chest without causing anyone else pain. The gift sat around for a few months before he even tried it, but one day he decided to give it a go. After all, why not? Shouta's first attempts ended up with lots of prickled fingers and a cat that looked like an eldritch horror. But after looking at what he did, he couldn't help but feel satisfied with his job. Since then, embroidering at least a piece every month became a habit for him. It's something he does when he's stressed or nervous about something. Not that he's nervous right now, because he's not. Zashi will be here for their date in half an hour. That's okay. Shouta shaved and even dressed in his better clothes. That's only logical. Shouta is not nervous. Before he can spiral further, get up, and calmly fetch a cup of coffee, he hears a knock on his door. Since there are only 3 people who visit him, and he is sure that Nezu has other plans for today, and Nimari knows about Shouta's date, it can only be Zashi. Taking a deep breath, Shouta gets up and opens the door. Immediately, Shouta hides his face in his capture weapon. Yes, he's wearing it. Nothing in the world will make him leave the house without it, to hide his blushing face. One word only sums up Zashi at that moment. Gorgeous. His friend always had a much better sense of fashion than Shouta and even Nimari. But this is the first time Shouta has seen him dressed up for a date. Zashi is wearing simple and somewhat casual clothes. Black jeans that hug all his curves, a t-shirt from a rock band that Shouta doesn't know but Zashi loves to talk about, and one of his leather jackets. His hair is low and neatly styled. Even his glasses don't seem to be the same pair he wears every day. The problem child is right. Shouta is completely whipped, and he doesn't even mind. Hey, Zashi. Very eloquent, Shouta. Very eloquent. Hey, Shu. Zashi chirps. Come in. Shouta invites. I just have to grab my jacket, then we can go. He steps in and goes to his room to grab his jacket, a simple dark purple jacket Nimari gave him. Then he goes back to the living room. And to his mortification, he finds Zashi looking at the shirt he forgot on the couch when he went to open the door. The same shirt Shouta was embroidering a yellow cockatoo on. Shu, that's amazing. Zashi exclaims excitedly. I knew you liked embroidering, but this is better than what I find in specialty stores. Once more, Shouta dips his face in his capture weapon to hide his blush and turns around. Are you ready to go? He asks, completely ignoring what Zashi just said. You bet. Zashi replies, following him. Where are we going? You'll see, Shouta says as he puts on his shoes. Ew, I love surprises. Zashi laughs. Shouta guides Zashi to his car and starts driving. Contrary to popular belief, he does have a license and can drive well. It's just that he hates traffic, but for his date, he's more than willing to drive. As he drives, Zashi is practically buzzing with excitement, and it's adorable. Shouta really hopes he likes the surprise. He had to call in one of the favors Nezu owed him to get the tickets. Shouta can see the moment Zashi's eyes light up with recognition at the place Shouta stops. Shu isn't here. He starts. Yep. Shouta grins and reaches into his jacket pocket, pulling up 2 tickets to Hamilton, an American musical. Not only is this a pre-Quirk musical, but it's a work very rarely staged in Japanese theaters. Getting tickets to see it is almost impossible. But Shouta knew it was something Hizashi would like to see. He's already a great fan of the play and its songs, but he never got to watch it live. Shu, you're amazing. Zashi squeals in delight. So, let's go. Shouta barely has time to finish his line before Zashi is grabbing him by the arm and dragging him inside the theater like an excited child in a candy store. The comparison doesn't fail to get a chuckle from Shouta. They don't waste time entering and find their seats a few minutes before the play starts. Shouta isn't ashamed to say he barely paid any attention to the play, though. He was too busy watching every micro-expression on Zashi's face, every laugh whenever a joke was said. His eyes misted in the more dramatic parts, the way he mounted the music with the actors. It's like Zashi was part of the play. And honestly, watching him is much more interesting. Zashi gets very emotional as the finale song, Who Lives? Who Dies? Who Tells Your Story is sung by the actors, and once the play is finished, he's the first to stand up and start applauding. Shoto has never been a huge fan of theaters or musicals. He's barely a fan of music in general. But to see Zashi smiling like this, he would bring him to watch any play he could ever want to. Of course, their date doesn't end there. After the play, Shoto brings Zashi to his favorite cat cafe, brewing the perfect blends. And it's not just because of the cats that he likes this place. Everything is perfect there. From the atmosphere to the pastries, the comfy chairs, the adorable cats, everything. Shoto and Zashi are sitting down at a table. Shoto has a chocolate cake and a caramel iced coffee, while Zashi has a cappuccino and strawberry cake. Shoto watches, amused, as Zashi details his favorite parts of the play as if Shoto hadn't just watched it too. Unfortunately, all good things must come to an end. After a few hours of talking and playing with the cats, they have to go home. He still has to patrol that night. And the next morning Zashi has his radio show. Shoto drives Zashi to his house and walks him to the door. As soon as Zashi opens the door, Mr. Muffins jumps into his arms, meowing loudly and nuzzling his cheek. "Hi, baby, I'm back," Zashi says, laughing and scratching the kitten behind her ears. "Can you wait inside? Mama will be right in." The kitten meows again and jumps down, entering the house. "So, did you like the date?" Shoto asks once Zashi looks at him. "It was so amazing, Shu. Thank you so much for doing this," Zashi says, grinning. "It will be hard to beat this on our next date, but I will make an effort." "Next," Shoto replies, dumbfounded. "Of course, I'm planning the next one," Zashi says. "If you want a second date, that is." "Of course I want," Shoto replies quickly. "Then it's decided," Zashi says. "I had so much fun today, Shu. See you tomorrow, Zashi." Shoto replies. Zashi turns around to enter but stops for a second, then hesitantly turns to Shoto. Shoto is about to ask if there's something wrong when Zashi takes a step forward and gives Shoto a peck on the lips. "See you tomorrow, Shu," Zashi says and quickly enters his house, leaving a stunned Shoto at his door. Shoto isn't sure how long he just stands there stunned, but eventually, he brings a hand to his lips. Did this really just happen? He shakes his head and turns around, going back to his car. It's only once he sees his reflex in the car's mirror that he notices that he can't stop smiling. Divided by, Higari has no idea why Nezu suddenly asked for a meeting with him. He wonders if it has anything to do with what he discovered last week. There's no denying he's nervous, but he doubts that Nezu wants to fire him. The principal isn't the type to wait around for this kind of thing. To date, Higari has only seen one person fired from the UA. The former rescue training specialist before 13 was hired. The man started teaching quirkist and dangerous practices to students. The moment Nezu found out, not only he fired the teacher, but he also made sure he would never work as a hero or a teacher again. Nezu always handpicks his employees, and it's very rare that he makes mistakes in his selection, but when he does, he's not afraid to own up and correct them. That's why Higari knows that if he was going to be fired for his stunt with Mido's last week, he would have been by now. Knowing that doesn't make him any less nervous, and it's clear that Nezu isn't going to make things easy for him. For the last 10 minutes, the principal has done nothing but stare at him as he sipped his tea. At least he offered Higari a cup of tea too, which means he's not angry at him. "Nezu-san, why am I here?" Higari finally asks once the silence becomes unbearable. Nezu stares at him silently for a few more seconds before chuckling and looking away. Most people would have run away by now. Nezu says with a smile, "I'm impressed, Higari-kun. As for why I called you here, I think you already know. It's about Mido's, right?" Higari asks. "I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't help my curiosity." "Don't worry about that." Nezu waves him off. "I would never punish an inquisitive mind for being curious. I'm more surprised you were the first one to figure out the truth. I really expected to be Hisashi-kun. Besides, Izuku-kun already forgave you, so it's not even my place to be angry in his stead. That being said, I don't think I need to tell you to not do that again, right?" "Of course, sir," Higari replies quickly. "I won't ever try this again." "Good." Nezu nods. "Now, I heard you were building a body for him." Yes, sir." Higari nods. "He asked me to build a body for him, specifically with heat sensors that could allow him to touch and feel things, and also a palate sensor. I assume he wants to be able to taste things again." "You are correct in your assumption." Nezu nods. He has been stuck in that cyberspace for almost 2 years. For such a young kid to be without any kind of physical contact for so long. He sighs. "I don't need to understand human emotions to be able to deduce that he's severely touch-starved. Could I see your projects?" Higari is stunned for a moment. He never saw his boss being that empathetic towards another human being. It's not that he doesn't care. Higari has seen him destroy corrupt schools and arrest bad parents far too many times to think that Nezu cares a lot about children. But even so, he usually keeps himself detached from the cases he works on. And yet, this kid seems to have wormed his way into the Chimera's heart like no one ever did before. Of course, sir. Higari nods and points at Nezu's screen. May I be my guest? Nezu replies. Higari wastes no time accessing the blueprints he created a few days ago. A 3D blueprint of the design opens on the screen, showing a detailed image of the design. Higari made sure to base the body on Mido's current appearance. Therefore, the android has all of Midoriya Izuku's characteristics. Honestly, I never thought I would work on a project like this, Higari says. But I've never been this excited with a project before. I had to ask for a lot of favors with my old friends in Island to get the necessary materials. He takes a look at the blueprint, despite already having the whole project memorized. Android Blueprint, MIDOS. General Information. Name, MIDOS. Design, a 9-year-old boy with short curly green hair and green eyes. Height, 125 centimeters or 41. Weight, lightweight for ease of mobility and agility. Approximately 25 kilograms or 55 pounds. Body structure, skeleton, reactive super flexible armored skeleton for exceptional shock absorption and damage reduction. The RSAS is designed to minimize damage to internal components during impacts. Note, the RSAS is still a prototype. Development priority, medium. Muscles, advanced synthetic muscles with superior strength and endurance. These muscles provide the android with enhanced strength beyond ordinary human levels, comparable to minor strength-enhancing quirks. Senses, touch emulation, integrated touch sensors throughout the synthetic skin, enabling it to perceive and respond to physical contact. Taste emulation, specialized sensors located in the oral region capable of emulating taste sensation. This feature allows the android to enjoy a wide range of flavors and facilitates social interactions involving food. Power source, digestive system, a sophisticated digestive system capable of converting food into biofuel. The android can consume and process food, transforming it into energy to supplement the main power source. Note, the prototype conversion system is very inefficient. A full meal can provide enough energy to sustain the body's essential functions only for approximately 1 hour. Development priority, low. Energy core. An auto-sufficient energy core serves as the primary power source. It harnesses advanced energy conversion technology to efficiently produce and store electrical energy. Note, the prototype energy core is unstable and has the potential to explode if overworked. It's crucial to prioritize the development of a stable and reliable energy core to eliminate the risk of explosions and improve overall performance and safety. Safety measures. Built-in limiters. To prevent the prototype energy core from overcharging, internal limiters that monitor and control the power input will be installed. These limiters ensure safe operation and protect against potential explosions caused by excessive energy buildup. That's very detailed, Higari-kun, Nezu says once he finishes reading the blueprints. Though, if you don't mind me asking, why did you choose a child's appearance? Midoriya is 9, isn't he? Higari asks. Or at least he was the day he doesn't appear to have grown up ever since. His appearance still looks exactly the same. You're right, Nezu nods. I have a few theories about that. I think his cyber appearance, let's call it his avatar, could be changed if he so wanted. He simply keeps the last form he remembers. You might have noticed that most of the time he still wears exactly the same thing he was wearing the day of the tragedy. This makes sense. Higari nods. I assume you'll be helping him on that front. You assumed right, Higari-kun. Young Izuku is nothing short of genius, but I can see he barely scratched the surface of what his quirk can do. Nezu grins. What kind of educator would I be if I didn't help him with that? And on that front, I would like to suggest a few alterations on this blueprint. Oh, I thought I did a good job with that. Higari replies. What should I change? Oh, no. Your current design is perfect for a daily life body. Nezu replies. But I want to help young Izuku fulfill his dream, He looks back at the blueprint, examining each detail. And also, he might be forever stuck at 9 years old. Don't you think we could give him a chance to see how it feels to be older? So, instead of a child, you want his body to be adult-sized? Higari asks. Teenager. Nezu corrects. Between 15 to 17 years old would be a good model. I can give you some estimates on how he would probably look at this age. Also, the body needs to be battle-ready. As I said, I'll train young Izuku to become a hero as it's his dream. Of course you don't mind giving weapons to a kid. Higari sighs. What do you have in mind? Well, young Izuku will use this body for more than just combat. Nezu replies. So, instead of weaponizing him, do you think you could create external weapons? That's certainly possible. Higari nods. What kind of training do you want to give him? Everything. Nezu grins. Combat, analysis, investigation, and rescue. Underground and limelight. Air, water, and ground. I want him to be capable of facing anything. But sir, that's... Higari didn't know what to say. Don't worry about anything, Higari-kun. Nezu waves him off. I'll be personally funding this project, no matter what kind of materials you need to use. Or even if you need to start a research for a new kind of material just to make this possible. It'll take a long time to perfect it. Higari warns. Possibly years. I can have this prototype ready in a week or two. But to make sure it'll work, he'll need a lot of field testing. And unlike regular support gear, anything I create for Midos will be exclusive for him. This means I can ask other heroes to test. We have time, Nezu replies, and Midos is patient. For now, focus on finishing the main body before you start thinking of the other features. If you need more hands to help you on that, I'll be more than happy to provide you with a qualified team. Put a pin on that for now, Higari says. I might need it in the future, but for now, I'm enough. Of course, Nezu agrees. When are you going to start building it? The materials I ordered should arrive tomorrow. Higari replies. I'll adjust the blueprints today. Very well, I will be refunding the amount you paid for these materials, Nezu says. And since I'm technically hiring you for this project, you'll receive compensation for that. This means Higari can expect a large sum coming into his bank account soon. Nezu is well known for his tendency to squander money. Well, squandering isn't the right term. After all, every investment he has ever made has always paid off. But still, when he decides to invest in something, he lives by the saying, go big or go home. With a last nod, Higari gets up and leaves the principal's office. This project just became a lot harder, but he would be lying if he said that working on something that advanced won't be exciting. Not even an island is capable of building an android this advanced. Well, it's time to go back to work, Higari says with a grin. Divided by. Few people are used to having all their beliefs shaken and their whole world turned upside down. Unfortunately, Chizome is one of those people. As a little boy, he was just another ordinary child. Someone who admired heroes and wanted to be like his idol, All Might, saving everyone with a smile and bringing comfort to everyone who heard his name. That changed the day his quirk manifested. Bloodcurdle, the ability to paralyze anyone by ingesting their blood for up to 8 minutes, depending on blood type. 8 minutes for type B, 6 for AB, 4 for A, and 2 for O. His world turned for the first time after that. Once a normal child, everyone started treating him like a villain, including his own parents. But that didn't change his dream. Chizome still wanted to become a hero. The second time his world changed, it was right when he got into a hero school. He failed UAS entrance exam. Bloodcurdle was useless against robots. But he had several backup plans. He ended up getting into a small hero school. But that school didn't teach them how to be heroes. No, they were being trained to be celebrities, not to save lives. Chizome refused to stay in such a place. It didn't take long for him to understand that he would never be accepted as a hero with a quirk like that. He would never bring comfort to the people. But maybe he could do something different. If he couldn't bring comfort to civilians, he could bring fear to villains. That's how Stendhal, the vigilante, was born. Stendhal kept the streets safe for years, and Chizome thought he had found his way to be a hero. But then, one day, he learned just how fake heroes are. A hero ambushed him while he was trying to save a kid who was being attacked. The kid was screaming for help, but the damn hero was only concerned with capturing the vigilante. Until the kid stopped screaming. The so-called hero kept going on and on with his monologue about how justice had come, but Chizome could only stare at the alley where the child's lifeless body was dumped as the killer left. And as for that damn fake hero, his name was Cabra or something like that. He became the first victim of hero killer Stain. From that day on, Chizome found out what he was really supposed to do. His mission is to purge the fake heroes, all in the name of true heroism. Only a true hero would have the right to stop him, a hero like All Might. But then, once again, everything he believed in was shattered. This time by meeting the one called Hero Crusher. He never met the other villain in person, but he showed him evidence that broke him. Not only was All Might just another fake hero, but Stain was wrong on several of his targets. He killed genuinely good heroes. Since that day, Stain has not killed any more heroes. He continued his hunt, but instead of killing his targets, he only dealt heavy damage to them. That way, the fake heroes would mostly give up their careers, fearing for their lives, while the real ones would continue. Still, Chizome is no longer sure if he is doing the right thing. Since childhood, Chizome's greatest trait has always been his conviction. But today, for the first time in his life, Chizome is in doubt. What is right and what is wrong? Is purging fake heroes really possible? If even All Might was a lie, then who are the real heroes? Chizome doesn't know anything anymore. As he walked aimlessly through the streets, his phone started ringing. Chizome didn't even need to check the number. There's only one single person in the world who knows this number, and Chizome has no idea how. Still, he answers the call. You seem lost, Stain, the hero crusher says in his distorted voice. Stain raises his head and looks around until his eyes land on a street camera pointed at him. Of course you're stalking me again, Chisholm grumbles. What do you want this time? Just talk, the hero crusher replies. You've gone radio silent for a few weeks. I was worried. You're hard to find, you know. The plan was for it to be impossible. Chisholm sighs. You're not wrong, though. I am quite lost. I thank you for opening my eyes. But now I don't know what I'm supposed to do anymore. It's like everything I ever believed in my life was nothing but lies. I couldn't be a hero. Stendhal could make a difference. And now Stain's mission is also hopeless. That's not how I see things, Chisholm, the hero crusher replies. Stendhal made a difference. The people on the streets felt safer when you patrolled. For months after you disappeared, people on underground forums asked themselves what happened to their protector. And Stain, while Stain was misguided and targeted some good heroes, you also killed some of the worst villains masquerading as heroes in the world. I don't agree with Stain, and I never will. But you made a difference. He stays silent for a few more seconds. As for what you should do now, I think you finally realize there's only so much a single person can do alone. But what if you weren't alone? What do you mean? Chisholm asks. I want us to meet. The hero crusher replies. In person. Chisholm stares at the entrance of the cafe, a familiar territory for both vigilantes and villains. The nameless cafe, an oasis of neutrality, nestled within the streets of Mustafu. It doesn't matter if you are a hero, a civilian, a vigilante, or even a villain. As long as you leave your grudges at the door, you are welcomed with open arms. It made perfect sense why the enigmatic hero crusher had selected this spot for their rendezvous. Chisholm stepped into the nameless cafe, being greeted by the dimly lit interior, creating a mysterious atmosphere. The scent of freshly brewed coffee and the faint whiff of cigarette smoke lingered in the air, a testament to the countless conversations and clandestine meetings that had taken place within these walls. At a corner, Chisholm can see a group he recognizes as members of the Yakuza talking about something. The tables were a mix of mismatched chairs and worn-out cushions, each set arranged in a way that allowed occupants to maintain a sense of privacy while still being part of the communal space. Murmurs and hushed whispers filled the room, and Chisholm noticed the occasional glance directed toward him as he made his way to the back. The hero crusher said he would meet him at table 23. Sitting at the table, Chisholm impatiently awaits the arrival of the hero crusher, though he has no idea how the person looks. He knows that they know who Chisholm is. A stray cat wanders to him, and just as he's about to shoo it away, he realizes with a start that it's not an ordinary feline, it's a robot cat. The mechanical cat elegantly hops onto the table, positioning itself to face Chisholm directly. To his bewilderment, a voice emanates from the robotic creature, uttering his name with an eerie familiarity. Nice to officially meet you, Stain, the voice says. Chisholm blinks, his mind trying to comprehend the bizarre situation before him. Are you the hero crusher? He cautiously asks, his suspicion mixing with curiosity. I thought you wanted to meet in person. In my current condition, this is the closest to in person we can meet. The cat replies, the voice laced with a hint of mystery. But you're correct, I did want to meet you face to face. Today, you shall uncover my true identity. Chisholm's intrigue grows, his thoughts racing to make sense of the cryptic message. The hero crusher has always been an enigma, a master hacker whose actions have remained solely in the digital realm. The notion that this robot cat could be the elusive figure behind the code intrigues him, and he can't help but wonder if the hero crusher has been incapacitated by a wound or illness. That would explain why he only works online. Very well, Chisholm says, his attention fully caught by the cat. I'm listening. The cat emits a soft, mechanical purr before continuing in its enigmatic voice. Tell me, Stain, do you know about the Midoriyas? He asks. I've heard of them. Chisholm replies, his voice tinged with a hint of bitterness. Single mom and a child, both dead in an accident, officially stated. But as you've shown me, All Might was responsible for it. The HPSC covered it up, just like they've hidden other incidents caused by the #1 hero. All to maintain the status quo. That's right, but that wasn't everything. The cat responds. You see, the son, Midoriya Izuku, was said to be quirkless. But that's not true. He wasn't quirkless, he was a late bloomer. And his quirk is a very powerful form of technopathy. Having said that, the cat opens his mouth, revealing a projector's lens. A hologram appears on the chair next to Chisholm, depicting a little boy with green hair, eyes, and freckles. Hello, Stain. The cat speaks again, his voice unaltered, revealing his true identity. Currently, I go by MIDOS, or Midoriya Izuku Disk Operating System. Chisholm's mind races to process the revelation. Midoriya Izuku, the supposedly dead quirkless boy, is alive, and he's the hero crusher. The weight of the truth sinks in. Dozens of heroes had their careers destroyed by a 910-year-old kid. However, another thought gnaws at him. Midoriya Izuku is supposed to be dead and buried. How could he possibly be here? Are you actually Midoriya Izuku? Chizome asks. Or are you merely his quirk, a memory, perhaps? The holographic projection pauses, uncertainty flickering in the boy's eyes. Honestly, I don't know, he admits. After I died, I woke up in a place I call the cyberspace. Perhaps I am Izuku himself, or maybe I'm just a copy of his memory created by his quirk. I'm not sure. Does the answer change things? Not really. Chizome shakes his head. Whether you are the real Izuku or merely a memory doesn't change what you're trying to do. We both want the same thing, the boy says through the cat. We want to improve society, but you realize that your methods aren't working. Chizome acknowledges the truth in those words. Killing the fake heroes isn't achieving the change he hoped for. I tried to be a hero. I tried to be a vigilante. Neither worked, Chizome says, his voice tinged with frustration. And now, being a villain isn't working either. I'm lost. I don't know what to do. A single person can only go so far. The boy replies, but let's take a look at another thing. The hologram disappears, and the cat projects a graphic in its place. These are the areas where Stendhal used to patrol. The boy points out. Then these are the areas where Stain killed heroes. Can you see the difference? Chizome studies the graphics, observing the contrasting patterns. The areas where Stendhal patrolled experienced a significant 73% decrease in criminal activity while he was active. In contrast, the areas where Stain killed heroes saw a troubling 26% increase in criminal activity due to the decrease in the number of heroes. The realization hits him like a truck. I didn't realize, Chizome stammers, grappling with the implications of the data. I thought I was doing what was necessary to bring about change. Unfortunately, that's not how things work. The boy replies, villains will take advantage of the absence of heroes. And the truth is that fake heroes are also needed to maintain security. If they are doing their job, who cares about their motives? Chizome's resolve wavers, and he finds himself questioning everything he ever stood for. The hero crusher's words strike a chord within him, offering a different perspective on how to achieve their shared goal of improving society. So, what do you suggest? Chizome asks. Perhaps it's time for Stendhal to return. The cat activates the hologram of Midoriya Izuku. You can help keep the streets safe. You might not agree, but I believe the vigilante Stendhal was a true hero. He gives him a smile. We could also use more allies. Chizome asks, intrigued by the notion. I'm working with Nezu. The boy replies, we have a plan. Change won't come fast, especially when we are trying to make sure society won't collapse. Chizome contemplates the offer before him. It's a far cry from the path he had been on, but there's something undeniably appealing about it. He has always been driven by the desire to make a difference, to create a society that he believes in. So, you want me to act as an informant besides going back to being Stendhal? Chizome summarizes, seeking clarification. Exactly. Mido nods. What do you say, Akaguro Chizome? Are we allies? For a moment, Chizome weighs the consequences and the potential for genuine change. He has the chance to work with true heroes and contribute to bringing the change he always wanted. Maybe there really is a way to bring back the real heroism without the need for even more bloodshed. With his mind made, Chizome gives a determined nod. We are allies, Midos, Chizome declares. I'll embrace this new approach, and together, we'll strive for a better tomorrow. Then it's good to work with you, Stendhal. The boy replies. As the holographic projection of Mido smiles warmly, a newfound alliance forms between those two individuals. Divided by. So, I just need to move it? Izuku asks as he eyes the ARM prototype Magi-senpai is showing him. The boy is still using the cat robot Shoto modified for him, which he officially named Maudos. That's right, Magi-senpai replies. I want to test the sensors and mobility to see if everything works correctly. Okay, I'll try. Izuku nods and sits down in front of the ARM. From the cat body, he sends the white tendrils of his quirk, quickly connecting himself to the ARM. Okay, I'm in. What do I do? Let's start simple, Magi-senpai says. Move the fingers. Izuku focuses his mind on the ARM, and his quirk seamlessly integrates with the robotic limb. It's much smoother than when he has to hack something to enter. He feels the connection, almost like the ARM became an extension of himself. With a gentle thought, he commands the fingers to move, and they respond accordingly, flexing and extending with impressive precision. The fingers work well, Izuku says. That's amazing, Magi-senpai replies. Now, try rotating the wrist and moving the arm up and down. Izuku follows the instructions, fluidly adjusting the wrist's rotation and raising and lowering the arm. As he does so, he frowns slightly at the result. The wrist is a bit stiff, Izuku points out. I can hear a creak in it. I think the bones are rubbing on each other. Magi-senpai nods and takes notes, his mind already working on potential solutions. I see. It's a good observation, Izuku. Magi-senpai nods attentively. We must ensure smooth movement and minimize friction. Let's take a closer look at the joint mechanisms. Maudos and Magi-senpai huddle over the arm, examining the mechanical intricacies. Maybe we can use a different type of lubrication to reduce the friction. Izuku suggests, and reinforcing the joint with a more flexible material could solve the stiffness issue. A more flexible material could compromise durability. Magi-senpai points out, I wonder if it's a good trade-off. We could combine a flexible inner structure with a reinforced outer layer. Izuku proposes. That way, we maintain both flexibility and durability. You mean, like external armor? Magi-senpai asks. Yes, exactly. Izuku's face lights up with excitement. We could design the joint with a core of flexible material that ensures smooth movement and then encase it in a layer of reinforced armor, offering protection and stability. It could give us the best of both worlds. Magi-senpai ponders over the idea for a while, his mind racing with possibilities. Underground and limelight, air, water, and ground. A body ready for anything. He mutters to himself, lost in thought. I think I have the solution. What do you mean, Magi-senpai? Izuku asks, tilting his head in confusion, intrigued by the support hero's musings. Magi-senpai rushes to his desk and unceremoniously shoves everything to the floor before opening a new blueprint. Instead of creating a single body that can handle anything, which would be impossible, I must say, how about? He starts sketching rapidly on the blueprint. A single neutral body, no strengths or weaknesses. And then, to supply the other necessities, I can make armors. Izuku completes. A flying armor for air combat. An aquatic armor for underwater operations, a ground armor for regular operations, stealth armor for underground work. Exactly. Each armor will be specialized for specific tasks, and when needed, you can switch between them, allowing for maximum adaptability. Magi-senpai nods with a smile. This way, we optimize efficiency without compromising on performance. This is perfect, Magi-senpai. Izuku says excitedly. I can see why you're the #1 in support gear. Flattery will get you nowhere. Magi-senpai chuckles playfully. But I appreciate the sentiment. We can start designing the armors after we finish this test. We still need to try the touch sensors. Oh, right. Izuku chuckles. I'll connect again. Then he connects to the arm again. I'm in. How are we going to test? I didn't try to copy the entire somatosensory system, but the concept is pretty similar. Magi-senpai explains. The receptors on the synthetic skin should be able, just like sensory receptors, and activate the artificial nerves creating electrical signals. I simplified the process, though. They should go straight to your mind, hopefully making the process faster. Let's start with temperature. He pulls 2 metal bars. One bar is hot, the other is cold. Let's see if you can differentiate them. Izuku focuses, his mind prepared for the task at hand. As he grasps the metal bars with the robotic arm, he senses a surge of electrical impulses flowing through his neural connection. It's a unique sensation, like his own skin was registering the temperature changes. It's a testament to Magi-senpai's skillful engineering that the synthetic skin can replicate such fine details. I can feel it, Izuku exclaims in amazement. It's not perfect, but it works. The hot bar feels slightly warm, and the cold one only feels a little cool. So, we need to work on precision. Maybe increase the number of receptors as well. Magi-senpai takes notes. Let's see if you can differentiate textures. Magi-senpai presents a set of objects with varying textures. Smooth, rough, bumpy, and soft. With each touch, Izuku's mind registers the distinctive feel of the surfaces through the robotic arm, though the sensations are not as clear as they would be with his own hand. The potential is undeniable. I can feel the differences, Izuku says, his mind focused on the task. The rough one is slightly abrasive, the bumpy one feels uneven, and the soft one has a gentle texture. Excellent, Izuku. Magi-senpai nods. This is promising. We'll keep working on refining the receptors and feedback to make it even better. Anything else you think you should mention? I'm not sure, Izuku says, thoughtfully contemplating the experience. The robotic arm moves as if to scratch his chin, and at that moment, it accidentally touches a connected soldering iron. Ouch, Izuku yelps, quickly dropping his connection to the arm. Does it have pain sensors as well? It shouldn't. Magi-senpai frowns, concerned by the unintended reaction. But that's just a prototype. Maybe the sensors are picking up and transmitting things as pain. I'll have to check it later. Izuku eyes the arm warily, a mix of curiosity and apprehension in his expression. The prospect of adding pain sensors to the robot body is both intriguing and worrisome. I don't think I need pain sensors, Izuku says. I know why people feel pain, but I can easily create a program to keep an eye on the level of damage the body suffer. You have a point, Magi-senpai acknowledges with a nod. For you, pain sensors will be more of a nuisance than anything else. Let's focus on enhancements that will suit your needs. As they continue their discussion, they delve into potential improvements for the robotic arm and the rest of Izuku's body, brainstorming ideas that align with Izuku's unique quirk and skill set. Magi-senpai skillfully adapts the designs to enhance his capabilities while minimizing any drawbacks. Then, almost seamlessly, Their discussion shifts back to the concept of armors. It's like they've discovered a treasure trove of possibilities waiting to be unlocked. Izuku's eyes light up like a child in a candy store, and Miaoto's jumps up and down with joy. Magi-senpai chuckles at his happiness. So, I have ideas for the basic concepts, Magi-senpai says with enthusiasm. An aerial armor focused on speed and mobility. A ground armor focused on firepower and physical strength. An aquatic armor focused on underwater mobility. A stealth armor focused on agility and flexibility. Oh, this reminds me of something. Izuku's eyes sparkle with excitement. I think I have the perfect design. A moment later, a ding on Magi-senpai's phone indicates a new message. He opens it and sees the image Izuku sent him. Really? Magi-senpai raises an eyebrow at the robot cat, amused by the unexpected source of inspiration. A video game. It's been over 200 years since they last published anything for this series. Izuku explains with a mischievous grin on his face. It's public domain already. Magi-senpai looks at the image for a few seconds, considering its intricacies and unique features, before sighing with a smile. Well, I can't deny the design is good. He concedes. I'll have to make a few tweaks to make it practical, but I guess I can go with that. Yeah, Izuku cheers. And with that, Miaoto starts running around the room like a kitten with zoomies while Magi-senpai works on the blueprints. Izuku walks briskly through the bustling corridors toward the support studios. Even controlling the small cat robot, he could feel his heart pounding with anticipation. It makes him wonder how he can feel his heart when he technically doesn't have one anymore. But that's something he can think about at another time. The message from Magi-senpai had been brief and intriguing, urging him to come to the studios without delay. The hero didn't offer any explanation besides that. Izuku can barely hold his curiosity. As the automatic doors open for the cat to step in, Izuku is caught off guard by what he finds inside. Magi-senpai stands near the center of the room, wearing his yellow helmet that looks like a mash between an excavator claw and a dinosaur head. Next to him was Nezu, his eyes betraying nothing of the reason why he's here. To their right stood Shoto, looking at the big capsule a few feet behind them. And finally, Aizawa-senpai, who seems just as tired as always, but he doesn't have his sleeping bag. Izuku expected Magi-senpai to be there. But why are Shoto, Nezu, and Aizawa-senpai here as well? And what is that big capsule behind them? Ah, there you are, Midos. Magi-senpai greets him with a warm smile, gesturing for him to approach. We've been waiting for you. Hi, Magi-senpai. Izuku greets, his eyes flickering from one figure to the next. What is this about? And why is everyone here? Nezu looks at Izuku and gives him a big grin. We have a surprise for you, Midos, Nezu says, glancing at Aizawa-senpai, who just raises an eyebrow at him before glancing at Shoto. Oh, so he doesn't know that Shoto knows, and instead of just cleaning everything up, Nezu prefers to let the chaos unfold. Classic Nezu. So, remember when I told you that it would still take a few months for the body to get ready? Magi-senpai says, grinning under his helmet. Well, Aizawa would call it a logical ruse. Wait, you can't mean. Izuku's eyes widen. Yep, Nezu's grin becomes even wider. Your new body is ready, he says, taking a step aside and bowing while pointing at the capsule. I call it the Midos prototype. Magi-senpai says, take a look. Izuku nods and walks to the capsule, which starts opening very slowly. A smoke screen leaves the capsule for dramatic effect. And all lights in the studios are turned off, something Izuku is sure was Nezu's idea. Izuku's breath is caught in his throat, his eyes widening in awe at the view. It's amazing. He can easily recognize himself in this robot. His hair, his face, his freckles, everything is there, but it looks older. A young adult, unlike the child he sees every time he looks in the mirror. The body is tall, but not overwhelmingly tall, about the same size as Magi-senpai. Izuku judges. Is that real? Izuku whispers in awe. Indeed it is, Midos. Magi-senpai replies with a proud smile. We did our best to create this with all the things you asked for. Wanna test it? Yes. Izuku nods excitedly, sitting down in front of the capsule. Izuku wastes no time in establishing the connection. He sees the white tendrils of his quirk connecting to the robot and immediately starts uploading himself into it. The process is quick and efficient. It's like it was made for him. Well, it was made for him. That's probably why he fits the robot, android, body so snugly. Izuku had never entered any electronic device so easily. Once the upload is complete, he can feel the system starting, and a HUD appears in his eyes. The HUD displays the blueprint of the body and quickly goes through all functionalities as they start. Then once the system is started, Izuku opens his eyes. The first thing Izuku notices is his size. He never felt so tall before. He's been in cameras on the streets, and most of them are in high places, but this is different. The second thing he notices is the freedom in his body. Cameras, and even Miaoto's, have a very limited range of motion. He starts moving his arms as his eyes focus on them. Then, Izuku notices his touch sense. He can feel the light fabric of the shirt rubbing on his shoulders and the shorts on his legs. As he steps out of the capsule, he almost jumps as he feels the cold floor on his bare feet. He can feel the chill of the AC unit in his body. He can feel everything, and it's amazing. It works, he mutters with a smile. I can feel things again. He starts running his hands through his arms, feeling the soft material used to create his synthetic skin. I can move freely again, he says as he twirls around. And then, as his laughter fills the studio, he adds, I feel alive again, as Izuku spins around in happiness, testing his new body. He barely notices the amused faces of the other people and creature in the room. And even if he did, he couldn't care less. He has a body, a human body. That's perfect. Then, suddenly, he remembers the main reason why he wanted a body in the first place. With a gradual slowing of his twirl, he turns his gaze towards the assembled group, his grin evolving into something more mischievous. His eyes meet Aizawa-senpai's, then shift to Shoto, Magi-senpai, and finally Nezu. Without a single word, he moves with a sudden burst of energy, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Nezu. With an exuberant laugh and a radiant smile, he scoops up the chimera into his arms and embraces his friend, mentor, and father figure. Thank you so much, Nezu-sensei, Izuku says, laughing. How Izuku missed the feeling of giving and receiving hugs. He feels Nezu rubbing his back gently, which makes him feel even warmer inside. Then after a few more seconds, he lowers Nezu back to the ground with a lingering smile still on his face. The chimera doesn't say a thing, but it's not necessary. Izuku can see in his face how happy the principal is for him. With his heart brimming with gratitude and euphoria, Izuku turns to Magi-senpai, his next target, for an exuberant embrace. Without hesitation, he lunges forward, wrapping his arms around the hero and easily lifting him from the ground. The realization of how strong his new body is immediate and exhilarating, and as he spins Magi-senpai around, laughter bursts from his lips. The sound of his laughter fills the air, a reflection of the overwhelming joy he feels at this moment. But even amidst the spinning and laughter, Izuku manages to convey his appreciation to the hero. This is even better than anything I could have imagined, Izuku says to the hero. Thank you so much, Magi-senpai. You're welcome, Izuku, Magi-senpai whispers, and Izuku feels his metallic fingers patting him on the back. Next, Izuku turns to Shoto, who's eyeing the interaction with a soft smile, and like the other two, he hugs and lifts him from the ground. Hugging Shoto is such an interesting experience. The boy, just like his quirk, is half hot, half cold. His left side is warm, and his right side is cold. It's like hugging two people at the same time. Thank you, Izuku says with a smile. I didn't do anything, Shoto replies, then he smirks. Yet, you can bet one day I'll make a Miaoto's model that will make this body look like a pile of junk. Izuku laughs and puts Shoto down. I'll be waiting for that day, he says with a grin, to which Shoto responds in kind. Then he turns to Aizawa-senpai and finds the place where he was standing just a second ago completely empty. Then he hears the door to the studio closing. Huh. Izuku blinks and turns to Nezu. Shoto-kun is allergic to affection, the principal playfully says. Oh, then you better get an anti-allergic, Izuku replies with a mischievous smirk, because I'm getting a hug from him as well. Then Izuku runs outside, determined to track down the underground hero and get a hug from him. He immediately starts tracking his cell phone. Maybe that's cheating, but Izuku never said he would play fair. Aizawa-senpai's signal is going to the teacher's lounge. Well, time to test how fast this body can move. With a grin on his face, Izuku takes off and quickly realizes that the answer is very fast. He's sure that he's going as fast as someone with a minor speed quirk would. And as he glances at his readings, he realizes that this isn't nearly close to what this body really is capable of. In no time at all, Izuku reaches the teacher's lounge, and to his joy, Aizawa isn't there yet. So he opens the door and enters. Immediately, all eyes are drawn to him, but he pays them no attention as he waits right next to the door and observes in his HUD as Shoto's signal approaches. Then, as soon as the door opens, Izuku tackles the underground hero in a hug, lifting him in the air just like he did with the others. Gotcha, Izuku says, laughing joyfully. Aizawa-senpai is so surprised that he barely reacts. But a few seconds later, Izuku hears a sigh, and the underground hero puts a hand on his hair and ruffles it. Yeah, you got me, problem child, he says, hiding his face in his capture weapon. Wait, Izuku turns around and sees Vlad King looking at him with wide eyes. Is this Mido's? Yep, Izuku replies with a grin and runs toward the hero while yelling. The blood hero has no time to react before he has a teenager-sized android hugging the shit out of him. And he certainly doesn't know how to react as he keeps his arms awkwardly close to him, not sure if he hugs back or stays still. Before he can make up his mind, Izuku lets him go and finds his next victim. 13 is a few steps ahead, talking something with Snipe, so Izuku jumps at them and hugs them both at the same time. Oh, hello, Midos, 13 says, and Izuku imagines they are smiling under that helmet. Well now, ain't it a sight for sore eyes? Snipe adds, mighty pleased to lay eyes on this here fresh rig of yours, partner. Mighty fine job by all PL, I reckon. Yep, Magi-senpai did it. Izuku replies with a grin. And it's amazing. I have arms to give hugs now, and I can feel them too. He laughs and runs to Inui-senpai, wrapping his arms around the therapist's neck and pulling him closer. He quickly does the same to Kayama-senpai, who immediately returns with a crushing hug of her own. Ishiyama-senpai is a bit more awkward, but not as much as Vlad. Then he moves to ectoplasm, but as he approaches, the guy raises a hand into a stop sign. Nope, not doing this, kid, he says rather rudely and then evaporates away. Oh, Izuku mutters, slightly disappointed. Okay, then he looks around and finds the only person in the room who he didn't hug yet. With a grin, he runs to Yamada-senpai with open arms. No dice, little listener, Yamada says as he approaches. You're not hugging me. Oh, Izuku says, looking down. Why not? Because I'm hugging you first. Yamada-senpai replies with a grin. And before Izuku could react, he's being scooped in his arms and embraced by the loud hero. Wow, you're lighter than I thought. Izuku immediately starts laughing and wraps his arms around Yamada-senpai's neck. I never felt so happy, Izuku says, his voice barely a whisper. I have a family again. That's everything I could ask for. Yamada-senpai seems to hear him because he hugs Izuku even tighter with one arm. And with the other, he pulls Aizawa-senpai into the hug. You won't be alone again, little listener, he says softly. We promise you, be it as Mido's or as Midoriya Izuku. You are one of us now. He's right, problem child. Aizawa-senpai adds, we got your back. Just don't expect more hugs from me. Okay, your hugs are reserved for the cats, Izuku says with a smile. I'll remember that. Good. Aizawa-senpai nods with a smirk. Divided by, Shoto has been feeling watched all morning, ever since he arrived at UA. He's been certain that someone was watching him, but it's different from when Nezu or Midos follow him on camera. None of his students can sneak on him, so he quickly discards this possibility. When he tells Zashi about it, his boyfriend chalks it down to paranoia, which is fair. Shoto can't deny that he's a little paranoid. One does not survive as an underground hero without a healthy dose of paranoia. But still, Shoto is sure this isn't just his paranoia talking. Someone is watching him, and he can't find it. This is actually pretty familiar, which makes Shoto even more on edge, because he's sure that if this has something to do with the problem child, he knows he's about to be pranked. The question is, when? Unfortunately, there's not much he can do at the moment besides keeping an eye open. Besides, he has class now, and the problem child wouldn't ambush him in the middle of class, right? For most of the morning, classes went like usual. So usual that Shoto almost forgot about his mysterious stalker. That is until he noticed the vent above the class discreetly opening. Nothing that unusual either. Nezu sometimes will pay a surprise visit to classes just to mess with the students. But when after several minutes, no one leaves the vent, his paranoia comes back in full force. He's sure no one is in class, but he can feel himself being observed. As he lectures his class, he keeps the vent in the corner of his eyes at all times to make sure no one is coming in. This definitely has problem child written all over it. But what is he planning? Can anyone tell me what is the appropriate procedure for when you encounter a child in a disaster zone? He asks the class as he continues the lecture. Not a single student raises their hand. No one. I know. Shoto freezes as he hears the very familiar voice right next to him in a space he's sure it's empty. Assess the situation calmly. Assess the child's condition. Establish communication. Be friendly and comforting. Don't panic. If you, the hero, start panicking, the kid certainly will. If necessary, provide first aids. If you can get the kid out safely, do it. Shoto stares in confusion at the empty spot where the voice is coming from, and he's sure all his students are doing the same. Then suddenly, he feels something barreling on him and a pair of arms wrapping around his body. He can feel some kind of armor touching him. Then an image flickers in front of him, and the problem child slowly comes into vision. He's wearing a purple armor weapon that resembles an open jacket and knee-high boots. Underneath he appears to be wearing white pants and a black t-shirt, both skin-tight. Around his waist is a utility belt. His helmet is black, purple, and white details, with a visor that expands beyond the helmet to look like a mask. And his green eyes are visible underneath. Behind the helmet, 2 ribbons extend like a scarf. He also has 2 yellow gauntlets on his wrists. Of course, it was you. Shoto sighs. I thought we agreed hugs are reserved for cats. I had to test this armor's stealth. Izuku replies with a mischievous grin. And if I can sneak on Eraserhead, it means I can sneak on anyone. Shoto sighs but makes no move to shake off the boy who clings to him like a koala. That's impressive. Shoto commends. The only reason I even knew someone was watching me was because of instinct. I didn't see or hear a single thing. Great, then it works, Izuku says, his smile softening. Now I just need to test the weapons. Please tell me Majima didn't give you guns, problem child. Shoto replies worriedly. Of course not. Izuku raises his hand, and the gauntlet opens up, depositing a kunai-like weapon in his hand. Guns are too noisy. He gave you knives. Shoto sighs exasperatedly, and Izuku just grins back at him. Will you let me go? No, I don't think I will. Izuku replies. Shoto sighs once again and turns back to his class, who are all looking at him in equal parts surprise, curiosity, and terror. Maybe this isn't so bad. Carrying on, Shoto says, ignoring Izuku still clinging to him. Now we'll start with fire rescue procedures. The class groans in annoyance, which only makes Shoto grins more. He can also hear Izuku chuckling softly beside him. Few things can surprise Nezu, and even fewer can infuriate him. But the current situation, it makes his blood boil. The only good thing about this situation is that Izuku is currently accompanying Zashi on a patrol, so he's not here to hear it. Still, Nezu will have to tell him later, and Chimera knows he'll be furious. What is the situation? The HPSC is sticking their absurdly large noses into what is none of their business again. Earlier that year, All Might had approached Nezu in search of a teaching position at UA. Nezu was already very unhappy with the hero after learning what he had done to Izuku, but to make matters worse, All Might already passed on his quirk to one of his students. The reason why he wanted the position was for a chance to teach his successor, or so he said. Now, refusing the #1 hero like this would be pretty bad for UA's image, so Nezu said he'd hire him if he got his teaching license. But that wasn't for All Might. Of course, it wasn't. Things always have to go exactly how he wants to, whenever he wants to. So instead of doing the minimally professional thing and going after his teaching license, which wouldn't be that hard, All Might can only work 3 hours a day, and he has a lot of free time. The buffoon went to the HPSC for help, and they forced Nezu to hire him. Now, Nezu has more than enough blackmail material to get them to back off, but that's still not the time to use it. So, he just pretended to be under their control and agreed to hire the idiot as the heroics teacher. And despite All Might claiming he wanted to keep an eye on Tagata, to whom he had passed one for all a few weeks ago, he still insisted he would teach the first years. And again, Nezu didn't have any choice in the matter. But if this arrogant bastard thinks he'll do whatever he wants in Nezu's school, he's in for a big surprise. Nezu is about to remind him why he's the principal. I'm glad we could get into an agreement, Nezu, All Might says, with a far too smug smile. Oh, All Might, Nezu grins at him. We aren't finished yet. I think we are. All Might replies. We have a contract set, and I have people to save. You see, All Might, Nezu says calmly, I take this school and the future of my students very seriously. That's why I handpick all of my teachers, and make sure they have the right qualifications for teaching. His smile vanishes as he looks at All Might with a predatory gaze. And yet, you went over all of that and forced my hand. So let's make one thing very clear. I don't care about your legacy. I don't care about how important you think you are. You better take this position seriously. Otherwise, you will regret. Understood. Loud and clear, Nezu. All Might replies, almost mockingly, as he turns around to leave. As soon as the door closes, Nezu lets out a heavy sigh. Looks like they might have to go ahead with Plan D sooner than expected. Still, for now, he will give All Might the benefit of the doubt. He knows the buffoon will mess things up soon. The only question is, how soon? Well, there's one thing Nezu can do to ensure his students won't be completely at his mercy, though. He wishes there was another way, but it looks like All Might will be getting a teaching assistant this year. Divided by. As soon as Izuku entered the principal's office, he could see there was something wrong with Nezu. For starters, the Chimera's fur looked slightly disheveled, and Nezu always takes so much care of his fur. Then, there's his posture. He's slightly hunched, something anyone who doesn't know him well would miss, but not Izuku. Hey, Dad. At some point in their relationship, Izuku accepted Nezu as a father figure in his life and started calling him Dad. The teachers, who still didn't figure out who he was, just assumed he calls him that because Nezu is his creator. It's quite amusing. What's wrong? Hello, pup. Nezu replies with a soft smile. Sit down, I have to talk to you. It's an upsetting subject. Izuku can see that this is going to be a serious talk, so he taps his chest once, and his armor, model harpy, leaves his body, compressing into the size of a briefcase. Izuku throws the case up, and the vent opens, closing right after the case enters. From there, the conveyor system will carry them back to the lab. Izuku and Nezu remade the entire vent system of UA to add those and a few more cool things. Once he's out of the armor, Izuku sits down at the desk in front of his dad, who's already preparing tea for both of them. He's even using his special brand, which means that whatever this is about, it's really serious. Once the tea is ready, he pours 2 cups for them. Izuku, I want to start by saying, I'm sorry. Nezu bows down in front of Izuku. What is this about, Dad? Izuku asks, taking a sip of his tea. This is starting to unnerve him. This year, All Might is going to become our first year's new heroics teacher, Nezu explains, not beating around the bush. It takes everything from him not to do a spit take. What? Izuku asks shakily. Dad, this isn't funny. I know you'd never hire All Might as a teacher. You know how bad he is. I know, pup. Nezu shakes his head. But it's not my choice. The HPSC. Realization dawns on Izuku. He went after them. He's an idiot. Nezu nods. He owes them a favor now, and they'll exploit it to the limit. But it doesn't change the fact that I'm being forced to hire him. He can't hurt my family again, Izuku says, shaking his head. He can't take my family again. He won't, Izuku. Nezu says firmly. I promise you, pup. I won't let him do whatever he wants to. We'll be ready. He has a lot of enemies, Izuku says. He thinks All for One is dead, but he never recovered a body. There's no reason to believe he's really dead. He takes a deep breath. I'll talk to Higanai. It's time to update UAS security again. I'll leave that to you, Nezu replies. Not even I can hold a candle to you when it comes to cybersecurity. You've far surpassed me in the last few years. Izuku is glad that among all the features this robot body has, blushing isn't one of them. Still, his dad's face makes clear that he's not fooling him. I'll be updating everything, Izuku says. When I'm done with these systems, nothing will even breathe inside this school without us knowing. Before you start, I want to ask one more thing from you, Nezu says. You can refuse it, of course. I won't ever force you to interact with All Might. But would you consider becoming his teaching assistant? You want me to babysit All Might in class? Izuku raises an eyebrow. I can do that, as long as I'm allowed to be petty and passive-aggressive. Don't worry about it, Nezu replies with a chuckle. He already knows I'm not happy with him, but he still thinks he's untouchable. How much longer until we can carry on with Plan D? Izuku asks with a smile. Stendhal is getting a little impatient too. Not much longer, Nezu replies. He might force me to carry on even earlier than expected, to be honest. But as soon as we can confirm that All for One is really dead, or if he's alive, as soon as we can either set them up to fight each other, or find a way to put an end to him ourselves, then All Might will have outlived his usefulness to society. And that's when we'll act. Izuku nods. Precisely, Nezu replies, giving him a feral grin. What about Tagata? Izuku asks. I'll be keeping an eye on him, Nezu says with a sigh. We'll be doing our best to stop All Might from brainwashing him into his second coming. Sir Night-Eye is a problem too, Izuku points out. Can't you stop Tagata from going back to him? Not without a good reason. Nezu shakes his head. And we can't give a good reason without showing our hand too early. Great, Izuku sighs. I'll keep an eye on Tagata as well. He's a good kid, and he'll be a great hero. We won't let All Might ruin his future. Nezu nods. After that, Izuku walks to the wall and knocks twice. A chamber opens, and Izuku enters, a bunch of wires connecting to his body. Once everything is in place, he leaves the robot body, going back to the security system. He travels straight to the support labs, where Higanai is working on some projects. Hopping into one of the catbots that now roam everywhere through UA thanks Shoto, Izuku walks to him and meows once. What the? Higanai jumps in surprise, dropping his screwdriver. Damn it, Izuku. Warn a man next time. I did. That's what the meow was for. Izuku replies. What are you doing? I'm working on the robots for this year's entrance exam. Higanai explains. The same ones as always, though this year Nezu wants to upgrade the 0-pointers. I wonder if he'd let me sub for them, Izuku says with a grin. He's mostly joking. Mostly. If you asked, I'm sure he'd allow. Higanai replies, scratching the bot behind the ears, which makes Izuku purr. Shoto really outdone himself on this one. Yeah, he did. Izuku nods, looking at his current body. Meowdo's RMK-13, as Shoto named it, is very similar to the first Meowdo's Shoto modified for him, but this one is much more realistic than the previous models, including synthetic fur. One would need to examine him very closely to realize he's not a real cat. This model is bigger than the previous ones, looking like a brown Maine Coon. As much as I love talking about my son's feats and support, I'm sure this isn't why you came here. Higanai says a moment later. Do we have another project? You can say that. Izuku nods. I want to overhaul all the security. Every single part. The entire security. Higanai raises an eyebrow. UA is already arguably the safest place in Japan. He points out. Well, we might actually be behind Tartarus, but that place is a maximum security prison. I know, but it's not enough. Izuku sighs and lies down on his paws. The HPSC is forcing Dad to hire All Might this year. The excavation hero's breath hitches at the revelation, and he lifts his helmet so Izuku can see his eyes. No one but Nezu, Stendhal, and Ryonai knew of Izuku's past with All Might, but everyone knew of his dislike for the hero. But truth be told, somehow, All Might is more hated among the heroes than even Endeavor was before he was arrested. At least Endeavor never pretended not to be an arrogant bastard. All Might as well be the most false and hypocritical person ever to set foot on Earth. Shoto and Izuku had spent long hours talking about their shared dislike for the man. And All Might has a lot of enemies. He completes. Enemies that won't hesitate to target us to get him. Izuku nods. We'll be pushing ahead the implementation of the security protocols we talked about a few months ago. Izuku says, how are the prototypes? Not enough field testing. But preliminary tests showed no problems. They did well against the robots. Higanai explains. We can ask Ectoplasm for help gathering more data. No, Izuku shakes his head. I tried asking him before, and he refused. I'm not sure what, but Ectoplasm seems to have something against me. I think we should ask Zashinai and Shushu instead. You are the only person who would call Shouta something like that. Higanai chuckles. This could work. Ecto would be better, but I noticed how he's been acting too. I really wonder what's wrong with him. What can we do? Izuku shrugs. Most of the updates I have in mind will include the prototypes and some updates in our software. He explains, closing his eyes and connecting to Higanai's laptop. We won't need many hardware changes, but I want to implement the radar one of your students created last year. Can you talk to them? Leave it to me. Higanai nods. How long do you think it'll take? A few months. Izuku sighs. But I hope we can have everything ready before the end of the first week of school. Recommendation exams are next month, right? Yes, Higanai says, tapping his chin a few times. I think Zashi will be the proctor this year, and Nezu will do the interviews himself. Oh, that's rare. He usually leaves that for Ryo-nai. Izuku points out. Will Shoto take it? No, he will take the regular exam. Higanai replies. I can only recommend him for one of the exams, and he has chosen support. Right. Nezu said that if he can score well enough in both exams, he can be in a hybrid program. Izuku points out. I forgot about that for a moment. It's more than just doing well, though. Nezu needs to make sure that Shoto will be able to adapt to being on 2 courses at the same time. And for that, Shoto will need to score in the top 10 in both exams. Not that Izuku is worried. He knows sure Shoto has it in the bag. Well, that's why he's been studying so much recently. Higanai explains. He's quite nervous. Actually, I think he could afford to leave the lab a little. Can you say no more? Izuku replies, jumping up. I'll be perfectly happy to help. Thank you, Izuku. Higanai smiles at him. He's at the usual lab. I'm on my way, Izuku says, getting up and rushing out of the lab. It has been a while since Izuku and Shoto last hung out together, both being very busy with their projects. This will be good for both of them. Shoto isn't sure how long he has been here. He kinda lost track of time a few hours ago. Dad has been pestering him for a while to leave the lab for a little, but he can't do that yet. He's about to solve this problem. He just knows it. Shoto only has about 1 more month to prepare for his entrance exam, and he absolutely refuses to fail. As much as his dad keeps saying he'll do well on the exam, Shoto doesn't want to do well. Anything less than his best would be an insult. His current project is something he has been keeping a secret from everyone. Everyone but Izuku, that is. But it's impossible to hide anything from him. The boy literally has eyes everywhere. The one way Shoto can think of hiding something from him would be by hiding it on a physical chest and burying it in a forest with absolutely no access to any kind of technology. And even so, Shoto doesn't doubt Izuku would still be able to find it somehow. But that's besides the point. Shoto knows he's worrying his dad and possibly overworking himself. But he can't just stop now. He's almost finishing this. He has 2 projects he wants to show on his exam. The first one he made for himself. A thermal suit that, if working as intended, will help him regulate his body temperature even without having to use his quirk. This means he won't need to force himself to use the other side of his quirk in a disfavorable situation just to balance his temperature. Truth be told, Shoto only started using his fire a few months ago, after a lot of therapy. He knows, logically, that his fire is his and has nothing to do with Endeavor other than being inherited from him. But he's not completely comfortable using it yet. And he's not ashamed to admit his control over it currently is quite trash. The first few things Shoto wants to create are support gear to help him wield his fire safely and efficiently. Maybe then he can finally make his brain stop seeing his fire as his father's for good. But the thermal suit isn't what Shoto is working on at the moment. The suit is practically ready already. No, what Shoto is making now is something he wants to show off on his exam. He really hopes Uncle Shoto will be there. He's risking being disowned for creating that. But Uncle Shoto's face when he sees this will be priceless. As Shoto tightens a screw, he absently hears the door open but ignores it. It's probably Dad trying to convince him to take a break again. Not happening. However, instead of a hand on his shoulder or someone calling him, Shoto instead hears a meow, which actually manages to distract him enough to glance behind him. Oh, hey Izuku. Shoto greets before going back to his work. Do you need me to recalibrate anything? Nope. Izuku replies. I'm here for another thing. Before Shoto could ask what, Izuku jumps on the table, grabbing Shoto's screwdriver in his mouth. Izuku, give it back. Shoto says, extending his hand. Izuku, however, sits on the tool and starts licking his paw, acting perfectly like a cat. I know you're still there, Izuku. Meow. The robot meows at him, tilting his head, but Shoto won't be fooled. Narrowing his eyes, Shoto tenses for a second before diving to try and grab the cat, but Izuku quickly jumps out of the way, landing on Shoto's back with the screwdriver back in his mouth. Come on, Izuku. I need this. Shoto tries arguing, but Izuku just shakes his head, walking to the PC where Shoto was working on the code for his new robot. You won't let me go back to work, will you? Meow. Izuku shakes his head and sits on the keyboard. God, he's so good at playing the cat. Please, Izuku. Shoto tries pleading despite knowing it won't work. And as expected, Izuku just shakes his head. Come on, what do you want me to do? Izuku just tilts his head and points to the power button on the PC. You want me to shut it down? A nod. I can't stop now, Izuku. I'm almost reaching a breakthrough. Izuku levels him with the biggest unimpressed a cat could give anyone and raises a paw towards the screen. Shoto's eyes widen as the cursor starts moving on its own, stopping just over the delete option. Izuku. Shoto narrows his eyes as the little sit lowers his paw just an inch. He very slowly reaches for the enter key while keeping eye contact with Shoto. Don't you dare, Izuku. He warns, but he keeps going. Please, don't do this, Izuku. Meow. Izuku meows again, and Shoto knows exactly what he wants to say with this. His paw is now just hovering over the key. Okay, fine. I'll take a break. Just don't do this. Shoto finally relents. There are weeks of work on this file. Izuku nods and moves away from the keyboard. Shoto sighs in relief and quickly sits back on the PC, saving everything and creating 3 backups for good measure. He knows that if Izuku really wants to delete his work, it won't be a backup that will save it, but doing so still gives him some peace of mind. Once he's done, he shuts down the PC and walks to Izuku, grabbing the cat, which is quite light despite being made of metal for the most part. Izuku immediately starts nuzzling his face. Yeah, I know I was being stubborn, but did you really have to do that? Shoto asks as he leaves the studio. Would you have listened if I didn't? Izuku finally drops the cat act and starts talking again. Touché. Shoto sighs. Did Dad ask for your help? He did, but I also wanted to spend some time with you. Izuku replies. It's been weeks since we last hung out. It hasn't been that long. Shoto replies, trying to remember the last time he hung out with Izuku. Has it? Exactly 3 weeks, 5 days, 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 25 seconds. Izuku replies. We have both been pretty busy. Huh, I guess we were. Shoto nods. What do you want to do? I'm not in the mood for playing today. Izuku replies. How about we watch a movie together? Sounds good. Shoto smiles. Vent room. Yep. Izuku nods. Alright, I get snacks, and you choose the movie. Shoto asks. Sounds great. Izuku jumps on Shoto's shoulder, using him as a springboard to reach the vent. See you in a minute, Shoto. A few hours later, when Nezu appears in the vent room to check on them, Izuku and Shoto are both asleep as a Disney movie plays in the background. Izuku comfortably cuddled against Shoto's left side as the other pets his head absent-mindedly. Izuku very rarely sleeps since he doesn't really need it, so Nezu always makes sure not to wake him up when he does sleep. Instead, he just takes a few pictures of the 2 pups together. When Izuku and Shoto wake a few hours later, they find a blanket draped on them. Shoto has to admit he feels a lot better now, refreshed. When he finally goes back to work the next day, everything is much easier. Maybe Dad was right when he said Shoto needed to take more breaks. 1,010,011 1,101,000 1,101,111 1,110,101 1,110,101 1,100,001. Shoto has a bad feeling about this year, and the fact that he'll have to work alongside possibly the worst hero in history is only half of the reason. Truth be told, everyone who isn't brainwashed by the HPSC knows just how bad of a hero All Might really is. But he's powerful, and he's popular. This basically means he can do whatever he wants with little to no consequences at all. The so-called era of peace he brought to Japan is nothing but an illusion. While it's true that crime rates dropped, those rates only take into consideration the crimes committed in broad daylight. The big, flashy villains that the limelight heroes end up having to fight with a crowd of people watching and cheering. Those are quite a rarity nowadays, so much so that most limelight heroes mostly end up having to deal with purse snatchers during their patrols. But other villains, the smart ones who hide in the shadows, the yakuza, human traffickers, drug dealers, organ traffickers, and even slavers. Not only did those villains not go down, but there was actually a rise in their activities since All Might became the #1 hero. That's, unfortunately, due to another thing All Might brought upon society: quirkism. All Might created an image of what heroism is. A hero is a big, strong person with a flashy quirk that can solve any problem by smiling and punching bad guys. This means that anyone who doesn't fit into this image ends up being ostracized by society. No one has it worse than the ones with so-called villainous quirks and the ones who don't have a quirk at all. And clever villains know how to exploit these problems. Villainy is at an all-time high. And as long as All Might continues to serve as a pillar for this broken society, it'll remain like that. Shoto knows that Izuku and Nezu have a plan to deal with it, but they are biding their time to act. Or rather, Nezu is biding his time on the plan. Izuku wishes nothing more than to destroy the #1 hero already, but he's reasonable enough to trust his father figure to know the right time to act. And when the time comes, Shoto will be right there to laugh at the arrogant buffoon's face. Sooner or later, he'll learn an important lesson. No one is untouchable. But before that, Shoto will have to survive one more year with a class full of superpowered teenagers who seem to thrive on making him lose his sanity. And to make things worse, this year, he's sure Shoto will have to deal with Majima's brat. Majima Shoto, formerly known as Todoroki Shoto, came a long way from the closed-off boy Shoto met all those years ago. The problem is that he's Izuku's best friend, and he's as much of a gremlin as the original problem child. Hell, sometimes he's even worse. Shoto knows he's planning something for the entrance exam, but he has no idea of what. Even Majima seems to be in the dark about his son's plans. And, of course, Nezu is making sure that Shoto is on the exam board for the support course. It's logical, he can't deny. Despite not using that much support gear, Shoto is very knowledgeable about what can or cannot be used in the industry. That doesn't mean he has to be happy about it. What got you brooding today? Hisashi asks as he sits down on the couch next to him. They aren't married yet. Shoto intends to propose soon after things calm down a little, but they moved together a few months ago. They already slept at each other's place all the time, so things don't change much. Just now, they both live at Shoto's apartment since it's closer to UA and not very far from Zashi's radio. I'm not brooding, Shoto replies, just thinking about the entrance exam next week. I'm sure problem child #2 is planning something. And this, my dear Shu, it's called brooding, Hisashi says with a laugh. Come on, whatever he's planning can't be that bad, right? He's Izuku's best friend, Shoto points out. Who is, in case you forgot, Nezu's son. So yeah, you're right. It won't be that bad. It'll be worse. God, you're so dramatic. Hisashi laughs just as Mr. Muffins jumps on his lap. Hey, baby, how are you doing? The cat meows at him before glancing at Shoto. Papa is just being dramatic. Don't worry. You're lucky. You always get the normal students. Shoto sighs, slumping on the couch. I wish Nezu would let me get the Gen Ed students for once. Or so you think. Hisashi replies. I might not get the hero brats, but a class of 20 almost geniuses, and the occasional genius, isn't much better to handle. At least your students won't end up dying if you look away for a second. Shoto points with a smirk. You know what? Fair. Hisashi relents. But if someone got the short end of the stick, it's Majima. Everyone knows how explosion happy the support students are, and one of them will be in my class this year. Shoto sighs, rubbing his eyes. He needs a vacation. You talk like he's already in. Yamada says. You heard Nezu. Shoto needs to get in the top 10 in both exams if he wants to be in both classes. Oh, please. If Shoto doesn't get in the top 5 for both exams, I'll eat my scarf. Shoto scoffs. Well, I'd make a bet with you, but it would be easier to just hand you the money. Hisashi laughs. Now, I'll start dinner, so look after your daughter for a while. He puts Mr. Muffins on Shoto's lap and gets up. Be good for Papa, okay dear. Then he goes to the kitchen to start on dinner. Papa, play. The cat asks cheerfully. You know what? Why not? Shoto says, getting up and putting the cat on the floor before reaching for the toy box. At least I have you to keep me sane. Mr. Muffins let out a sound that sounded a lot like a huff before putting a paw on his leg. Papa, dramatic, she says before jumping back and sitting down. Betrayed by my own daughter. Shoto jokes as he takes the feathered wand from the box. Woe is me. Mr. Muffins just ignores Shoto's mock distress and starts jumping, trying to reach the feather as Shoto keeps it out of her reach. Despite all the gray hairs he's already anticipating this year, Shoto can't deny he's at least a little excited for this year. Having to deal with All Might is less than ideal, but at least he gets to see Izuku pranking the #1 hero. And he has no doubt the problem child will. And with Nezu's blessing, the day of the recommendation exams arrives much faster than Shoto was expecting. However, he did have enough to finish all his projects. He's as ready as he'll ever be. That morning, Shoto decides to take the train instead of getting a ride from his dad to the school. On days like this, catching a train with dozens of people his age who are also going to the exam, Shoto feels like a simple, normal person. He isn't the son of the disgraced former number 2 hero, but simply Majima Shoto, a support hopeful on his way to the exams. In his hands, he has a folder with his, if he can say so himself, rather impressive portfolio. Years of working on upgrading Midos and creating other interesting gadgets got Shoto quite prepared for this exam. Lying at his feet is a suitcase which has the project he's been working on for the last weeks and that he can't wait to show. He really hopes that Uncle Shoto will be on the exam board. As the train stops at the station, Shoto and at least a dozen other kids all get off. Some look nervous, some confident. And then there's the pink-haired girl who's vibrating so hard that Shoto thinks she might phase through the floor if she doesn't calm down. But before Shoto can even think if he should try to say something to her, she takes off towards Yue. Shaking his head, Shoto follows suit. She has the right idea. At least, getting to Yue. He has about half an hour left until the exam starts, so he makes his way to the examining room to wait for his turn. Just like for the hero course, there are only 2 recommendation slots per class, but since there are 3 support classes, it means that there will be 6 students chosen today from the nearly 100 students taking the exam. As Shoto is musing about his chances of getting in, he hears a meow and turns around to see Midos looking at him with his facial display showing a smiley emotic. Hey, Midos. He reaches down and scratches the bot behind the ear. Did you come to wish me luck? No way. Izuku's voice comes from the front speaker. Are you implying you're depending on luck to ace this exam? Wow, thanks. Shoto replies. You'll be fine, Shoto. I know you will. Izuku says. You'll go in and blow everyone's minds with your amazing inventions. Fine. Shoto chuckles. Are you an examiner? Not gonna spoil. Izuku replies. Fine, keep your secrets. Shoto grumbles. Guess I'll just. Found you, Nico baby. Shoto hears a female voice from the end of the corridor. Oops, gotta go. Izuku says. Movie night after the exams. Then he jumps away and starts running. Wait, get back here, Nico baby. Shoto turns and sees the pink-haired girl from earlier running after Midos with a screwdriver. I just want to take a little look. I promise I'll put you back together. You'll never catch me alive. A robotic voice comes from Midos as he runs away. Shoto and everyone else nearby just watches the scene with a confused face as both disappear on the corner. A moment later, a proctor for the exam appears and calls the first examinee for the interview. Shoto ends up being the 4th one called, and once it's his turn, he follows the proctor inside a room. The room has a big stage and lots of space to demonstrate whatever inventions he created. As he walks to the place the proctor indicated, he glances at the examining board, taking in the people there. The first one is Principal Nezu, who has a very familiar glint in his eyes as he observes Shoto like an insect under a microscope. Then next to him is Dad. No, not Dad. Today he's Power Loader, with his expression hidden by his helmet. Next to him is Snipe, and Shoto can't see his expression because of his mask. And finally, Uncle Shoto. Call him Eraserhead today, Shoto. Don't forget, drinking coffee straight from a thermos. Well, hello there, Majima-kun. Nezu starts. Am I a mouse? A bear? A dog? I'm the principal, and now it's time for your interview. Those are Power Loader, Snipe, and Eraserhead, and will be your examiners today. Thank you, Nezu. Dad Power Loader says. Now, let's go straight to the point. We'd like to start with your portfolio. Could you show 3 of your projects? Of course, D Power Loader-san. Shoto says with a nod and puts his folder on a desk nearby. Then, he gives a flash drive to the proctor. Let's start with one of my first projects, he says as the proctor sticks the flash drive to a notebook and starts a slide presentation. This is Mido's Model R MK2, at the time only known as Mido's MK2. The slide shows the blueprints of the first cat body Shoto created from zero for Izuku a few years ago. Interesting, Nezu says. May I ask why MK2 and not the MK1? The MK1 isn't something I created. Shoto replies. I just modified an already existing cat robot. He gestures for the proctor, who starts passing the slides. A few images and a short video of Mido's working are shown. Mido's was made with a few features, including full mobility, very precise cameras in the eyes, sound captors in the ears, and a projector in the mouth. The slides show a progression of the robots until they get to the MK7. At this point, I decided to split into 2 models. The slide shows the MK7 and 2 arrows pointing in a branching style. Model R, standing for realistic, is focused on looking as similar to a real cat as possible. They have synthetic fur, and each one is based on a different cat breed. Model C, standing for cartoon, is focused on looking like toys, and they are made to be seen as kid-friendly and approachable. Their facial screen can show many emoticons to mimic expressions, but they can also show words for cases where it's necessary to interact with hard-of-hearing people. And how do them contraptions function, anyhow? Snipe asks next. They have a manual feature where they can be operated by something as simple as a video game controller. Shoto explains. They also have an automatic wandering feature where they will patrol preset areas and can interact with people via voice recognition. They have a simple AI that's programmed to interpret and answer over 2,000 different questions. And finally, they can be manually operated by Midos. Snipe whistles in amazement at that. Well, partner, that their contraption you done built is quite the marvel, I must say. He said. How many have been built currently? Eraserhead asks next. Model C, MK6 is the latest model. And there are about 25 of them wandering UA halls and helping guide the kids. Shoto replies. We had 30, but at least 5 of them were taken home by some students, and they are yet to return. The 4 examiners laughed at that. There has been a lot of students hiding amnaudos in their bags and taking them home. They are programmed to always go back to UA, though, so sooner or later, all 30 will be back. As for the Model R, MK13 is the latest model. Shoto continued. Unlike the Model C, Model R is used mostly for undercover operations and spy work. There are a few wandering the school who approach panicking students as well. There are 15 of them currently operational. Both models are capable of purring. He adds the last part as an afterthought. Very interesting. Nezu nods at him. And what else do you have here? The next one is a support item I created for myself. Shoto says as the slide shows the blueprint. My quirk is half hot, half cold. I am capable of creating fire from my left side and ice from my right side. However, overusing each side will cause me heat stroke and hypothermia, respectively. I can use the other side to balance it, but there might be some situations where I just can't use one of them. For that, I created. He explains, opening the case he brought and pulling out a black vest. The thermal vest, named subject to change in the future. This vest can monitor my internal temperature, and whenever it raises or drops, it'll activate and either cool or warm me back to a nice 97F. I see, Eraserhead says, leaning closer to have a better look. Is it tested? As far as possible. For obvious reasons, it's not field tested yet. Shoto explains. There are a few glitches I intend to work out in the next models, but it works as intended. Also, while I made this for myself, it can be worn by anyone with temperature-related drawbacks. The base temperature can also be regulated for people who need to keep a higher or lower temperature. Then, he raises his left hand and lifts a flame under the vest. It's completely fireproof and made of an insulating material that can protect against electrical discharges. The next slide shows the vest in several colors, available in black, gray, white, red, blue, and green. Well, Majima-kun, Power Loader says, you have a great portfolio. Now, for the next part, you were supposed to bring one of your inventions to display. Do you want to submit the thermal vest for that part? No, sir. Shoto shakes his head. I brought another thing for that. Well, let's see it, Nezu says excitedly. Shoto nods and lies his briefcase on the floor. Then he opens it. Startup sequence. Shoto says, password, bark. A bark comes from the suitcase, and Shoto watches with a smirk as Uncle Shoto's eyes widen, and he gives Shoto the most betrayed expression he has ever seen in his life. A moment later, a robot dog jumps from the suitcase and stands next to Shoto. This is Barkdo's, MK1. Shoto says, he works similarly to Meowdo's, but I built them with a different function in mind. Barkdo's, engage watchdog protocol. Bark. The dog barked loudly, and then his eyes turned green. Patrol area, 10 meters. Center, Majima Shoto. Shoto instructs and the dog starts walking in circles around him, keeping about 10 meters away. In this mode, Barkdos will patrol the area in search of any type of suspicious activity. If he finds something, his eyes will turn yellow, and he'll bark at the suspicious person in warning. A signal will be sent to whatever terminal he's connected to. Currently, this would be my phone. And how does he identify suspicious individuals? Power Loader asks. I use a 2-factor identifier. Shoto replied. First is a face database. Currently, he only has the teacher's faces registered since I don't have access to the student's database. And then there's the student's ID. They all have a chip that he can identify. Anyone who lacks one of those features will be considered suspicious. Guest IDs also work since upon being issued, the person's face will be automatically registered in the database. Well, partner, reckon what occurs if that their suspicious fella turns out to be a bona fide trespasser? Snipe asks. In this case, he'll run the person's face in another database. Shoto replies. If it's found out that the trespasser is a villain, or if they are caught trying to do something. Barkdos, engage combat protocol. Barkdos' eyes turn red, and he bares his teeth. In this mode, Barkdos will attack and restrain any suspicious individual. He'll automatically engage in this protocol if he detects a villain or sees someone engaging in illegal activity. Exceptions can be programmed. This version is still in the testing stages. Any known problems? Power Loader asks. The facial recognition software will occasionally glitch. Shoto explains. I made sure to add a safeguard for when it happens. In that case, he'll automatically engage caution mode and start barking at anything that moves. And Uncle Shoto starts hesitantly. How loud is the barking? About as loud as a golden retriever. Shoto replies and has to suppress a laugh at his uncle's expression. You're going to use it, aren't you? Uncle Shoto asks, turning to Nezu. Well, I'm sure our dear Midos will be more than happy to include this great invention in our security system. Nezu replies with a grin. My God, why have you forsaken me? Uncle Shoto grumbles, looking up in despair. Well, Majima-kun, it looks like our time is almost over. Nezu says. So, I'd like to ask one question before we finish this. What is support gear for you? Support gear is the backbone of heroics. Shoto replies without hesitation. Very few heroes are capable of being efficient without using any kind of support gears. And the ones who insist on not using them are usually known for causing lots of collateral damage and accidents. Two examples I can give are the current number 1 hero and the former number 2. Both refused to use any type of support gear, and both caused billions of yen in collateral damage in a very short span of time. I see. Nezu nodded with a satisfied expression. Well, Majima-kun, that will be all. I wish you the best regards and all the success. The results will be sent to your home in 2 days. I'm grateful for the opportunity, Nezu-san. Shoto replies with a bow. I also thank Power Loader, Eraserhead, and Snipe for their time. With that, he whistles, and Barkdos goes back inside the briefcase before shutting down. Shoto hands the case to an employee. It will be examined further by Power Loader later, both to make sure it was really built by him and to better understand the workings. Then, he follows the proctor out of the room. Number 5. The proctor calls. That's me, the pink-haired girl says and rushes to the proctor, practically jumping in place. Come on, let's hurry up. I have to show off all my beautiful babies. Babies, that's an interesting way to call her inventions. It's also pretty accurate. Dad often tells him about how each one of his inventions feels like one of his own children. Shaking his head, Shoto walks to one of the secret vents. Izuku must be working at the moment, but there's nothing stopping Shoto from taking a nap in the vent room. He didn't sleep that well last night, so a nap sounds really nice right now. The Hero Course entrance exam follows the support course exams, and Izuku's on guard duty again. But this time, it's worse. He has to deal with a bunch of entitled teenagers sneaking illegal support gear into the exam. So far, he's found 3 guns, 7 knives, 5 grenades, over 20 tasers, and even a shot of trigger. The last one got detained, while the others had their illegal gear confiscated. Izuku sighs, looking over at Snipe, who's adding another gun to the growing pile. Why do so many people try to sneak this stuff in? It's not hard to register support gear for the exam. Couldn't they just use official channels? Izuku grumbles, running his armored hand through his synthetic hair. He takes another gun. And why are there so many guns? Is it that easy to get a license nowadays? Snipe just shrugs and confiscates another taser. Just as Izuku's about to comment, a purple-haired kid stops in front of him. Excuse me, is this where I'm supposed to submit this? The boy hands Izuku some forms and a bow staff. Izuku quickly scans the forms with his cyber eyes, checking the permission form and the bow staff's blueprint. Everything seems fine. He looks at the boy and recognizes him. Shinsu Atoshi. Quirk, brainwash. Blood type, AB. Height, 510. Birthday, July 1st. Age, 15. Nabu Middle School. Izuku notices that his file has a lot of notes about illegal quirk usage and fighting. Looking briefly at the boy, he notices a few old muzzle scars hidden under a poor attempt at makeup. He files everything for later. This absolutely reeks of quirk discrimination. Izuku nods, stamps the boy's forms, and hands back the staff. Good luck with the exam, Shinsu. Shinsu nods and takes his staff. As he walks away, Izuku watches with amusement as the boy freezes and mutters about how Izuku knew his name without an introduction. Hey, Midos, it's time to swap, Cementos says as he approaches Izuku. The boss wants you to help Zashi proctor the written exam. All right, Izuku replies, glancing back at the remaining group. Can you two handle things here? No trouble at all, partner, Snipe says, giving him a thumbs up. Izuku nods, dons his helmet, activates stealth mode, and disappears into thin air. He just misses the arrival of a boy with ashen blonde hair and red eyes. 1,010,011 1,100 1,000 1,100 1,111 1,110,101 1,110,100 1,100,001. As Ashi observes the students trickling into the room, racing to find their seats. The last one barely makes it in, with only 10 seconds left before the exam begins. When the time runs out, Ectoplasm starts handing out exam packets to everyone. That's when Hisashi feels a slight tug on his sleeve. He turns around but doesn't see anything. He smiles and raises his hand, placing it on what seems like thin air. Yet he can still feel the smooth surface of Izuku's helmet. Izuku's stealth armor is completely undetectable when he turns invisible like this. Hisashi grins and gives the helmet a few friendly rubs before refocusing on the students who are just starting their exams. A moment later, he hears a whooshing sound, which means Izuku has jumped away. The boy probably found a higher vantage point to keep an eye on potential cheaters. Hisashi takes a seat and appears as if he's not paying attention, but he's actually alert to any suspicious movement. This attentiveness helps him spot a girl in one of the back rows trying to sneak a glance at the phone she's hiding poorly under her test packet. B16. Hisashi mutters into his communication device. A few seconds later, a kunai flies from the ceiling, piercing through the girl's packet and stopping just short of her, impaling her phone. Number 942, you are disqualified for attempting to cheat, Hisashi announces. Shortly after, one of Ectoplasm's clones appears to escort the girl out. She protests, claiming she didn't cheat, but the truth is clear to everyone. I'd like to remind everyone that cheating will not only result in disqualification but also in a complete ban from UA altogether. I believe the risk is not worth it, Hisashi warns the remaining students. Despite their warnings, Hisashi and Izuku catch at least half a dozen wannabe cheaters. Each of them finds a kunai on their desk as a shocking reminder. It's disappointing to see people thinking they can easily cheat at UAS exam. But in the end, it means less work for them later. About an hour later, the first students start completing their tests. A bit after the 2-hour mark, Shoto raises his hand, signaling that he's finished. Hisashi can't show any favoritism, but everyone knows he and all the teachers are secretly rooting for the boy. By the time the 3 hours are up, only a few students didn't manage to finish. Hisashi is sure he can feel at least a couple of people sobbing. It's sad, but it's something that happens every year. He can only hope those students had a backup plan for UA, but that's not his business. As the students leave for lunch, Hisashi hears a soft thud behind him and sees Izuku deactivating his invisibility. The sheer nerve of some people is astonishing, Izuku says as he pulls off his helmet. There are always some people who try cheating. Hisashi replies with a shrug. No one ever succeeds. I actually think some people come here just to see if they can be the first. Well, knowing Dad, he would actually reward the student who managed to cheat without him catching on, Izuku says with a nod. Yeah, that sounds like something Nezu would do. Hisashi laughs before ruffling Izuku's hair. How are things in the cafeteria? Tension is high, Izuku says with closed eyes. The Midos are working overtime to calm panicking students. But thankfully, I don't see any fights about to start. Well, that's good to know, Hisashi says. How about we prep it? Oh, for God's sake, Izuku yells, throwing his hands up in frustration. What's wrong, Izu? Hisashi asks, worried. So, if my memory doesn't fail me, all the teachers who were supposed to grade the exam are already here, right? Izuku asks. Yep, everyone has been here since 7 am, Hisashi confirms. Then what the hell is Asmite doing here? Izuku says in frustration. What? Hisashi's eyes widen. He's here. Are you sure? Yep, I have a Miados following him. He seems to be looking for someone. Izuku grumbles as he starts stomping away. Oh, no, you won't. Hisashi watches, stunned, as Izuku puts on his helmet and disappears a second later. He wouldn't have seen when he left the room if not for the door slamming. 1,010,011 1,101,000 1,101,111 1,110,101 1,110,101 1,100,001. Shoto isn't nervous. Whoever says that is a lying liar who lies. He just has to take the entrance exam in the most competitive school in Japan and maybe even the world and do well enough to be placed in the top 10. Otherwise, he can kiss his dream of being a support hero hybrid student goodbye. No effing pressure. He's fairly confident he did well at the written exam, so now he just needs to do great in the practical exam. Piece of cake. What? His hands are shaking. It's the cold. Just the cold. At least he found a peaceful spot to eat his lunch. He would probably die if he had to eat in the chaos of the cafeteria. Usually, Shoto would go to the vent room, but Izuku warned him that just for today, his access would be revoked to ensure that he did not have any unfair advantage. Fair, but still a shame. Good thing there was a tree just outside the main building that gave the perfect shade at this hour of the day. He's just about to start eating when he hears a booming voice approaching. I am here to talk with young Todoroki. Shoto looked up and saw the intimidating figure of All Might approaching him. His plastic smile was in place as always. But after everything Shoto heard about the hero from Izuku, his dad, and all the other teachers at UA, Shoto could easily see how fake the smile was. My name is Majima, Shoto said, not Todoroki. Of course, All Might said with a chuckle like he was simply humoring a child. It's a shame a great hero like Endeavor was arrested due to the baseless accusations of a villain. But at least his son can carry his legacy. My dad is Majima Higari, Shoto gritted out. Endeavor was a bastard and an abuser. Now, young Todoroki, that's no way to talk about your father. All Might emphasizes the word, but I guess it can't be helped. After being brainwashed for so long, you start believing the things you hear. I can at least help put you back on the right path. And the first step is getting into the hero course. I don't know why you weren't in the recommendation exam, but I'm sure I can pull some strings to help. I don't need your help, Shoto yells, getting up and glaring at the man. I'll do the exam on my own, and I'll get in on my own effort, and I'll become a hero and support student. Support, All Might spats the word. Why would some with such a powerful and heroic quirk waste their time with support? The fact you have to ask just shows how you don't understand a thing. Shoto grumbles as he turns around to leave. Now, young Todoroki. All Might grabs him by the right wrist with enough force that Shoto winces. That's no way to talk with the #1 hero, and it's rude to turn your back to someone who's still talking. Let me go. Shoto growls, ready to freeze the so-called hero and make his escape. But he doesn't need to. A moment later, All Might lets him go as a huge metallic knuckle duster digs straight into his cheek, sending the #1 hero flying several meters. Shoto turns to the side and sees Izuku standing there, wearing an orange armor with a pair of yellow horns on the back of his helmet. Shoto, Izuku nods at him. There's only half an hour left for lunch, so you should go find some better place to eat. I'll just exchange a few words with Mr. Ass Might here. Shoto turns around and sees All Might getting up with a scowl on his face. Knowing it's better to leave, Shoto nods at Izuku and turns around, going as fast as possible without outright running. 1,010,011 1,101,000 1,101,111 1,110,101 1,110,100 1,100,001. Strike 1, All Might, Izuku says, glaring at the man. What are you talking about, machine? All Might replies, returning the glare with equal intensity. And why did you attack me? I'm the security bot, Izuku says with a shrug. I saw you holding a student with enough strength to leave a bruise, and I acted. As for the strikes, he smiles at All Might. You know how baseball works, right? 3 strikes, and you're out. That's the compromise Nezu worked with the HPSC when they forced him to hire you. I did nothing wrong. All Might replies, I just wanted to talk with young Todoroki. Someone with such a powerful quirk will no doubt become a great hero. And since his father is out of the picture because of that villain, I was going to take him under my wing. I thought you already chose your successor, Izuku asks, raising an eyebrow. Don't make this face. Did you really think I wouldn't know about it? I know everything that happens inside those walls. I did. All Might grumbles, turning away. But it doesn't hurt to have a backup plan in case young Tagata proves to be unworthy of my power. Then he leaves. The only one unworthy here is you, All Might, Izuku says and turns to leave. Strike 1, 2 more, and you're out. Shoto stands at the gates of the fake city, preparing himself to start the exam. His bruised wrist is hidden under the long sleeve of his jacket. He could have gone to Granny Chio and asked her to heal him, but he didn't want to risk being tired before the exam started. It's just a bruised wrist. Shoto simply made an ice wristband and put it over it. A little discomfort is nothing. He can ask for healing after the exam. If he's being honest, Shoto is more worried about being on All Might's radar like that. It's obvious that the poor excuse of a hero has taken an interest in him, not to mention the way he talked about Endeavor, and to think Shoto used to admire him. Shoto couldn't help wondering if he had always been like this. Was everything All Might ever created and stood for just a farce? Or was he one day the true hero Shoto admired but was corrupted by power? Shoto shakes his head and slaps his face once. There's no use in thinking about this now. He needs to concentrate. The objective is to destroy as many robots as possible. He has to be in the top 10 of the exam. Otherwise, it's bye-bye to his dream. Shoto doesn't intend to fail. Taking a deep breath, Shoto lights a fire on his left hand and lets a small layer of ice spread across his right arm. He lets it go and does it again, repeating the motion a few times. Once he's done with his warm-up, he gets in position, waiting for the signal. The gates start to open. Go, Present Mike's voice sounds, and Shoto immediately shoots forward, using his ice to skate as fast as possible. What are you waiting for? There's no countdowns in real life. He has the right idea. Come on, chop chop. Shoto doesn't spare a glance behind him. Instead, he just flies at the closest group of robots before the rest can catch up to him. As soon as he reaches the first group, he casts a glacier, freezing all the robots. He doesn't bother counting his points and just goes ahead searching for the next group. 1,010,000, 1,001,111, 1,010,110. We have an interesting batch this year, Nezu says amusedly as he watches the kids running rampant and raining hell on his robots. We certainly have. Izuku nods. I'm particularly interested in the boy in the Area 5 and the girl in the Area 2. Let me see. Nezu goes over the files. Shinsu Itoshi and Hagakure Toru. Everyone rolls their eyes as All Might, in his skinny form, starts talking. The girl's quirk is just being invisible. She's as good as quirkless. And the boy hasn't used his quirk at all. I fight quirkless, and against mutants, I am basically quirkless, Shoto says, raising an eyebrow. Doesn't make me any less efficient as a hero. Her quirk is perfect for stealth. She would be a great underground hero. Just as he says that, the invisible girl is shown suplexing a one-pointer, and we can see that she didn't skimp on the gym. Underground shouldn't even be considered a field of heroics. All Might grumbles. What about the boy? Shinsu Hitoshi. Quirk, brainwashing. Izuku supplies. What? All Might says in alarm. How in the world did a villain get to take the test? Villain? Nezu asks coolly. All Might, I hope you remember quirk discrimination is a serious crime. We ran a background check on him, just like we do with all our students, and despite the clear bias showed against him by his teachers, he has a pristine record. Besides, whoever named his quirk is an idiot. Izuku adds, Shinsu's quirk is much more like hypnosis than brainwashing. Still, his quirk is very dangerous if used wrong. All Might argues, surely it wouldn't be wise to. Both you and me can level half of the city in just a minute. And 13 has literal black holes for fingers, Hisashi says, raising an eyebrow. Your point? Well, but we, All Might, you already got a strike. If you don't want your second one before we even start classes, I suggest you shut up. Nezu warns, you can keep your quirkist opinions to yourself. All Might seems to want to keep arguing, but in the end, he has enough sense to shut up. By the way, Higari says, looking around the room, why isn't ectoplasm here? He said he had to take care of something. Izuku says, I think he went to the server room. Not sure what he needed, but we have enough people to judge the exam. In the screen, Shinsu is shown stabbing a two-pointer with his bow staff, then jumping out of the way and grabbing a Maudos that was just in the line of fire. Looks like the idea of using the Maudos to award extra rescue points worked. 13 says, well, kinda. A lot of people are just ignoring them. Yeah, but some are helping. Izuku replies, and these are the ones we should focus on. Hold on. He closes his eyes and connects to the Maudos on the screen. Why is there a cat in the testing area? Shinsu's voice comes from the speaker. Come on, little guy. I'll get you somewhere safe. I hope I still have time to get some more points. Then he starts running towards one of the less crowded areas. I said this before, and I'll say it again. Cementos says, it's amazing how realistic those robots look. If I didn't know they were robots, I would also mistake them for real cats. Well, Shoto did a great job, that's for sure. Higari replies, his voice laden with pride. What about the boy in the Area 3? Hisashi points. He's doing great too. Who? Izuku asks, turning to the camera, but suddenly, he gets a ping. Shit, there's a situation at the gates. Hound Dog is calling. Sorry, gotta go. Then he jumps from his chair and rushes to the exit. Nezu simply glances at the camera and sees a blonde boy blowing all villain bots that come in his direction. Now that's a heroic quirk. All Might says, Bakugo Katsuki. Quirk, explosion. Nezu explains, he's raking a lot of villain points very quickly, but he's careless of his surroundings. Shoto points out, he's causing a lot of collateral damage as well. That's something we'll have to snip in the bud. Put him in my class. You say that like he's already in. Vlad raises an eyebrow at him. The average score in this exam is about 40. Shoto replies, he's already got over 50 just in villain points. Yes, I have no doubt he'll get in. Fair enough. Vlad shrugs. Then, if he gets in, I want that one. He pointed to a blonde boy who seemed to be using 2 quirks. What's that? It's impossible to have multiple quirks. All Might says, sounding very alarmed. Monomanito. Quirk, copy. He can copy any quirk via physical contact. It lasts about 5 minutes, and he can copy 3 at the same time. Nezu explains, stop jumping to conclusions, All Might. Well, we are entering the final stretch. Hisashi announces, ready, boss. I was born ready, Hisashi-kun. Nezu laughs. Attention, listeners. We only have 2 minutes left. Better make it count. Hisashi announces. And now, it's time for the real test. Nezu says and presses the big, red button. It's a shame Midos had to leave. He wanted to control them manually this time. Guess it's their lucky day. Then, Shoto grumbles as he saw the 0 pointers be released. That's certainly a way to see it. Hisashi laughs. 1,010,000, 1,001,111, 1,010,110. As Izuku gets to the entrance, he finds Hound Dog busy trying to hold back a mob of clearly upset parents with their children behind. Damn, a single year without that bullshit. Is that too much to ask for? Izuku lowers his hand to his right thigh, and a hidden compartment opens. He reaches for it and pulls a gun. Then he points up and shoots. The sound makes everyone jump, and then all eyes go to him. Everyone who was disqualified from the exam was for cheating, trying to cheat, or trying to bring illegal items into the exam. If you believe it was unfair, you can calmly bring your complaints and I'll show you the evidence. Otherwise, you are trespassing on private property, and if you don't leave within 20 seconds, arrests will be made, Izuku says clearly as he puts the gun away. 20, 19, 18. A few of the people started leaving slowly. 17, 16, 15, 14. Thankfully, by the time he gets to 10, everyone realizes he's not bluffing and starts scrambling as fast as they can to get out of UAS grounds. Once the crowd disperses, Izuku goes to Hound Dog. Thank you, woof, Hound Dog says, trying to calm down. I was starting to get worked up. It was taking everything from me not to growl in their faces. I wouldn't have blamed you if you had, Izuku says with a smile. Then he checks the time. Oh, the exam is over. I was so excited to drive the 0-pointers this year, he says with a pout. I'm sure you'll get your chance, pup, Hound Dog replies, patting him on the shoulder. You can go now. I'm sure Shoto will want to see you for some emotional support. Fine, I'll hide the body first, Izuku says and waves as he goes back inside. Just because this phrase makes sense doesn't mean you have to say it like this, Hound Dog replies as Izuku leaves, laughing. Agree to disagree, Izuku says and speeds up back to the school. 1,010,000, 1,001,111, 1,010,110. Shoto feels exhausted. Every muscle in his body is burning, and he's trembling. He really pushed himself. Maybe freezing the 0-pointer was a bit too much. But in his defense, the robot was about to crush another kid. He couldn't not do anything. With a sigh, Shoto makes his way to one of the gardens. His dad will have to stay for a few more hours, and Shoto doesn't feel like being alone at home right now. Maybe he can track down Izuku, and they can watch a few movies or something. Well, finding Izuku is even easier than he expected. But to his surprise, he's not alone. Sitting under a tree is a boy with purple hair wearing jeans and a purple hoodie. He's holding a Model R and petting it almost aggressively. Shoto ponders for a moment about leaving, but then Izuku notices him. Suddenly, Shoto regrets making him so realistic. A robot shouldn't be capable of giving him those kitten eyes. Shoto's will crumbles faster than his sperm donor's career, and he finds himself approaching the two of them. The purple-haired boy notices him as Izuku turns and meows. Is he yours? The boy asks. Technically, he's UAS property. Shoto replies with a shrug. But I built him. Built? The boy asks confusedly. Pretty realistic, right? Shoto says, reaching out and running his fingers against the synthetic fur. You don't imagine how hard it was to convince my dad to let me use the heat sensors. But it was worth it. He can enjoy head pats now. The boy looks at the purring bot in his arms before shrugging. Guess this explains why he was running around the testing area, he says. Was he part of the test? Probably. Unfortunately, I don't have internal knowledge about the test. Shoto replies with a sigh. Can you tell us, Midos? Sorry, Izuku replies, and to Shoto's surprise, he's using his actual voice instead of the robotic voice he likes to use in public. I'm not allowed to tell you anything, Shoto. Wow, he talks to. The boy says in surprise. Why didn't you say anything to me? Well, you seemed so nervous, and in my experience, purring is the best medicine for anxiety. Izuku replies. I didn't want to freak you out. Well, you might be a bot, the boy says, rubbing Izuku between the ears. The cat bot practically melts on his lap. But you act like a cat, look like a cat, are fluffy like a cat, and purr like a cat. As far as I'm concerned, you're a cat. Good to know we're on the same page. Shoto adds with a grin. So, let me show you a trick. He reaches towards Izuku's head. Shoto, don't you daw before he can finish it. Shoto puts a hand behind his left ear and scratches it. Uo, Izuku's legs buckle, and he's immediately reduced to a purring puddle on the boy's lap. This part is like 5 times as sensitive than the rest of his body. Shoto explains with a smile. And don't you complain. I remember you specifically asking for it, and you said you wouldn't use it against me. Izuku replies, still purring. Can I try? Purple Hair asks. Shoto nods, and he hesitantly reaches towards Izuku's head. He stops just an inch from his ear. I don't mind. Izuku purrs. That's all the invitation the boy needs before he starts scratching. Somehow, Izuku seems to melt even more. For a moment, Shoto thinks he'll turn into water from how he relaxed. Well, looks like you have magic hands, Shoto says. Nah, I just have a lot of experience with cats. The boy replies. I'm Shinsu Hitoshi, by the way. Majima Shoto. Shoto says back. Shinsu's eyes widen in recognition for a moment, and his eyes dart straight to Shoto's scar. But he quickly averts his eyes back to Izuku. So, you built him. You said his name is Midos. Shinsu asks. Shoto is very grateful he didn't ask about Endeavor. I built the body. Shoto explains. I call it Meowdos, but Midos is not my creation. You met me earlier. Izuku adds. I approved your bow staff. Wait, that was you. Shinsu's eyes widen. Yep, that was the field body power loader made for me. Izuku explains. Officially, I am UAS security bot. I've been working there for at least 5 years, since Nezu made me. The made-up story that Izuku is an AI made by Nezu rolls easily. They've been practicing this cover story for so long that they could probably even fool a lie detector by now. Not that he wanted to test the theory. Wow, you must be the most advanced AI I ever heard of, Shinsu says. I hear this a lot, Izuku replies, and Shoto can almost see a smug grin on his face. By the way, Shoto, your phone. Shoto raises an eyebrow but nods and pulls his phone from his pocket. You too, Toshi? Toshi, Shinsu asks, pulling out his phone, too. Better not to question. Shoto replies with a shrug. What do you need our phones? He glances at the screen and sighs. Of course, Midos created the chatroom, Mao Squad, Beaches. Midos changed his name to Chaotic Moutral. Chaotic Moutral changed Majima's name to Canadian Meowk. Chaotic Moutral changed Shinsu's name to Panda Meow. Shoto sighs tiredly and glances at Izuku. Why are you like this? You know you love me. Izuku replies. I won't even ask how you did that, Shinsu says. But don't I get a choice on that? Chaotic Moutral disabled the leaving function. Chaotic Moutral, nope. Panda Meow, fair enough. You are our friend now, Izuku said. And I won't take no for an answer. I'm not he. If you say I'm not here to make friends or some other bullshit like that, I'll take it as a challenge, Izuku warned. And I'm not afraid of playing dirty. He played matchmaker with 2 heroes by trapping them in the janitor's closet. Shoto helpfully supplied. Shinsu glances at them for a few seconds before sighing. I guess I could do worse, he says. As long as you're not quirkist. Your quirk is amazing, Toshi. It's perfect for a hero. Izuku replies, no hesitation at all. I won't tell Shoto. You can tell him when you're ready. But Shoto is an amazing engineer. Whatever it is, I'll be happy to make your support gear. Shoto nods. It'll be particularly nice if I can work with a mental quirk. Mine is quite straightforward. I'm sure you know what it is since you clearly recognized my name. Yeah, I do. Shinsu nods. But I won't ask. It's not my business. As for my quirk, I'm not ready to tell you. Then don't. Shoto shrugs. I don't need to know until we actually have to work together, be it in class or as support. You seem very sure you'll get in. Shinsu points out. I have no idea. Shoto replies. I need to place in the top 10 if I want to get in both the hero course and support. I only hope I got enough points to get into the hero class. He glances at Izuku. Can't you really tell us anything? Sorry, I don't even know. Izuku replies. I won't be judging the results, and I had to leave in the middle of the exam because of a problem at the gates. But I'm sure you two did okay. The results will come in a week. Fine, I'll just wait. Shinsu sighs. I'll be sending you lots of cat memes, don't worry. Izuku says. Well, I'll be holding you to that. Shinsu replies with the slightest quirk of his lips. Shoto wasn't expecting to end his entrance exam with a new friend, but he certainly isn't complaining. He wonders how long it'll take for Shinsu to catch on to the truth about Izuku. He seems quite observant. Some say that Murphy's Law is bullshit, that it's just a series of coincidences spun into a pessimistic philosophy. But for Kaminari Denki, on his first day at UA High School, it felt like Murphy was orchestrating his life's grand symphony. Maybe it's his fault for going to sleep at 3 a.m., but in his defense, he was so excited for his first day at UA that he just couldn't go to sleep. He tried reading a boring book to see if sleep would come. His friend had told him Hamlet was very boring, but he was clearly a liar. Before Denki realized, he had already read half of Hamlet. Then he just needed to read the rest. The result was that it was already over 3 a.m. by the time Denki actually went to sleep. To make things worse, he slept through his alarm, which resulted in him having to skip breakfast so that he wouldn't miss his train. And he still missed it in the end. Just to add insult to injury, once he finally got to UA, he found himself completely lost in the maze-like corridors. With a frantic pace, Kaminari darted through the halls, his backpack bouncing against his back. His eyes scanned the unfamiliar corridors, each turn leading to another maze of classrooms. He had no idea where Class 1 was supposed to be, but he was sure it wasn't around the support department. Seriously, why today of all days? He muttered under his breath. Something tells me that my class isn't around here. As he checked his clock, Denki saw he only had 10 minutes left to get to class or he'd be officially late right on the first day. How was he supposed to somehow find his class in 10 minutes? The electric quirk kid found himself leaning on the wall and sliding to the floor in despair. That's just great. I'm sure the teacher will be completely elated about someone being late right on the first day. He grumbled, palms pressed against his eyes in frustration. I'm so desperate, I'd even ask for help from a cat. Before he could spiral further, Denki heard a meow coming from his side, and as he turned around, he saw a small, cat robot looking at him. Perfect morning. Are you feline in need of some personal assistance? The robot said in a robot yet childlike voice. Denki blinked in disbelief at the sight of the robot cat before him. What the hell was this comic timing? Yeah, actually, Denki replied, a tentative smile tugging at the corners of his lips. I'm a little lost. I'm looking for Class 1A. Any chance you could point me in the right direction? The cat-like robot tilted its head in an exaggeratedly cute manner, its mechanical eyes blinking as if processing Denki's request. Ah, so you're one of Aizawa's new pills. Not to worry, my friend. I know this school like the back of my paw. Come on, let's positively navigate this place together, the robot said and turned around. Thanks to his newfound metallic companion, Denki arrived at his classroom with 5 minutes to spare, a relieved sigh escaping his lips as he glanced at the time. Here we are, my friend, the robot announced, coming to a stop. Remember, if you need any persistence, just look for the closest Meowdos to your location. I'm required by protocol to inform you that trying to catnap a Meowdos is punishable with detention. So, let's keep those paws to ourselves, shall we? Noted, thanks, Denki replied with a chuckle, feeling a surge of warmth towards the robotic feline. Instinctively, he began to kneel down, his hand reaching out to scratch the cat's head before abruptly halting mid-air as the realization dawned on him that it wasn't a living creature. The cat, however, simply pressed its head against Denki's hand and started purring. No Meowdos can resist a good scritch, my friend, it said. That's our personal weakness. Denki couldn't help but laugh at the unexpected interaction, his apprehension melting away in the presence of this quirky mechanical companion. With a final pat on the cat robot's head, Denki straightened up and headed into class. It was only after the teacher appeared that he realized that he had forgotten completely about his previous nervousness. 1,010,000, 1,001,111, 1,010,110. 27 first-year students almost got late for class because they got lost in the corridors, Izuku said, his gaze shifting from the chessboard to meet Nezu's eyes. With a calculated move, he slid his pawn forward. That's a new record, Dad. Nezu's grin widened, taking on an almost predatory edge, characteristic of the unnervingly intelligent creature he was. Yet, everyone got to class on time, he remarked, his voice tinged with amusement. His grin was animalistic, full of teeth, a genuine grin that the principal only ever showed to people he really trusted. I'm pretty sure I just saved a kid from getting expelled on the first day, Izuku added with a chuckle as he severed the connection with the robotic feline, watching as it reverted to automatic mode and ambled away. Shu-chan really hates it when people are late. What is his limit this year? He can't expel more than 5 before the sports fest, Nezu replied as he moved his knight. Though, just between you and me, I believe this year he'll actually have a class. Probably, Izuku nodded, his image flickering for a moment. This class seems to have a lot of potential. Indeed, Nezu agreed, his gaze flickering between the chess pieces and Izuku. This year's class shows promise. I foresee great things for them, provided they can navigate the trials ahead. Well, I can see at least one expulsion coming, though, Izuku replied, his face contorting into a frown. He didn't even have to elaborate on who he was talking about. Just another case of people forcing Nezu's hand. If the midget's parents weren't part of the school board, he would have never gotten in. However, as always, getting in was the most that someone could get with external help. Inside UA, Nezu had complete free reign over what he did to the students. Within reason, of course. But while Nezu was a lot of things, unreasonable definitely wasn't one of them. He knew exactly how far he could stretch any and all lines. But he never crossed them. Well, it's almost time for orientation, Nezu said as he moved his bishop. Checkmate. Izuku studied the chessboard for a moment, mentally dissecting each move and identifying his errors. Well played, Dad, he said with a smile, relishing the challenge their games always provided. Thank you, my boy. You're improving with each game. Nezu returned the smile, his demeanor shifting back to its usual cheerful facade. The tally stands at 204 to 40 this month, Izuku said with a chuckle. I'm nowhere near your level. Last month, you only won 30 games, Nezu pointed out. You're steadily improving. Izuku waved his hand, and the holographic board flickered and disappeared. I suppose, he shrugged. Still, you're too good at this game. Nezu chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Practice makes perfect. Izuku, you'll get there soon enough. Izuku smiled and got up from the couch, stretching his arms. So, are you planning another 3-hour speech for orientation? But of course, Nezu chirped. Are you coming? Thanks but no thanks. Izuku shook his head. You know I can't sit still for that long. Besides, you never really say anything important at the orientation. I'm surprised barely anyone realizes you're just messing with them. Most people fall asleep after 20 minutes. Nezu laughed, but it's fun to see them trying to stay awake. Of course, the important part is what I say at precisely 1 hour and 53 minutes. At Izuku's raised eyebrow, Nezu leaned in conspiratorially, his voice dropping to a whisper. That's when I reveal vending machines have the best snacks. Izuku laughed and shook his head. Of course, he finished his cup of tea then dropped the cup, which disappeared a second later. I'll go watch Shu-chan's class, but don't forget to introduce me. Of course, I won't forget, Nezu assured him with a mischievous twinkle in his eye. And you don't forget to tell me if Shoto notices you hiding. I'll get him one day. Watch me, Izuku said as he walked to the door, which opened on its own. Just as he went through it, his image flickered and disappeared. A second later, the projectors in the office shut down, leaving Nezu alone with his thoughts and plans for the upcoming school year. Izuku quickly connected to a Nautos that was on standby near the gym where Shoto always did his quirk assessment test on the first day. He made sure to hide on a tree branch where he would get a good view of the whole thing. It only took 2 minutes for Shoto to arrive. The first student to come out of the locker room was Shoto, followed closely by Hitoshi about 5 minutes later. As the class trickled in, Izuku prepared to record everything so he could review calmly later. This would be great, and not even all beach watching from behind a wall like some creep would change that. Izuku was ready to make all the sprinklers blow up in his face if the idiot did anything. 1,010,000, 1,001,111, 1,010,110. Maybe it was cheating, but Shoto already knew what Uncle Shoto was going to do today. The Quirk Assessment Test, or QAT for short, is already a tradition at this point. Even Vlad did one with his class, though he usually waited for the second day since he insisted on attending orientation with his class. Anyway, since he already knew what was going to happen, Shoto decided to get a head start. As the rest of the class trickled into the gym, Shoto started with his warm-ups. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow as he watched him, but decided to follow his lead. Soon, almost everyone was copying him. Everyone but the purple midget who was more interested in leering on the girls than actually warming up. Shoto made sure to glance at Uncle Shoto, just to be sure he was seeing that. His glare said everything Shoto needed to know. Someone was already on the top of Uncle Shoto's expulsion list. Not that Shoto would mind. If someone was idiot enough to underestimate heroics like that, being expelled was more of a mercy than anything else. Shoto was more than aware of how many heroes die every month because they weren't prepared for the job. Even worse were the ones who used their power to do all kinds of horrible things while going unpunished. Majima. Shoto's attention was snapped as he heard his name being called. Oops, he missed a good part of Uncle Shoto's explanation. At least he already knew what he'd have to do. You scored first place in the entrance exam. How far could you throw during middle school? I was homeschooled. Shoto replied with a shrug. Right, Uncle replied, pinching the bridge of his nose before he threw the ball at Shoto. Just throw it using your quirk. You know the drill. Everything goes as long as you don't leave the circle. Shoto nodded and grabbed the ball. For a moment, he considered being a little sit and just throwing it without using his quirk. But it would be better if he didn't incur Uncle Shoto's fury just yet. He felt pretty safe about his position in the class, but that didn't mean he should push his luck. As he stepped into the circle, Shoto considered the best way to throw the ball. After considering it for a second, he decided to show off a little. He extended his arms, the right one with an open palm, and the left one closed, touching both together. Then he focused his quirk inside his hand and willed the ice to take the form he wanted it to. It was kinda hard to control like that. He didn't have much practice. It would be probably a good idea to make some support gear to help him with that later. He already had a few ideas for it. Damn it, he was getting distracted again. He could think about support gear later. For now, he had a ball to throw. Ice trebuchet, he said, pointing his hands at the floor near him. The ice quickly took the form Shoto willed, becoming a perfect match to a medieval trebuchet made solely of ice. The hardest part was to make the ropes flexible and yet sturdy despite being made of ice. Thankfully, Shoto learned some time ago that he had far more control over ice than he used to think. Shoto simply grinned, not going into detail on how he made his trebuchet launch the ball so far. Instead, he simply activated his left side and melted the contraption before giving Uncle Shoto a nod and walking back to the rest of the class. Know your own limits first, Uncle Shoto said as Shoto walked. This is your starting line, and from there, you'll know what you need to work on improving. Wow, that was amazing. A blonde kid with a black patch on his head said, we can use our quirks at will. This will be so much fun. The girl with pink skin added, as expected from the hero course. We get to do things using our quirks. Shoto didn't even bother trying to see who said that. Shoto instantly grimaced at their words. These people just put the game on hard mode for the whole class. If there was one word that Uncle Shoto hated to have associated with heroics, this word was fun. That was a taboo that everyone who knew Uncle Shoto respected, and that the class was about to learn the hard way why. This will be fun, you say, Uncle Shoto said, a scary grin on his face. Aren't you going to take this serious at all? You have only 3 years to become a hero. With an attitude like that, it'll be impossible. He turned to the class with one of the scariest glares Shoto ever saw in his life. So, let's up the stakes. You'll all compete in those 8 tests. At the end of the tests, whoever places last will be judged without potential for heroics and expelled on the spot. The class erupted into a cacophony of protests and objections. Some argued that it was unfair to judge their entire potential based on a single test, while others voiced their disbelief at the severity of the consequence. Uncle Shoto's expression remained stoic amidst the uproar, his gaze cutting through the noise like a blade. He waited patiently for the commotion to subside before speaking again. Life isn't fair, and neither is the path to becoming a hero, he declared, his voice firm and unwavering. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Do you think villains will give you a fair chance when you're out in the field? Do you think they'll wait for you to get your act together? No, they'll exploit any weakness they find, and they won't hesitate to exploit it to their advantage. This world is cruel and unfair. If you really want to become heroes, you better leave those delusions behind. If you want to stay, then prove to me that you deserve to be here. Plus ultra and all that. His words hung heavy in the air, silencing the protests as the gravity of the situation settled upon the class. It was a harsh reality check, but one that was necessary in the unforgiving world they aspired to enter. Shoto was sure not all of them needed to hear that, but many students still thought heroics was the glamorous world they saw on TV. UA would make sure they knew the harsh truth. The first test will be the 50-meter dash. Come when I call your name, Uncle Shoto said. Shoto stood under a tree as he waited for his turn. As he stood there, he caught a small movement above him, and as he looked up, he saw a pair of green eyes staring back at him. Of course you're here, Shoto muttered with a smile on his face. Are you recording this? Of course. Who do you think I am? Izuku replied from the branch he was perched on, his eyes trained on both Bakugo and Hitoshi. You know, tall, blonde, and angry is very familiar for some reason. I feel like I should remember who he is. Maybe someone you met before. You know, Shoto replied with a shrug. It could be. I haven't thought about my previous life for a long time. Maybe it's time I go through my memories again. Izuku mused thoughtfully. Though, I don't particularly enjoy it. It always feels like I'm poking my brain with a stick. I get what you mean. Shoto nodded. With how Izuku's brain worked, he could easily open and watch any and all of his memories at any moment. This also made it very easy to lock away bad and traumatic memories. Shoto knew he had done it several times before. Having basically lived in the internet for years, Shoto was sure Izuku had seen his fair share of traumatic things. Would you like me to be there with you? Shoto asked softly. No, Izuku shook his head firmly. Too personal. I don't allow even Dad to poke around my head like that. Shoto nodded, already expecting that answer. Izuku was very reserved about who got to see his source code. Not because he didn't trust them, but because it felt like something very intimate. Shoto had only seen it once. Nezu probably saw it thrice at most. Dad saw it a few times, but mostly because he had helped Izuku upgrade his system to better integrate with UAS security. The fact remained, viewing Izuku's source code was the ultimate display of trust. Shoto felt honored that Izuku had entrusted him with that glimpse, and he wouldn't push for more. Okay, Shoto nodded. If you ever change your mind, I'll be always here for you, Izuku. Shoto heard a shuffling sound from above, and as he looked up, the cat robot dropped into his arms. Thank you, Shoto, Izuku said from above before gracefully jumping down. Majima, you're next, Shoto heard, prompting him to walk away to take the test. Meanwhile, Izuku padded toward Uncle Shoto, unceremoniously jumping on his shoulder and snuggling into his scarf. Despite Uncle Shoto's intimidating glares, they seemed to lose their effectiveness when he had a cute cat cuddling him. Shoto wasn't worried about placing last in the test, but that didn't mean he wouldn't be trying his best. Just like everyone else in the class, Shoto wanted to prove he deserved to be here. Besides, he never said he wasn't competitive. The tests were relatively easy, except for the seated toe touch and the side steps, where his quirk did not help him at all. Shoto scored pretty well at all tests. By the end of all tests, Shoto sat comfortably in second place, behind Yaoyorozu Momo, who had possibly the most versatile quirk Shoto has ever seen in his whole life. After Uncle Shoto revealed his logical ruse, he sent everyone back to the class to grab their syllabuses and then go home. But just as they were leaving for the locker room, he called them back. Right, one more thing, Uncle Shoto said, pointing at the Meowdos on his shoulder. You'll see several of those cat bots around UA. Those are Meowdos. They are part of the school security and are here to assist you with any issues you may have. You aren't allowed to take them home. If I ever catch someone trying to kidnap them, you'll have a month of detention. Understood. Uncle Shoto's stern gaze swept across the class, ensuring that his message was received loud and clear. Shoto heard more than a few gulps as everyone nodded quickly in consent. However, Shoto saw a glint in Hitoshi's eyes that showed that the purple-haired boy might end up paying to see. Satisfied with their response, Uncle Shoto nodded, dismissing them for the day. He'll probably be formally introducing Midos to the class tomorrow. Shoto was sure tomorrow would be a very interesting day. It's funny how you never truly understand the value of something or someone until it's gone. Those who experienced loss and grief know this better than anyone. Katsuki would know that better than anyone. He had everything. A great family, a loving auntie, an amazing best friend with whom he used to dream about becoming heroes together, and a perfect quirk. Then, Izuku's quirk took too long to develop, and after testing it, they found out it would be a mental quirk. At the time, Katsuki felt betrayed. He felt angry. How could they become the heroes they promised if Izuku had some weak mental quirk? Then Izuku became Deku, and he pushed Deku away, accidentally becoming the reason why everyone started bullying him. Deku never stopped trying to be Katsuki's friend. Katsuki hated Deku with all his might. He hated how Deku kept talking about being a hero. He hated how kind Deku was. He hated how Deku would always look down on him, acting like he could help Katsuki with anything. He hated Deku, or at least he thought he did. Then the accident happened. Auntie and Co. and Deku Izuku Midoriya Izuku got caught in a villain attack, and both died. Katsuki is ashamed to admit, but at first, he was glad that he wouldn't have to deal with City Deku looking down on him anymore. Then, he started analyzing their previous interactions. Yeah, Izuku Deku wasn't the only one who could analyze things. And suddenly, everything started clicking in place. Deku Izuku never looked down on him. Sometime later, as he was looking up heroes for a school assignment, he found out that there were many heroes with mental quirks as well: Sir Nightai, Mandalay, Ragdoll, and Principal Nezu, to name a few. So, the whole reason why Katsuki had turned against his friend was even dumber than he imagined. Izuku Deku could have ended up with an even more powerful mental quirk if only Katsuki hadn't been so short-sighted. Izuku and Katsuki could have been heroes together as they promised. Izuku never betrayed Katsuki. However, Katsuki betrayed Izuku. Hindsight was indeed 20/20. After that, regret, a feeling Katsuki wasn't used to, caught on him like a Texas smash straight from All Might's fist. The night he came to that realization was the night that Katsuki confessed everything he did to his parents. A week later, he started therapy. He transferred away from the toxic environment that was Aldra. Though interestingly enough, the school was investigated and shut down less than a month later. The years went by, and Katsuki mellowed down a lot. He was still an abrasive a whole. After all, he was his mother's son, but the blonde had changed a lot from the immature and arrogant kid he was. It felt hollow, though. It was too little, too late. What was the point in changing when Izuku wasn't here to see it? Life moved on, but Katsuki never really did. He often found himself coming back to the memories of when he and Izuku were still friends. It was impossible for him not to get caught up in the what-ifs. The mind had a funny way of dealing with grief. It played tricks, dredging up memories long buried and weaving them into vivid dreams that felt achingly real. For Katsuki, these dreams often took him back to a time he tried hard to forget. Often, Katsuki found himself back in this place, a familiar playground, the swings swaying gently in the breeze, a normal place Katsuki would regularly hang out with those idiots were never his friends. But at the time, he thought they were. At this point, the scene had become so ingrained in Katsuki's mind that he didn't need to consciously think about it. His feet instinctively carried him to the swings, and he settled onto one of them. Though he knew what, or rather, who, would be beside him, he glanced up anyway. There he was, forever frozen in memory. Izuku Midoriya, eternally 9 years old. Katsuki could hardly imagine how Izuku might have looked if he had been given the chance to grow up. Maybe that's why he never saw an older Izuku in those dreams. In this dream, Izuku looked exactly as he did the last time Katsuki saw him alive. His skin bore a slight tan, his cheeks adorned with freckles forming a diamond pattern. His eyes, a brilliant emerald green, were pools of wonder and innocence. And that smile, the same radiant smile that could probably outshine the sun itself. It was all a dream. Nothing of this was true, Katsuki knew. But he still found himself getting up from the swing and positioning himself behind Izuku to push him in the swings. The fake sound of Izuku's giggles still warmed Katsuki's heart. Kaken, higher. Fake Izuku's laughter echoed in Katsuki's ears. And who was he to deny his friend joy? He had rejected Izuku once, but he vowed never to repeat that mistake, even if it was only a phantom conjured by his grief-stricken mind. Katsuki obliged the fake Izuku, pushing the swing higher with a steady rhythm. The fake laughter that bubbled forth from Izuku was infectious, even in the realm of dreams. For a fleeting moment, Katsuki allowed himself to believe that everything was as it once was, that he and Izuku were carefree kids on the brink of greatness. As the swing soared through the air, Katsuki's mind wandered back to the memories he had fought to suppress. Kaken, we'll be the best heroes. Izuku's voice echoed in Katsuki's ears. You'll just be an useless Deku. You're no better than a quirkless. Katsuki's own cruel words echoed back. The swing started slowing down as Katsuki stopped pushing it. Kaken, do you remember when we talked about being heroes? Fake Izuku's voice held a nostalgic tone, tugging at Katsuki's emotions. Katsuki paused, his expression softening as he gazed at his fake friend. Yeah, I remember, he replied quietly. We were going to be the best heroes, right? Fake Izuku's eyes sparkled with hope. Yeah, we were, Katsuki murmured, looking down as he couldn't bring himself to face such an expression on Izuku's face. Silence hung heavy in the air as the swing slowly came to a stop. Only when the swing stilled completely, fake Izuku's voice broke the silence. "I'm sorry," he said softly, and Katsuki could feel his hands tightening at the chains of the swing at those words. "I wanted us to become heroes together. I'm sorry my quirk took so long to come. I'm sorry I died and left you alone." Those words caused much more pain than any word of anger or hatred could ever hope to cause in Katsuki's heart. Because even this ghost of Izuku, created by Katsuki's grief-stricken mind, was too nice to get angry at Katsuki. Instead, he was here, apologizing for something that wasn't his fault, something Katsuki knew that the real Izuku would probably do as well. Katsuki's throat constricted, overwhelmed by regret and sorrow. He swallowed hard, grappling with emotions he had long suppressed. "Don't apologize to me, damn it," Katsuki finally choked out, his voice tinged with frustration and remorse. "It was never your fault, you damn nerd. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I'm the one who betrayed. I abandoned. I'm sorry. I don't hate you." The fake Izuku's expression softened, a reflection of forgiveness and understanding. He remained seated on the swing, watching Katsuki with an unwavering gaze. "I know you don't hate me," the imaginary Izuku said gently. "And I'm sure the real Izuku would forgive you too." Katsuki's resolve hardened, his features set with determination. "I'll accept that forgiveness once I become the hero he knew I could be," he replied firmly. "I'll make you proud of me." A warm smile tugged at the corners of the fabricated Izuku's lips. "I'm already proud," he assured Katsuki. Somehow, even though this wasn't the real Izuku, those words brought Katsuki immense relief. The dream slowly began to dissolve as Katsuki regained consciousness. He opened his eyes to the familiar view of his room, though his vision was slightly blurred and his pillow suspiciously damp. Taking a deep breath, Katsuki wiped away the lingering tears. It was early, the sun barely rising. He rose from his bed, his eyes drawn to the altar in the corner of his room. A picture of Izuku stood there, accompanied by an All Might action figure retrieved from Izuku's room after the funeral. The rest of Izuku's hero merchandise had been donated. Katsuki walked over to the altar and knelt before it, joining his hands in a prayer gesture. "Hey, Deku," Katsuki said awkwardly as he looked at the image. It had been a long time since he last tried talking to Izuku. Usually, he would simply nod at the picture before leaving. "It's been a while, huh? I'm sorry for being too much of a coward to talk to you before." He chuckled awkwardly. "Last time I talked to you was before that sludge villain attacked me." He could almost feel the disgusting liquid being pushed down his throat. The vivid memory of almost suffocating to death while those so-called heroes stood by and did nothing. The desperation, because he didn't want to die. "I thought I was going to die," Katsuki confessed quietly, allowing himself this rare moment of vulnerability. "Was that how you felt?" The hag said. "You barely had the time to see what happened, so I hope not. I hope it was quick." He took a deep breath. "All Might saved me. I tried to talk to him afterward. I wanted to ask him if he thought you could have done it." He looked down and sighed. "But he disappeared right after he saved me. I could swear I saw steam coming from his body though. I wonder what was that. Maybe something to do with his quirk. He's always so secretive about it that I really doubt it's a simple strength augmentation quirk as many theorize. Maybe it has something to do with." Katsuki paused, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he realized he had started rambling and mumbling, much like Izuku used to do. The absurdity of the situation wasn't lost on him, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You really rubbed off on me, you damn nerd," Katsuki murmured, shaking his head in amusement. "Now I'm even starting to mumble like you used to." His laughter bubbled up again, a rare sound that echoed softly in the quiet room. "What's next? Freckles? Please, no. I would look ridiculous with freckles." He sighed, the levity fading as he continued speaking to the photograph of Izuku, his expression softening. "Anyway, these last 10 months have been so hectic. I've been training like crazy. I never want to feel helpless like that again. I even did community service, you know, something heroes would do, right? This is something you would say." Katsuki paused, his gaze fixed on the image of his childhood friend. His voice filled with a mixture of determination and regret. "I'm trying, Deku," he murmured. "I'm trying to be the hero you believed I could be. But it's tough. Without you, it feels hollow." He sighed, a heavy weight settling in his chest. "I'm not giving up, though. I managed to get into UA. I placed first in the entrance exam. I'm in class 1 now. You'd have a field day analyzing all those quirks around. I could certainly do without the personification of an overexcited puppy following me around and trying to be my friend. City hair is almost as annoying as you were." He felt a pang in his chest as he admitted that. "You'd say I should give him a chance, wouldn't you?" Katsuki's voice softened as he spoke, the ache of loss mingling with the image of Kirishima grinning at him and calling him manly. Whatever that meant. He remained kneeling by the altar, a silent moment passing between him and the photograph of his friend before Katsuki rose to his feet. With a final glance at the altar, Katsuki straightened his posture and nodded to the photo. He had made a promise to himself and to Izuku, a promise that echoed in the silence of his room. "I'll be the hero you believed in, Katsuki whispered to the empty room, the words carrying a solemn resolve. So, wherever you are, watch me. Izuku. With newfound resolve, Katsuki turned around and went to get dressed for the day. The weight of grief still lingered, but within him stirred a renewed determination to strive for the greatness Izuku had always believed he could achieve. Once upon a time, Bakugo Katsuki had sought to be the #1 hero for himself alone, driven by an unyielding desire to be the best. Now, that ambition remained unchanged, but it was fueled by a profound commitment to be the best not only for himself but for Izuku, too. Stretching up to get rid of any lingering drowsiness, Katsuki prepared to start his day. He had to pull a lot of work to become a hero Izuku would be proud of, and it all started with an early morning run. The first official day of class had Izuku eagerly anticipating going to UA. While he wasn't particularly thrilled about having to assist all moron in the heroics classes, that wasn't enough to sour his mood. Today, he would be properly introduced to the students for the first time. So, with his characteristic flair for the dramatic, Izuku hopped onto a Meowtos and settled himself on Shouta's desk, awaiting the students' arrival. As the students trickled into the classroom, their eyes inevitably fell on Izuku. Some paused to ask if they could pet him, which left him confused. They knew he was just a robot, right? Shouta had told them all yesterday. Nevertheless, the scritches felt nice, and he wouldn't complain. About 15 minutes before the bell rang, Hitoshi entered the class, his gaze immediately drawn to Izuku. With purposeful strides, he made his way over and scooped up the Meowtos, carrying it back to his desk, where he promptly reclined, using the robot cat as a makeshift pillow. Izuku didn't protest, allowing himself to be cradled in Hitoshi's arms. As Hitoshi settled in, Izuku began purring, which had the desired effect. In just a few seconds, the purple-haired boy was snoring softly against Izuku's fur. Izuku sent a quick note to Chiyo asking her to check Hitoshi's medical file. If she didn't find anything there, Izuku would be recommending Hitoshi take a few tests, because he suspected the kid might have narcolepsy. A few minutes later, Bakugo Katsuki entered the room, and as soon as he did, his eyes crossed with Izuku's. Something about those red eyes felt so familiar to Izuku, but he couldn't really put his paw on what just yet. He had a feeling he knew Bakugo when he was alive, but like most of his experiences of that time, that weren't his happy memories with his mom, were carefully hidden inside a trauma folder kept in the departments of Izuku's code that he didn't want to poke with a 10-foot pole. It was probably not healthy of him to do so, but unlike normal people, it wasn't like there was any adverse effect on him just hiding his trauma this way. If not for Inui Senpai's advice, Izuku would have actually deleted those memories, but the man managed to convince Izuku not to do so. They were still working on getting Izuku comfortable enough to actually decompile those traumatic memories. He wondered if Bakugo was his friend when he was alive, but something in the back of his mind told him it was something a little more complicated. Take a photo. It'll last longer. Bakugo snapped at him, which made Izuku realize he was staring. What do you want, cat? Sorry, Kaken, Izuku murmured absent-mindedly, the unknown nickname slipping out without him even noticing. Bakugo froze, his head whipping around to face Izuku with a bewildered expression. What did you say? Bakugo demanded, his tone sharp as he approached Hitoshi's desk, slamming his hands down with a jolt that roused Hitoshi from his slumber. I said sorry, Bakugo. It wasn't my intention to stare, Izuku replied, trying to diffuse the tension. You didn't call me Bakugo. You said another name. Bakugo snapped back, his frustration palpable. Izuku tilted his head, confusion clouding his features. No, I didn't. I'm sure I said your name, Bakugo. Bakugo narrowed his eyes at him for several seconds before he sighed and leaned back. I guess I must be hearing things, he grumbled and shook his head. Sorry, I begs. No problem, Hitoshi grumbled, still not sure what was happening. He quickly leaned back down and went back to his nap. Without another word, Bakugo went to his desk and sat down. Why do his eyes remind me of Deku? Bakugo grumbled to himself, but Izuku still caught it. The word Deku jolted something inside Izuku's memory. Izuku could count on his palms the number of times that certain words had jolted memories on him, even though they were supposed to be sealed. This time, the flashback happened rather quickly. A log popped into Izuku's field of vision, a simple audio file with no image. Kaken, we're going to be the best heroes. A voice that Izuku recognized as his own said excitedly. Of course, Deku, a second voice said, but the file closed before Izuku could process it. Shit, he couldn't continue postponing it. Those memories were important. Izuku was sure they were. It looked like he was going to have to book an extra session with Inui Senpai pretty soon. Still, he pushed the unwelcome log to the back of his mind for now. He didn't have time to focus on that right now. With less than a minute left before class started, everyone, except for Shoto, were already there. Izuku knew his friend was at the school. He had always arrived 2 hours earlier since he came with his dad. So, the only explanation for his being almost late was that he was at the studio and lost track of time. Just as the seconds ticked down to 0, Shoto burst into the room, his uniform disheveled and smudged with soot. That explained why one of the fire alarms went off earlier. Shoto hastily made his way to his seat, barely settling in before Shoto entered the room, punctual to the second. Instantly, the classroom fell into silence, every student snapping to attention as their teacher took his place at the front. "Good, you're all here and on time. Let's keep it that way," Shoto said, his eyes sweeping through the students, who all straightened in their seats. 1,010,000, 1,001,111, 1,010,110. As soon as Hobo-sensei entered the classroom, all the extras immediately shut up. Katsuki did the same. He wouldn't admit it aloud, but even if the extras bought that logical ruse bullshit from yesterday, Katsuki knew better. Eraserhead was infamous among hero schools as the teacher with the highest expulsion rate in Japan. Last year, he had expelled his whole homeroom class. The extras would all know about that if they had bothered researching the school a little. People on the internet talk a lot if you look in the right places. So, yeah, Katsuki knew the expulsion threat wasn't just a logical ruse. Hobo-sensei could and would boot anyone from the class if he thought they weren't taking the course seriously. Katsuki wasn't interested in testing his luck. He planned to play nice, at least as nice as he could manage, with Hobo-sensei. Besides, he recognized that there was a lot to learn from the man. Despite his high expulsion rate, the heroes who managed to graduate from Eraserhead's class had the highest success rate in Japan. Over 80% of his graduates who went limelight managed to rank in the top 500 heroes in less than 3 years after graduation. Many were even close to the top 10. Katsuki wanted to be among them. He had a goal and wasn't about to let anyone or anything derail him from reaching it. Eraserhead scanned the room with his usual indifferent gaze, noting the attentive silence. "Good," Eraserhead said, his voice a low, steady rumble that seemed to fill the room despite its calm tone. "You're all here and on time. Let's keep it that way." His eyes swept through the class, making Katsuki feel like a bug under a microscope. Still, if Katsuki was one thing, that thing was stubborn, so when the teacher's gaze met his, Katsuki didn't look away like many of the extras. "Before we start, I have a few announcements to make. First and foremost," Hobo-sensei's gaze stopped on the desk behind Katsuki. "Problem cat, come introduce yourself." The robot cat, who Ibags was using as a pillow a few minutes ago, jumped down from the desk and went to the front of the class. His eyes looked so much like Deku's. It was uncanny. Katsuki could almost picture a freckled face calling him Kakin and following him around like a duckling. "I introduced you to the Maudos yesterday. As I said, there are several of them around the school, but I didn't introduce you to the mind behind them," Hobo-sensei said as he pointed at the cat, which opened its mouth and started speaking, though this time, he wasn't using the robotic voice from earlier. "Hello, everyone. I am Midos, but you can call me Midos." An eerily familiar voice, "Why does this pile of scraps have Deku's voice?" said, "I am the main AI from the school and responsible for all security measures. It's nice to meet all of you." Then, from the robot's mouth, a hologram was projected into the class. Immediately, most of the girls started cooing at the adorable child in front of them, but Katsuki wasn't hearing it. He could only stare at wide eyes at the image projected in front of his eyes. "Deku," Katsuki muttered so softly he wasn't sure if the sound even left his lips. Yet, it seemed like the projection heard him because it turned around to look at him. Fluffy-looking forest green hair. Big, round, emerald green eyes. Freckles in a diamond pattern on both cheeks. And that smile. That effing smile. Katsuki was sure he looked like he was seeing a ghost. But that's because he was. It was exactly like Katsuki remembered. He looked exactly like Katsuki remembered. But he was dead. Deku is supposed to be dead. Katsuki went to his funeral. He saw his body. Deku was dead. Principal Nezu was known for not understanding human emotion, but even he wouldn't be disrespectful enough to create an AI using the image of a dead, quirkless child, would he? "Deku," Katsuki asked once more, his voice a little louder, but probably only the students with hearing quirks heard him. Yet, the projection Deku's eyes widened as he heard it. His face turned into a frown for a few seconds before he tilted his head. Izuku always did the same thing whenever he was confused. He looked just like a confused puppy every time he did it. Kakin, the name left his mouth, and Katsuki almost stopped breathing right there. There was no way an AI would know that name. Even if it was made to act exactly like the Izuku Katsuki knew, it wouldn't have the same memories as him. It was just impossible, and yet, no, Deku was dead. Katsuki already spent years in denial, hoping he would one day wake up and find out it was all just a nightmare. That he would one day leave school and find Izuku waiting for him in front of the school, ready to talk his ear off about the last hero fight he snuck away from his mom to watch. He couldn't do that. Not again. This wasn't Izuku, no matter how much he looked like him. It was just impossible. There was no known quirk capable of defying death like that. Just because it never happened before, it didn't mean it was impossible. This wasn't Izuku. It couldn't be him. 1,010,000, 1,001,111, 1,010,110. Bakugo's reaction when he saw Izuku was honestly worrying. Shoto knew there was a possibility someone who knew Izuku would one day get into UA. But that reaction wasn't what he expected. Honestly, in the scenarios Shoto imagined for this kind of situation, he always expected the person to be angry that a dead person's image was turned into a computer program. But Bakugo looked conflicted, like he was trying to piece out a puzzle, especially after Izuku said the word kaken aloud, which confused everyone in the class. Still, both Izuku and Bakugo recovered rather quickly and soon started acting like nothing happened. Shoto was worried at how easily Bakugo was able to shake the entire situation off. But now it wasn't the time to worry about that. All of you should have received an email with a link, Shoto explained, pretending the weird interaction didn't just happen. This link will send you to a download page for the Mido's app. Every student is required to have it on their phones. Don't worry about your privacy, though. I assure you that the rat Satan isn't interested in your private conversations. And if he was, he wouldn't need an app to read it. This weirded out the students enough for them to forget what just happened. A moment later, they all pulled out their phones to look at their email. Sensei. Uraraka shyly raised her hand, showing a flip phone that looked older than even Shoto. I don't think I can download this app. Shoto sighed and reached under his desk, pulling a box full of smartphones. He randomly chose one and gave it to the girl. Don't worry about having to buy it. This phone is in the school plan, so it'll have access to the internet and all that, Shoto explained as Uraraka's eyes widened, and she grabbed the phone like it was some delicate treasure. If anyone else needs a phone as well, just talk to me or any teacher you can find. The school will be more than willing to cover you. This is a safety measure, as the app will also work as a form of identification for you. You can also use it to keep track of your grades and talk to teachers in case you have questions. There's a map feature and Mido's tracker as well. There are some other features I can't be bothered to explain. You'll find out in time. The students seemed to accept the explanation, focusing their attention on their phones. Shoto suppressed an eye roll at them. Of course, teenagers didn't need any encouragement to use their phones in class. Izuku turned off the projection and set the Midos into wandering mode before hopping onto the app to interact with the students. As the robotic cat moved about, engaging with the curious students, Shoto took this opportunity to observe Bakugo more closely. Outwardly, Bakugo appeared perfectly normal, even calm. But Shoto wasn't an underground hero for nothing. The signs were subtle but unmistakable. Bakugo's grip on his phone was too tight, and his knuckles were white from the pressure. His teeth were clenched, the muscles in his jaw twitching occasionally. And then there was the way his eyes tracked every movement the Midos made, never once looking away. Shoto would need to talk to him later, but unfortunately, there wasn't time to do that right now. Homeroom was ending, and Shoto had several other classes to teach today. If you have questions, you can use the chat function of the Midos app to get in contact with a teacher. If you'd like to have a conversation in person, you can schedule it, Shoto said as the bell rang. Us teachers are all available if you need us. Don't forget that. With that, Shoto left the classroom. After class, he could ask Bakugo to stay behind for a talk. This would work. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.